1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for another installment of Gameday Live. If you don't know me by now, you haven't been watching the channel, at least of late. Love me, hate me, want to see less of me, kind of doesn't matter. I'm your host for the afternoon. So what we're doing today is we're going to cover Cascadia 2026. Chris Brand has been running this tournament for a number of years. It's a fantastic event. If you haven't been, you really ought to get out to it someday. And I've taken a look at the names in attendance this year, and it should be a good one. So without further ado, I'm going to bring on some of the analysts who will be helping me talk about what happened at this weekend. First, should need no introduction, Ed Sullivan. Hello, Ed. How are you?
I'm good. And Siobhan, you and I are the only people on this broadcast who can say we are former Cascadia champions.
Two-time, thank you, might I add, for myself, but self-appointed title queen of Cascadia here to host this one. I was very bummed I couldn't get up to it this year. It's usually one of my yearly travels. So next best thing, talking through it live on stream with all of you lovely people. Second, we've got Patrick joining us. Hello, Patrick. How you doing?
Good. Hi, Siobhan. It's a shame I couldn't make it up to Cascadia myself this year. Last year, it was my second ever face-to-face tournament in the hobby. A wonderful time. Chris Brand and Riaz put on a great show, and I'm sure they're going to bring us some amazing games today as well.
Yeah. And last and certainly least, we will bring to the stage Karthik Koneth. Hi, Karthik. How's it going?
Doing great. I'm very glad that I'm out in Canada right now because unlike for them where it's like negative 40 degrees, right here in San Diego, it's a nice 72. So,
yep. Us Californians, we've got it spoiled here.
Indeed.
So with that in mind, we'll do just quick introductions. Most of you shouldn't need much for the DBN community, but we'll start. We'll keep going with you, Karthik. Introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about how you got into diplomacy.
Sure. So most of you guys probably know me by now, but for those who don't, I got into the hobby playing on web diplomacy back in 2010. And then I ended up, after a long sabbatical, rejoining the hobby during COVID, and then playing my first face-to-face tournament back in 2021. And then, yeah, ever since then, people have decided that they want to get rid of me, but sadly cannot. So
it's becoming a running joke in the hobby. How do we get rid of Karthik? So, but we know you know we love you. You've become such just a common and frequent face in the hobby, both online and face-to-face, and we're grateful for that. And Patrick, how about you?
Yeah, I got into the hobby about 2 years ago from Mafia communities mostly. Found virtual face-to-face after a week or two. Immediately just loved it, the league scene, the variety that's there, the accessibility of it. And that sort of acted as the springboard for where I am now, where diplomacy is, one of the central parts of my life, where it's been great. I go out to face-to-face tournaments a fair bit, and it's just I've just been a wonderful community to be a part of for that time.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. And Ed, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm just a poor country lawyer and diplomacy player, plying my trade, seeing what scraps I can get from other people. Although, Siobhan, I'm really disappointed in you. Already to start. Last night, I was watching your Asia Pacific tournament coverage, and you called the commentators the dream team. And you didn't mention anything like that now. This is very sad. Okay.
Give me
Last night
time
was
to
not
warm
the
up.
dream team.
Look, Ed, they have Michael Jordan right now, but they don't have Scotty. They don't have Dennis Rodman right now. Like I'm going to have to carry quite a bit right here, and I'm going to do my best.
I'll be a role player for you, Karthik.
I will say, Ed, thank you very much for jumping into this one. I know that you weren't first on deck. McCallus, unfortunately, was under the weather and had to jump out. So Ed was a last-second addition to the team and a fantastic one at that. I was telling Brandon
Dream
behind
Team 2 with McCallus, but unfortunately now it's bad.
Dream Team version 2. I was telling Brandon behind the scenes before we went live that he's told me to reach out if we had any issues, and I said, no, with this cast, I don't think we will. So thank you, Brandon, but I think you can sit back and relax and just watch this one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Cascadia, like I said, coming to us from Vancouver, British Columbia, run by Chris Brand as tournament director and Riaz helping do host duties and everything, but Riaz does not do tournament directing at this tournament because he wants to play it. He got his first win a couple of years back. I forget exactly when. So he's a name to watch, of course, as well as a number of others. But before we jump into who is playing this weekend, I'll talk a little bit just for a second about the scoring system. So for those unfamiliar, what Cascadia is using is a scoring system called Hate. And how it works, I'm not going to go into all the details. We can post that in descriptions later if people are really interested in getting into scoring system debates. But what this system does is it will give you points for what rank you are at the end of the game. So first gets, I think, 66, then 55 for second, so on and so forth. Eliminated players get a number of points based on how many years they survived through the game. But what this system really does is it tries to discourage board tops or even placements. Because if you have an 11-11 board top draw, instead of getting those 66 points, both players get the 55 for second place. If three players had 11-11-11, they get the third place points, 55.
Pretty cool.
So they really are trying to get you to say, hey, I know we've been working well together all this game, but I want those extra 11 to 22 points. And furthermore, it really does try to encourage not just that topping, but having a delta between you and the next player. So the more centers you have between first and second place, or second and third and vice versa, the more points you get. So again, we can post the details of that in description or elsewhere later for anyone who wants to peruse it. But any thoughts on that general description? Ed, we'll start with you. You're famous for your 11-11-11 board top draws.
Yeah, but only in the beginning, right? I think 11-11, it's interesting because I think tournament strategy for me is you want to be close into round 2 or 3, unless it's just there for you, which you have to take in round 1. But I like being in the mix because it turns out when I'm ahead in the third round, I get kind of ganged up on a lot, and I try not to be in that position. I kind of want to sneak up from the back. I would be intrigued to play this system just because it's different, and I like things that are new.
Yeah, in my experience at Cascadias in the past that have used this system, it's similar to what you're saying there, Ed, is you don't want to jump out too far in round 1, unless, like you say, it's just there. You can't pass up the opportunity. But you want to be in the mix, and then usually through rounds 2 and 3, you see those top 7 to 10 players really duking it out, watching each other and where their scores are. So we'll see if that's what happens this weekend. Karthik and Patrick, I'll ask you both the same question. Karthik, we'll start with you. You've played at Cascadia before. What are you looking forward to seeing this weekend?
What I'm looking forward to seeing, hopefully in the later rounds, is I expect to see some share tops in the earlier rounds, despite the system discouraging it. I hope to see some people go for lone board tops in rounds 2 and 3. I expect to see a lot of grappling for the top podium places, and that's always exciting to watch.
Yeah, and how about you, Patrick?
Yeah, I think people will probably play it safe early, like they do with any scoring system. I feel like the dynamics of a tournament, like what Karthik said, can apply to any tournament with any system, just because that is the conventional wisdom of building relationships early on and keeping that capital. And a scoring system has to really go in an extreme direction to discourage that. And Hate tries to, but I don't think it really changes players' behavior to the extent that maybe the designers thought it would. That said, though, it feels like the system caught a lot of flack last year at World DipCon when it was used there because a lot of people were exposed to it for the first time. I don't remember the exact reasons for that, but I personally really like it. I'm kind of a sucker for rank-based scoring systems, and I think they'll promote. Mainly, I think they'll promote different styles of play from people who aren't maybe in contention for the top, because those same patterns of behavior, they're sort of a bit more concrete when you're trying to win. But when you're not in contention to win, then having an extra incentive to just get up to third or get up to fourth can be really important for defining how a game plays and helping you just have fun and have something to work towards for a while.
I do like two things. Sorry. I do like that if you're in 6, you have something to play for, getting up to 5th or 4th, or, even though it's not first, because sometimes your secondary goals are really important. And the dynamic that I'll be looking for is another reason I like sort of split tops or share tops at the beginning is in smaller board tournaments, 5 boards or less, you're going to see people again. And you don't really want to put the knife in until you have to in rounds 2 or 3 on somebody. You want them to think that you're somebody you can work with. So will we see some jagged edged stabs in round 1 that may come back to bite people later on? I don't know.
All right. Well, I'm very excited about the player list this year. I'm going to bring up the top 10 by DBNI rankings in a moment, and we'll talk about them and what stands out to us. But there are names at this tournament that people will recognize but aren't in the DBN rankings yet. So coming to mind, looking at the list, Doug Moore is not in this top 10.
Overrated.
David Miller, reigning
Definitely
Cascadia
overrated.
champion. So just keep in mind that the top 10 by DBNI is just because they have the rankings there. It doesn't mean that the players are not fantastic.
David Miller had the best season DBNI last year for an American, but he decided not to play, which is probably why his ranking isn't showing up.
Yeah. He never got a virtual game in at BDC, even though there was some chatter that he might, which I'm really saddened by because he's just an incredible player. But
I'm thrilled by it.
Not as interested in virtual. Yeah.
And shout out to David Miller coming off the heels of running his first tournament at BlazeCon. I know how arduous running a tournament can be. I usually take a step away from diplomacy after running a tournament. So shout out for having the endurance to do that. So without further ado, let me bring up the player list for y'all.
Like the graphic.
Trying to get better at using those transitions that they set up for us. All right, so top 10, like I said, by DBNI rankings. All of these names, or at least most of them, should be familiar to regular viewers of the channel. I'll name them out and then get your first thoughts. Zoe Cameron, Justin Lohr, Jason Massbaum, George Mork. I don't know if I'm butchering that last name, and I apologize if I am. Craig Mayer, Sabia Huja, Eldor, Liam Stokes, Gabe Rash. Again, Rash. Okay. And John Jameson. So all of these names should be familiar. We'll start at the bottom here. Karthik, first thoughts.
So I think this will be a fun tournament based off of who is here. We have people all across the DBNI rankings, and then obviously some legends who have been less active and as such are not going to show up on the list, but have been historically some of the best players to ever play the game. So it's going to be a lot of chaos, I think, between the new upstarts and some of the old legends, and I'm very, very curious to see how it ends up playing out.
All righty. Patrick, your first thoughts?
Yeah, I've got a few people in my sights here in particular. First of all, we've got Liam Stokes, kind of a Pacific Northwest specialist. He doesn't come out to a whole lot of tournaments, especially recently, but he's just such a fun guy to play with. He immediately drags you in with his personality. He's a bit like Ed, but a bit more chaotic, I think, by nature. Ed knows him a lot better, so he could probably audit me on that if I'm wrong. We've also got another player who doesn't play too frequently, which is Sabi, who's just a wonderful person and a constant presence, especially in the Chicago hobby, but nowadays more as an organizer and general friend to everybody than as a player. So when Sabi does play, it's a bit of an occasion, and I really like that. We've also got Jason Massbaum, who sticks out because he's coming off a very strong run at BlazeCon, was in contention for the win there right until the end with some very strong performances, so riding some momentum for sure. And of course, at the top, we got Zoe, 2025 APAC champion. A lot of pedigree comes with that. I think it was her first. Tournament win, so a lot of confidence there, and I'm sure she'll do really well in this tournament, regardless of only having played the scoring system once before.
All right, and last but not least, Ed, questions, comments, snide remarks?
Always. Props to Zoe and I think George, maybe from Australia. I don't know but I played with George online. I think he's Australian.
He's from the
To
UK.
travel from the okay. Well, traveling to Vancouver long distance is always impressive. I've played with almost everybody here, and
Hmm.
a bunch of good names. On the point of Liam, he doesn't play as much as he used to, and what Liam struggles with is timing. He can get out way ahead, or and then sometimes he'll do an ill-conceived stab, or sometimes he'll have good momentum and just sort of sabotage himself. So that's really the next step he needs to take on his game. And I'm also excited to see John Jameson because I know Siobhan for a long time, having played with him, and every time I've played with him, because he's an out of the box thinker, it is so challenging to be next to him because I don't know what he's going to do on any given play, and that requires a lot of concentration, but also just because he's really funny and hilarious, and he's got his Scottish brogue and temperament that you just try and get in with the vibe a little bit, and it's always a blast.
Yeah, John, I've known him for many, many years, a fixture of the Pacific Northwest hobby out of Vancouver as well. To your point, Ed, I have heard him described as chaotic, as difficult to read. You never know quite what he's thinking. But like you say, if you can get into that zone with him, he's a fantastic ally. You just have to match the vibes, as the kids would say.
It's
So,
really frustrating. I mean, for people that sometimes it's like, oh well, no, he knows what he's doing. You just have to figure out what he is doing. That's the
yes.
challenge.
Yes.
Yeah, I think 100% you nailed it there. And I have had fantastic alliances and games with John over the many years we played together. So I'll be interested to see how that meshes with some of these players who hasn't played with quite as often and how they react to that kind of personality. I mean, we have personalities here, right? Craig Mayer is a personality. Jason Massbaum is a personality. So watching all of these come together in this mixing pot of a tournament will be really interesting for me. Okay. So with that said, I'm not going to go through the entire player list. We'll get introduced to them throughout the games. We've got 4 rounds in board 1, 4 boards in round 1, 4 boards in round 2, and 3 in the final round, which is possibly still wrapping up. It was right before the broadcast, so we'll see how that plays. But first, we will say goodbye to Karthik for a game and keep Ed and Patrick on stream. Let me pull it up for you.
We can just keep Karthik there for the whole afternoon, right?
Oh, that was actually the plan. Until I call him in when he's left his desk, and I'm like, Karthik, where were you? We needed you. No. All right. So in round 1, board 1, give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up the board name, which did not get into the Dipcast. This board is called Ferengi. So usually every year at Cascadia, there is a theme to the board names. I'm smelling it already and what it might be, but we will see as we go along. In
Deep Space
Austria,
Nine.
exactly.
Come on, Star Trek. I know but the rules of acquisition. I'm very
I don't
excited that I
know.
got this board.
Maybe they're doing something cutesy and it's going to be like a fake out. It's going to be something else, and probably not. We have had sci-fi themes in the past, so this fits very much with the organizers' interests and whatnot. So here we've got in Austria, Eldor. In England, the aforementioned Doug Moore, who I guess has won a couple of things, once or twice. 2-time world champion Doug Moore, if you aren't familiar. In France, the famous John Jameson. In Germany, Ryan Egley. Italy, Liam Stokes, who we spoke on. Russia is Gabe. And Turkey, my personal favorite player in the hobby, Jason Massbaum. So Ed, I think there are some interesting matchups here. What are you looking forward to?
Looking at the West, because Doug and John surely know each other, and so I'm interested to see how that goes. And then in the East, with Jason is Turkey, but Liam is Italy and Elle is Austria. and Gabe is Russia. There, I'm sensing a lot of chaos. To me, the game is going to be which side resolves quicker.
Yeah.
Between
That's
Liam
been
being a bit of a chaos agent at times and Jason being something of a Trekkie, I wouldn't be surprised if that and the name of the board gave him some power in this board, especially since he had a really solid Turkish board top at round one of BlazeCon. So he knows how to play this situation.
Yeah. All right. So without further ado, let us jump right into it. Patrick, we'll stick with you for Spring of 01.
All right, as expected, we do have at least one interesting opening on this board. The West is pretty standard, classic for the most part. Germany, England, totally neutral. France notably does not go to Burgundy, but that isn't always indicative of much. But in the East, wow. So we have Italy actually opening very neutral as well, but Russia does not go to Galicia. They go from Moscow to Sev, which is sort of the insurance against Turkey opening, leaves you free to support to Romania and cover Sev in the fall. And yes, Turkey did go to Armenia, so perhaps to some extent, Gabe's instincts to do that were correct. But also, Austria seems to be in on it, as L goes directly to Romania and to Galicia. So if there was an agreed upon DMZ there isn't anymore. So early AT cooperation here. I'm especially interested to see how Liam reacts to that if he didn't know about it already.
All right. We'll push right through into the fall, and I think I'll stick with one of you for each year. So Patrick, take us through.
Wow, that's how Liam reacts to it. Taking Trieste and convoying to Albania in fall of 1901. Now, as much as I hate to give flowers to this particular person for anything, Darcy Morris has popularized this move significantly, first in the speedboat scene, and then more recently taking it into virtual whenever he can, and maybe once or twice in Australian tournaments. So this is his thing, and Liam, I'm not surprised that Liam likes the idea of it. This is a fast way to sort of get growth on your own. And pitch an IT to Jason, and it's a very powerful IT position as well if Jason wants to do that. It's just a question of which side of the AI war he'll take here. And then in the West, Gabe is let into Sweden, so there is a little bit of a silver lining to this turn for him at the very least. England also takes Belgium with French support. So are we on EF watch? I don't know. Since Germany didn't contest Belgium anyway, it might just be a gesture here to get some English goodwill and prevent an EG. We'll see.
So,
all right. Oh, go ahead, Ed.
I find it. I guess I find it somewhat curious that Bulgaria supported Albania into Greece. So I'm looking at that relationship there. As cool as what El did by going to Galicia and Romania, you almost never see Serbia, as Karthik has actually said, is the crown jewel of dominance for Austria, and not getting it in 1901. And now with an Italian problem, is going to really struggle here. So whether Jason does an IT or not, despite that supporter, is what I'll be looking for. And I do think it's an EF in the West.
Okay. Well, speaking of the West, we've got everyone with 2 builds each in England, France, and Germany. The Italians, the Austrians, the Turks, and the Russians all get 1 build each. I think it's a bit early. I'm just going to show the builds, and then we can talk about them briefly. We get Fleet Eddie, Army London from Doug Moore in England, Army Fleet from John Jameson in France with the Southern Fleet in Marseille, Fleet Venice from Liam in Italy, Army Khan from Jason in Turkey, and a Northern Army from Gabe in Russia. Any surprises?
An IT. You don't build Fleet Venice if you're not intent on working with Turkey, and Turkey doesn't build a fleet. So that, I think, we know as sort of an IT versus, I guess, an AR now at this point. Does L have to give up Romania to Russia here, or I don't know. I don't think that can happen. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we don't even know if Russia and Austria are capable of working together yet, given how their relationship started off. So a lot of unknowns there.
Yeah. All right. So Ed, this is your year. What do you see in spring of 02?
Well, I'm looking at that fleet build Marseille now going into Lyon, coupled with Portugal to Spain, pretty threatening to Italy here. Even though Mid-Atlantic would have been somewhat just as threatening, it looks worse from this perspective. Meanwhile, we do see England and Doug, maybe it's a Western triple, just go full in on the Barents Sea, convoys Belgium to Norway. Usually Germany would get 3 builds in a Western triple, but we don't see here. Doug's always keeping his options open. This is a good series of moves for him, I think, de-escalating in some way. Meanwhile, in the East, yeah, well, Munich to Tyrolia is another sign of a Western triple. We see the bounce in Tyrolia, the fleet going to Adriatic, and Russia losing Sev to the army here, helped by Austria. So maybe my AT predictions are wrong. Maybe it's an IAT now. Maybe we know, who knows, but it's really good for Jason getting into Serbia, getting that crown jewel, getting into Bulgaria, getting into Sev, and the army's already in the Balkans with seemingly no Italian threat and can't be an Italian threat right now. Really good for Jason.
Yeah, the great thing about Jason's position right now is that this Western triple attack has kind of waved off any need for him to really declare who he's working with between Austria and Italy. He can just kind of pay lip service to both while they deal with their own problems. So again, everything's sort of falling into Jason's hands right now. It is kind of a risky bet to do a Western triple when Turkey's off to this good of a start. I mean, that was visible in 01. But at the same time, you know, going back to what Ed was wondering about Germany not getting 3 builds, I'm kind of going off the assumption here at the moment that Ryan is perhaps a newer player because I don't recognize his name. So it's possible that Doug was able to convince him of that deal for that reason, that maybe he doesn't know that's the convention for Germany in this situation. But yeah, if this seems like more of a we want to do an EF but don't want to kill the new player kind of Western triple, then this is what's best for our growth Western triple, and that might come back to bite them later.
Yeah, and for viewers who aren't as familiar with Doug Moore, since we don't see him on Gameday Live very often, two-time world champion, sort of hobby-proclaimed Germany expert. And so when someone like Doug comes to you in Germany and says, this is what I would do as Germany, especially newer players and people who aren't as confident about what they're doing tend to listen to him. And we'll see if Doug wants to stick with Ryan or whether it's turning into something else. So without further ado,
I can't stress
Ed.
that point. I can't stress that point enough about Doug. Just so players like, I mean, if the players are the pieces, when you play with Doug, and I have limited experience doing so, he offers himself as a resource to others. And
100%.
that is so endearing and charming. Of course, he's got a grand plan that's going on, but it is so helpful. And he has such a good way of doing it. And he's so confident. You know, when you talk to people who are confident in what they're doing, you got to do this. It's obvious. You know, like maybe we should do this. No, you got to do this. You know, and you buy into it.
You do. It helps because, you know, that kind of confidence on a board when more experienced players come to you with that can go one of two ways. Either they endear themselves to you so much and feel like a mentor. Doug Moore has it. Eddie Brisson has it. You know, so many players in this hobby. Or it can come across as like cocky and sort of condescending. Doug is definitely in the former category. He's a charismatic, pleasant person to talk to. You want to spend more time with him and you're like, oh, sure, that makes sense. And then suddenly halfway through the game, you're just like, what happened? And then he explains it to you like, oh, well, see, it wasn't really your fault and it wasn't really my fault, but I just had to. So
there are times where he can overstep the line in the moment and start to be a bit more authoritative in the more aggressive way, but that's usually when he's doing poorly and already kind of backed into a corner. And he's not doing poorly or backed into a corner here. So I have no doubt that his charisma is really working at full strength in this moment.
So speaking of, Ed, tell us what happens.
Great series of French moves here, going into Tuscany and Western Med. Italy sees the threat. There is no IT. That I know, you know, with Turkey now into an Austrian home center, this which Liam disbands, helped by Austria into that home center. So Jason's already got Janissary #1 here. Maybe it's Janissary #2. Who knows if Liam agreed to do that? It's difficult to know. And then notice that, I mean, Doug couldn't take, as I look at Doug's moves, here's what I think. Doug couldn't take anything, and he knew that, and he still preserves his position on everything where he's at. He's fine with this. This is not a problem.
Agreed.
Yeah.
If
I think
Turkey's
that
going well, England might go well.
Well, usually when one of the witches, and if any of the viewers are confused when we use the term the witches, those refer to the corner powers, England and Turkey. Usually them doing well signals well for each other. because they're coming at it from opposite sides of the board. So unless there's something really odd happening in the middle or somewhere else, it's not surprising to see Doug in a solid position alongside Jason and Turkey. Stellar year for Jason and Turkey with 2 builds. The Russian has to pull 1 for losing Sevastopol and not keeping Sweden. And then the German gets 1 build, as well as the Italian. So we'll talk through them quickly. Ed, any surprises from you on this? A lot of fleets.
Doug doesn't like that fleet. I'm going to tell you that right now.
No,
That
he does
is
not.
not what you want to see is England in a Western triple. But I actually think it's not a bad build for Germany here to live in the long term, to de-escalate a little bit. Like, why does Germany want to, kill Russia right now? But that does signal something. Serbia being neutral is obviously out there. You don't see that very often as we head into 1903. 2 fleets suggest that the AT will continue to work there. Fleet Rome also suggests that Liam is thrown in with Turkey here. And so it's looking really, really good for Jason just on the builds.
Yeah, I will say, I feel like as weird as the combination of Turkish Trieste and neutral Serbia is at the end of 02, I don't think I've ever seen that before. It feels like kind of the only solution that lets L not be a janissary to Turkey for the rest of the game, right? Because if Turkey does get Serbia, then Jason has the 2 builds, and he's still got those 2 armies behind you, and it's hard to move them forward and make them play an active role in the defense instead of just being there to stab you when he wants. At least this way, that army can get pushed through to Tyrolia now, and it's being used actively, and then Austria can come in behind and take Trieste back later once Jason gets something else and take Serbia. So it's actually a much more even alliance situation because they did that, even though it looks incredibly weird just in a vacuum.
Yeah. What I'll be watching moving forward, and we'll get to it in just a moment, is are Liam and Elle janissarying for Jason with the threat of that Western triple on the other side, but contrast that with the Fleet Kiel build. So speaking of, what does Fleet Kiel do, Patrick?
It goes to Holland and is apparently part of a stab on France, maybe? I'm very confused about this. There's also the relief of pressure on St. Pete, Norway going to Sweden, Channel. Yeah, a German fleet build somehow solidified an EG, maybe EGR is what I'm seeing. God, I don't think I've ever seen that before. We'll have to just keep monitoring that. But in the meantime, Germany has secured French support into Venice, so clearly that build was enough to convince John that he was still on side, regardless of how long Ryan may or may not have been talking to Doug this turn. And then Austria goes to Tyrolia to try and counterattack there. Interesting that Munich doesn't follow through to Tyrolia, but actually, I guess that makes sense if you want to stay in position for an attack on Burgundy instead. Austria also goes to Galicia, so Elle, even though she doesn't have as many armies as she'd probably like at this point compared to Turkey, she's at least putting them in useful positions. We also see Greece moving to Albania, so perhaps a little bit of uncertainty there in that case about what Liam was going to do. Maybe there was an agreement to blow it up and rebuild it, or try to rebuild it, or not, because Liam's convoying it back to Apulia. Interesting. It's probably smarter to convoy it back to Apulia anyway, because now you have the much easier retake on Venice with that extra unit there. So that makes sense. But the question is, who are they going to agree to give Venice to? I'm not convinced that Liam is going to have the diplomatic capital necessary to argue that he should be back in there right now. Those 3 fleets are what's useful to the AT long term, not as much the army. So maybe they see that as expendable. We'll see. And then Russia doing exactly what you'd expect Russia to do in this situation, just trying to hold that line as best they can while the West walks away.
Yeah, and I will call one last thing out before we move on. The French moves where Brest goes to Burgundy and Marseille goes to Picardy. I do believe I have the background knowledge that Chris Brand was called to read John Jameson's orders and make a ruling on what they said. I don't think this storyline is over yet, so I'm not going to give the full information until we get there, but keep that in mind as we go.
I got one comment. I think this is a setup on Germany. I still think Doug cannot be happy with the fleet in Kiel. No, England wants to see 3 fleets. This is the way to get Germany in the position you want to then try and snag something. But also, Germany didn't go to Burgundy here. So that was, I don't know what's happening. I'd be curious to see.
Sweden is a much easier English center to hold in this position than Belgium, for sure. So in that sense, yeah, Doug's getting a good deal for a potential move later.
Yeah, and per John Jameson in the comments, the Marseille to Picardy was a deliberate misorder. So we do have that confirmation.
The most plausible way
Yep.
The most plausible way to misorder Marseille to Piedmont. Yeah. And then
I mean,
in the fall, of course, you would never be fooled by that, Shimon. But
no, never.
in the fall, we've got Austria putting Turkey into Ionian in the east, so pretty expected follow through there. So Austria is losing Greece to Aegean because that had to be covered somehow, said Jason. Sorry, L. And yes, I do have to take it. Just so you know, I can't self-bounce in it. That's too risky. But in exchange, Jason does put L into does help put L into Warsaw and Venice. So she is actually building here. Go L. Great job. I really love that. Liam naturally is not getting put back into Venice because he's just not part of the AT's plan anymore now that France is seemingly under fire, which again makes sense. Good pivot there. Liam seems more interested at the moment in perhaps going west to punish France for their impudence throughout the game rather than pure self-defense on all fronts, perhaps knowing that the boot is indefensible in the long term. We'll see if I'm proven correct on that later. But in the meantime, we also have Western moves to look at, and we see Germany going to Picardy. So it seems like the plan was maybe to keep Belgium English if Germany could get through to Picardy, but that doesn't happen in the end. It's bounced. Burgundy is also not forced. This is why you need to build that army in Kiel to go to Ruhr, but hey, maybe that would have tipped off John. We don't know. So not going to harp too much on that. And then the attack on Denmark, I don't really read too much into that. That just seems like a way to make sure the German fleets aren't doing anything nefarious, although they still could have done something nefarious here by Denmark supporting Holland and North Sea. But we just will ignore that possibility. It's an alliance hygiene thing more than anything, I'd say, although it does still show a very good position for England at the moment.
All right. So with that said, we'll push straight into the winter. So for the builds, we've got a build each from the Austrian and the German. The Austrian rebuilding some. That's lovely for them, actually, for L. A disband each for Italy and Russia, and 2 more builds for the Turkish Jason mass bomb. First thoughts?
This has got to be an army in Germany. I'd go fleet army if I was Turkey.
L is actually getting bigger here, not rebuilding. So again, shout out to
thank
L.
you.
Great job for the position. But yeah, Army Vienna from her, obviously. And then for Turkey,
Sorry.
well, Army Complete Smyrna. But I mean, there's an argument to waive here. What exactly do you need? What is the threat to you that exists right now that you can't deal with your current units? But nothing wrong with putting the units down if everyone's okay with it. So
yeah. I'm trying to recall. I know I've played with Jason a lot over the years. I don't feel like he's one to opt for waves very often in my memory. Anyone in the comments who wants to correct me, feel free. All right, Ed, what happens in spring?
I'm looking at Jason because the position is just amazing and it speaks to a pretty high board top here, but convoying to Romania, which I think is probably getting sold as a pass-through of some sort. Maybe it goes through, maybe it doesn't. Gets into Tunis, clearly with the support or the agreement of Liam here, who gets into Mid-Atlantic. So it looks like Jason has 2 Janissaries. That's like pretty awesome. And they have room to grow. And they will. They disband the fleet. It's all coordinated at this level. And then, yeah, it is an attack of England and Germany. I thought it was before. It is now. Denmark is gone with the fleet disbanding, which may be what Doug said. This is what you're going to have to do for us to have a path forward. I do find it. I mean, I guess John felt like he had to cover Brest in this situation, but losing the Mid-Atlantic is probably worse than losing Brest to Doug, to be honest with you. If I'm John, I don't think I let Italy do that, but maybe Liam will just plow it forward into North Atlantic or something.
Yeah. Ryan is really an enigma to me right now because on the one hand, you've got this amazing play to support France to Tyrolia, which speaks to a great awareness of what the East is doing and what your threat is on that side. And perhaps a hint that you might be needing to work with France now because you sniff out the attack on England. But then Helgoland holds or is misordered. It's just, I feel like half of what Ryan does feels very smart and indicative of experience, and the other half suggests that he's a new player, which again is okay. I mean, if he's new, that means he's learning with every turn. So, but also I think Jason's still in full alliance mode here, given the fact that first of all he blew up Albania from Serbia rather than Greece, so waiving that option to take Budapest guaranteed. Well, he still can't do it guaranteed, but he doesn't have as many armies next to Austrian centers now. Whereas if he blew it up with the fleet, then he'd still be next to Budapest with that, and he could go to Adriatic, give him a play on Venice, etc. I mean, everything, all of Jason's neighbors are doing exactly what Jason wants right now. So why not just move Rome through to Galicia and put pressure on Germany instead? It's great.
Yeah. No, you love to see it. What I would be curious about, and we can only suppose as to this side of it, is what the negotiations in the West are like. Because, like you said, Patrick, this sort of like back and forth with we don't know Ryan very well, and knowing both the personalities of Doug and John, maybe trying that push and pull to get what they want out of that sphere of the board is leading to a little bit of chaos. So with that said, Ed, I think we're still with you. So what happens in the fall?
Oh, Patrick, thinking that some things aren't guaranteed. That would assume Elle would be defending her centers, which she does not. Clearly thinking Elle's going to get into Moscow. Too bad. So sad. That doesn't happen. Instead, Jason takes Vienna, Budapest, and Romania. Hard to fault that if you had to go after one neighbor. I think that this is a good play for Jason. Also staying in Tunis. This is all sort of fantastic. Now the West may actually have to really cohere at this point because nobody there would want this unstoppable or top keep going.
I think this is kind of a mistake for Jason to do, though, because first of all, the obvious is he's taken 4 centers and only has 3 home centers to build in. So that's one thing. But also,
what a problem. Oh,
why not? But also, hold on. Why,
he has to waive a build.
Why not settle for Vienna and Budapest, take Rum for later, put Elle into Moscow because you want to make sure Russia has, 0 agency left in the south, remove that variable. And then you still have 3 builds. You still have the position to take the rest of Elle's centers. And yeah, he didn't, it's not a bad move for sure. Like he's got the best position of anybody by a country mile, but he could have maximized it even more, I think, if he showed a little bit more restraint on this one turn before fully dropping the hammer.
Okay, this game is called Ferengi. We're going by the rules of acquisition. One of them here is never place friendship above profit. And I think that's what Jason followed this rule of acquisition.
Wow. It's just, Jason's 12 centers to the next power, which is Doug Moore in England on 6, is just wild to me. So we'll see how that plays out. I did get a little information behind the scenes from our tournament director, Chris Brand, who has let us know that Ryan has played diplomacy before, but this is his first face-to-face tournament.
Okay.
So that gives us some context on that.
Yeah. So he's made himself somewhat indispensable now.
That explains, he's had some really good moments. So, and I think he's still a very important part of this game. And the retreat off the board of Denmark is something we sort of missed earlier, but that will be very important as well as a bargaining chip. Or I assume he had a conversation with Doug about, hey, walk out of Denmark so I can rebuild an army and deal with Turkey. But it has not happened so far. So we'll see how that evolves.
And I'll jump right through to the builds in just a second, but I did also get from Chris Brand that they are watching us live from the tournament floor. So wave, say hello, everyone. Hope you're enjoying Cascadia. All right, 04 builds. Doug Moore puts down a Northern Fleet in Eddy. Jason puts down 3 units, 2 armies, and a fleet in Smyrna. And we get some disbands in Warsaw and Tuscany.
I don't know if he needed that many armies. I would have built 2 fleets as Turkey, but
you would put a fleet in Con?
Or anchor and move to black or something like that, just to but yeah, either way, I think another fleet would be useful. Oh, he's got the Albanian one. I didn't notice that, so maybe not.
Oh yeah, it's hiding there in Albania
in the bed. Yeah.
All right, Patrick, we are back to you for Spring of 05.
Okay, how much of a response is there to Turkey? There is no response to Turkey, pretty much. Austria and Russia do not appear to be working together that much. As Ukraine goes to Warsaw, Moscow to Ukraine, but St. Pete does not follow through to Moscow. It's like, is this a play to take back Warsaw? If so, it won't work now, but I guess we'll see. In the meantime, Jason's just slowly advancing, taking Naples, getting in position to take Venice, which is now guaranteed. Liam seems to be making a token effort to slow him down with the bounds of the Tyrrhenian Sea, but it's not going to matter that much in the long term. Rome is still completely lost as of 1906. So I assume we'll be saying goodbye to Elle pretty soon in this game, unless she can get on the same page as probably Germany and Russia at this point. Is what would be necessary. Meanwhile, speaking of Germany, they're not having a great time. They made the Common adjacency mistake of thinking that Baltic is adjacent to Helgoland because of the Kiel Canal. It is not. You have to go through Kiel. So
Yeah.
Baltic remains in a sort of not useful position, except to block this move to Denmark to Baltic from Doug, which was probably a little optimistic. And in the meantime, he also loses Holland to John. So John's still thinking, yeah, Germany's armies could help contain Turkey, but I feel like those armies would be more useful if they were mine. So sorry, Ryan. Which is honestly not a bad way to think at this point.
I mean, not at all. All right,
As long as he
right
has
into
enough
the
for forward line.
fall. What happens with it, Patrick?
Yeah. And he will have enough units to form a line against Turkey on his own with England because he's getting Munich. And he's keeping Holland and supporting England into Kiel. And Germany's convoying England into Berlin.
Oh.
Okay. So Ryan has decided, all right, I'm done. I get it. You guys want my dot, so I won't make it too difficult. I'll go to the bar. Good game, guys. And wow. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ryan. You hate to see that. Always.
Yeah.
But bad news for Turkey, as Austria and Russia have actually gotten on the same page, as a matter of fact, and they're holding the Moscow-Warsaw-Ukraine line. And it is entirely possible that they could seal up the Moscow-Warsaw-Ukraine line with that Austrian army in Bohemia going up to Silesia, and perhaps, or even helping England there. So the window for further growth for Jason past the boot is actually closing quite rapidly. So no real threat of a solo here. If Warsaw and Moscow won't fall, then Iberia definitely won't, especially with the French-Italian cooperation now, as both of Liam's fleets stay on the board, presumably by consent. John's in the chat, so he can correct me if I'm wrong, but that does seem like an agreement to just keep as much force down there as possible in the short term, which I really like.
Yeah, and if anyone knows how to set up...
I mean, but I was going to say the one thing is it's a bit of a failure of imagination from Jason. And I'm not saying Jason made a mistake, but I am saying if Germany is giving away dots and you know that in your diplomacy, I would be saying, especially since look, it's Bohemia that's supporting France into Munich here. So there's some tension. I'm like, dude, you're going down. How about supporting me into Warsaw? Like, if you're going to do that, and that could really have helped, on this board for him. But I mean, either way, he should be able to get a good board top here.
All right, John Jameson in the comments, I believe to you, Patrick, says correct.
Wonderful.
Right.
And Karthik actually pointing out something here in our little side chat that actually Ryan's motivation here isn't really to just make the EF's job easier as much as it is to punish John, because you notice he did contest Munich, but helped England into Berlin. It didn't work, but that speaks better to Ryan's actual priorities there. So makes sense. Again, sorry, Ryan, sucks to go out like that, but we move on.
Yeah, and so good game, Ryan. Nice to see you. Hope to see you for the next 2 rounds as well. But we're going to push forward with double armies from Doug Moore in England, an army in Paris from John in France. L is disbanding the army in Rome, and another 3 builds from Jason Massbaum in Turkey, the same double army and fleet Smyrna. So let's push it forward. And Ed, what does Jason do with those 14 units he's got on the board?
He's just going to make sure he can get everything that he can, plus Rome. I've tried to work with Russia here, but Russia didn't take the bait, which I think is smart. Russia could have lost Ukraine, didn't push for Ukraine there. No, I guess it couldn't have taken Ukraine. Meanwhile, Doug is sort of racing to the line. It's clearly everyone just wants to make sure that Jason doesn't get a solo here. Jason can't get a solo unless he's in St. Petersburg or Munich. St. Petersburg, Munich, or St. Petersburg and Marseille. I don't think either of those is going to happen. He can't even get into Warsaw. So that's, I expect we'll see a draw soon or a stab EF, which is what Jason wants.
Yeah,
I agree.
The board is pretty much fully stalemated now between the 4 fleets in the Med from Jason and the EF armies coming to fill the void next to Warsaw. So I expect to see a draw here. Probably not in the fall because Jason can still easily just take Rome to pad his score out a bit more. But any risk of him being rolled back by losing Tunis, perhaps, has been fully quashed with this turn.
Yeah, and if anyone knows how to set up the stalemate line, I know for sure that Doug and John Jameson can do it well, can do it quickly and as efficiently as possible. I don't know that I've had the honor of watching Liam race to a stalemate line, but I know he has the skill for it. So between the 3 of them, they can stop Jason in a solo shot. So speaking of...
Yeah, I would just say this is more movement toward the line and for Jason to take Rome here in the fault. Or I guess he didn't take Rome. He could have, but
No.
for some reason, but didn't do it. I think it's headed towards Draw City.
Agreed. I think I will just push us straight through.
Interesting to
so
note that Galicia, on that last turn, Galicia tried to support Ukraine into Warsaw, but he didn't take Rome. So I don't know what the story there is.
my
He
guess
wants to-
is he was
He wants to help
afraid of
Russia kill
losing
L, but he doesn't want to
Turanian.
kill L himself.
Yeah.
He can just take.
All
his
right. There were no
Venice, though,
builds in the winter. Patrick, what happens in spring of 07?
Okay, now he does it. He's just taking a much more roundabout approach to the same conclusion here, to minimize the risk of a convoy to Tuscany or something like that, which I guess makes sense, or a move to Tuscany in general. So he's going to take Rome now, and that line is fully locked up. Yeah, Trieste is it's.
I mean,
It's
look,
not
you can look at
fully,
this
but
position.
There are guesses.
But for what purpose, right? Like
Trieste has to guess between holding Venice and Vienna. No, Rome. Yeah, Rome's there. Never mind. Yeah, it's fully.
I guess I didn't ask you, Siobhan, when does the game end under the rules?
I would need to look that up, and since Chris Brand is watching, if he could drop me that info behind the scenes, I would be much appreciative. I don't remember year limits in years past when I've been to Cascadia. I know round 3 for sure has a time limit because they got to get 2 awards and get everyone to the airport. But I think they can play as long as they want. Chris, please confirm that for me. All right, so 1907. Anything surprising here, Patrick?
Actually, yes. England has decided, no, I don't want to hold this stalemate line with a bunch of different small powers. I'd rather have those centers myself. So I'm going to take Warsaw.
I think Doug's been vetoing the draws. I think he's been vetoing the draws.
Yeah, maybe. At a turn where conveniently Turkey did not put 3 on Ukraine. So I don't know if that's luck or negotiation on Doug's part, but good job either way. He takes St. Pete as well. So Russia will have a disband here, but that's okay because Moscow is going to be guaranteed. And then at that point, I think he has the armies he needs to hold that line with both Moscow and Warsaw. Just looking at it. Yeah, he does. He does. So that's a nice little score pad there for Doug Moore. Very well done.
Yeah.
And sorry, El.
I mean, so orders in the box. We've got a build from Jason in Turkey and a disband for Gabe. I'll push right through to it. So Gabe, and 2 builds from Doug Moore in England, who puts down 2 armies. Gabe disbands his army in Ukraine, and Jason puts down another fleet, Smyrna.
I wonder if John just goes for Spain here. No, he did. Okay,
No.
game over.
Yep. I mean, do you think John should have?
No, this is the right result.
Yeah.
He can't replace the Italian fleets quickly enough to prevent that immediate Turkish onslaught. Like Jason is fully in position to punish any sort of French-Italian discord here. And props to Liam for eking out a survival across the stalemate line while El tried to help Jason out and ultimately paid the price for it.
And props to Gabe for living. That was pretty impressive.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nothing went right for him in this game. And normally as Russia, that means like a death by 1904 or 05, but he figured it out. He made himself useful, so that's a really good game from him as well.
All right, so I will say as we wrap this one up, fantastic round 1 game, especially from Jason Massbaum. As we spoke
great
at the top of the
score in
stream.
round 1 for Jason. Great score.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But will it put a target on his back?
Quite possibly.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out. But with game 1 over, we are going to say goodbye to Ed for now as we add Karthik back to the stage. So Ed, we'll see you again for game 3. All right, I'm just going to jump right into the next game if you guys are ready for it. And that is round 1, board 2. All right, so let me pull up. The name of this one is Kzinti? Kzinti. Okay. I can see that it's not just DS9 theme as we move forward. So we're going to branch out into some other stuff as we go forward. So apologies if I've butchered a good sci-fi term, but I do my best. So actually, before we jump to the map, let's talk about the players. And I am going to butcher this name. I apologize in advance. Some new names for us, at least on this stream. Vahe is in Austria from Vancouver, newer player to me. England is Kira Olsen, another staple of the Pacific Northwest hobby, mostly face-to-face. In France, we have Sabia Huja. Germany is Andrew Zick out of Seattle. In Italy, we've got Narek. I'm just going to say Narek. Russia, we've got Emmett Wainwright. And in Turkey, Zoe Cameron. Welcome back, Karthik. What jumps out at you?
So I think this will be a very fun board for a variety of reasons. One, very cool to have an Australian coming to a non-DEFCON American tournament. So thank you, Zoe Cameron, for appearing. You seem to have a few players that I'm unfamiliar with Narek and Vahe. And then we have some old school, like, Cascadians like Kira here, and then some newer school ones like Andrew here. So going to be a very, very fun board, and also Sibi playing as well. So, and Emmett from Denver. So it's going to be a really, really fun board. A lot of different characters from different parts of the world and different times. So it'll be very, very fun to see that dynamic occur.
Yeah. One of the weaknesses, if you can call it that, of Cascadia as a tournament is that its local hobby isn't quite as big as a lot of other tournaments like Whipping, Weaselmoot, DixieCon, right? But they do have some local players, and I met both Vai and Narek last year when I went, and Narek, I believe, plays virtual as well. They're fun guys for sure. I think they'll bring something to this board. And then the relationship between Sabi and Andrew is going to be interesting because I know they're great friends off the board, but I forget how they really are on the board because Sabi almost never plays.
Yep. And, for Kira, who I know for many years playing with her, good diplomacy player, like I said, strictly in the face-to-face hobby, plays usually only at Cascadia every year, has come to Whipping in the past. I don't think she made it last year for Worlds, but I'd have to go back and check the player list. So I'm really interested in that Western dynamic and how those personalities are going to match up. So speaking of, since we just brought you back to stream, Karthik, why don't you get us kicked off in 1901?
Happy to. So spring 1901 in the north is very fun because you have a bounce in the English Channel. I'm not sure if that was arranged or if Sabi just sniffed it out. Sabi's putting incredible trust in Andrew here, going with the classic Gascony slide, going Paris to Gascony, Marseille to Spain, presumably with the army then shuffling down to Portugal and Spain while Brest kicks out to the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Very, very strong position for the French and German alliance to be in, presuming that Andrew chooses to go with it. In the east, we have Austria thinking it's a DMZ to Galicia, whereas Emmett just walks straight in. We have a bounce in the Black Sea, but no follow-on from Sierra to Khan, which leaves the ability for the fleet to rotate west. And then otherwise, yeah, standard opening from Italy. If we go to the fall.
Yep.
We see that the shuffle doesn't indeed occur. Sabi willingly lets Kira into the English Channel, presumably to allow a fleet in Brest to be built. Germany goes up 3. But has not tipped their hand yet which direction they intend to go. But the fact that they bounced Emmett out of Sweden suggests there's a possibility that Andrew chooses England here. Emmett makes some chaos for Austria after being let into Galicia, trying to go for Budapest. But Vahe wisely chooses to take the risk of sending Serbia to Budapest and thus is able to bounce him out of Budapest and keep Serbia as well while walking into Greece. If I was Turkey here, if I was Zoe, I'd be sending Bulgaria to Greece here, knowing that there's a chance that Serbia chooses not to take the risk and chooses not to support Albania to Greece, and therefore you can have some fun there.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say Italy chooses to convoy to Tunis, suggesting that probably an anti-Turkish bent.
Yeah, and so for any of you, the viewers that might be newer to this, if I'm Vahi in Austria, I am agonizing over what to do with Serbia in this moment. Like, is Galicia going to go to Budapest? Do I need to bounce it out? Am I risking losing Serbia? Am I going to get bounced in Greece? And luckily for Vahi, it seemed to work out all around. So well guessed. At some point, I'm the one in the corner with a quarter just flipping heads or tails. What should I do?
Yeah, exactly, because you have to guess what Russia's trying to do here, right? Does Galicia go for Vienna or Budapest? If so, Serbia sends Serbia up. Does Galicia go to Bohemia? In which case, you could look like a fool if you send Serbia to Vienna or Budapest. And then also, you probably don't get Greece because Turkey's trying to bounce you out of it. In this situation, I probably try to support myself into Greece and just roll the odds.
Hope for the best.
And hope for the best. But this time, Vahe comes up all Austria here. So
Yeah.
brilliant play by him.
Love it. So with that, Vahe in Austria gets 2 builds, does keep everything, including picking up the Serbia and Greece. The Italian gets 1 build for Zoe in Turkey, 1 for Emma in Russia, 3 for Andrew in Germany, 2 for Sabi in France, and 1 for the English. I'm just going to reveal them, Karthik. What jumps out at you?
Okay, so looking at these builds, they're mostly what you would expect to see in the East. And also in the West, we see the Fleet build in Liverpool, but we already knew that England and France are going to be at loggerheads this game. Germany, once again, no tip of the hand yet what they're going to do with the Fleet build in Kiel and the 2 army builds. I'm very, very curious to see what Andrew does in spring 1902.
Same. I love this for the Central Powers in general. I have to wonder what happened between Sabi and Kira to have them this quickly at odds.
Yeah.
I think they've played together before, but not very much. Again, because Kira is a Pacific Northwest player, so the place that they would have met likely would be a Cascadia previous.
Yes, it probably would have been Cascadia 2024 when they last played, if I had to guess.
Yeah. All right, so speaking of that curiosity, Patrick, tell us what happens in 02.
Yeah, so the hard-coded EG moves from 1901 have not come to pass, as the neutral German builds are actually not doing anything, as it turns out. Andrew self-bounces in Silesia, bounces in Helgoland while poking North Sea, which is maybe an anti-English move, but it could also be arranged just as easily. So a lot of unknowns still about what Andrew's real intentions are here. He still has the flexibility in the units to go in just about any direction, but he hasn't done it yet. So a bit of an enigma at the moment, but we know what France is doing. France is forcing English Channel, while Liverpool moves to Clyde instead of now or Irish Sea. I don't know if there was some kind of conversation between Sabi and Kira here, where maybe Kira got some hope that they can repair their relationship. Maybe she was spooked by the Fleet Keel build, but yeah, it feels like Kira doesn't really know her priorities here either. But the difference between Kira and Andrew is that Kira has already angered somebody, so that's not quite a sustainable a position for her. Meanwhile, in the East, we have the AI versus RT stuff that we kind of expected from the 1901 moves as well. So Italy attempts to go to a GNC. Turkey rebuffs that and, in fact, gets in herself. So good job to Zoe getting that guess right. It's much easier to not protect Eastern Med when you've already got that army in Syria. So kind of an educated guess from her. And then Galicia is forced as Russia protects Bulgaria with the tap on Serbia, but is going to find it harder to protect the rest of the centers now, with England potentially knocking at St. Pete and Warsaw to be covered as well. But at least, and Moscow can only cover one of those, so it's going to be perhaps the first real risk that Russia has to take in this game next turn.
Yeah, and I will say that the move to Clyde also surprised me from Kira, but Emmett Wainwright out of Colorado is on this board, and the Armada crew from Boulder, Denver area in Colorado are famed for their love of Clyde. So maybe Emmett was whispering something in Kira's ear and convinced her to go there. So Emmett, I see you. And on that, what does Clyde do, Patrick?
Clyde goes to Norwegian Sea, which is a great place for a fleet in Clyde to go. Very useful. So now Kira's in a bit more of a neutral position, and maybe she has worked something out with Sabi. It is certainly looking like she's now a bit more afraid of Andrew. I'm guessing the bounce in Helgoland was not arranged after all. It was an attempted attack from Andrew that Kira happened to sniff out in spring. Unfortunately, she's not so lucky this time. It looks like North cut Holland, and English supported Picardy to Belgium, but Picardy did not go there. So I am going to assume that was probably a misorder or just a late order writing thing. Gascony doesn't move either when you'd expect it to move to Burgundy if it's attacking Belgium. So either Sabi is sort of playing both sides here and not really committing against Germany on purpose and then selling it to England as a misorder, or it was genuine and now Sabi's lost some momentum for not much gain, which is a little unfortunate. But either way, still a very flexible position for France here. Not much pressure from any quarter, even with the Italian fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea. Speaking of Italy, they take Vienna. So it's not AI versus RT for very long. Italy's deciding, no, actually, I don't want to grind against a Turkey that's probably impregnable at this point. I would rather just take a build now and see what happens. I don't think this would be arranged with Vahi, to be honest. I feel like all the Austrian units are essential enough and to keep around, and an extra Italian unit can't really provide more value at this point from an AI perspective. So Yeah, I would expect some kind of reaction from Austria in 1903. And then Emmett gets Sweden as well, so he has some power to play in the north if he wants to.
Alrighty, straight on through to winter.
He does not want to.
Yeah, so we've got Emmett building army in Moscow, disband from Vahi in Austria and Albania, and a fleet in Naples build from the Italian. Right on through to spring. Karthik, what do you see?
Yeah, this was an odd choice, but I think one that will cause the AI to collapse tactically. I think the units that they had were much more important to be Austrian rather than Italian, given where the RT's attack and pressure is coming from here. And this does allow a take of Serbia here by the combined forces of Turkey and Russia there. So I think that was a big mistake. Once you lose Serbia and Russia is able to follow into Romania like they are, the AI is kind of cooked. And even worse, by virtue of not building an army in Venice, Italy's not really able to benefit from this either. In the north, we see sort of a reshuffling here where Germany seems to work with England in parts and then make a half-hearted stab at France. So I think it's likely that Germany gets a hold of Sweden here, or England gets a hold of Sweden, one of the two. But unfortunately for Kira, regardless of which one gets it, she'll probably be losing Liverpool. She's guaranteed to lose Liverpool here, and there's a chance she loses London if Denmark goes back and taps North Sea or something to that effect. So really, really rough position for England here. Really good position for France.
Also important to note that Germany has a guarantee on Warsaw here because that move to Serbia went through for Russia.
Yeah.
So a bit of a mixed blessing there for Emmett. But it does mean that if that unless Emmett and Kira start working together here, which they might, to be fair, but unless Kira is willing to risk using North Sea to help attack Denmark, then Germany is going to get a build here and get a ton of agency. So I think it's a good gamble from Andrew. It's risky, but I think it makes sense given what Sabi's doing right now.
Yep.
And then I eat my words immediately.
What is Sabi doing? Yeah, I mean, if English Channel supports Wales to London, which she should be comfortable doing, or if Wales supports English Channel to London, either which way, whichever way that Sabi wants to go, knowing that Denmark is topping North Sea, take it. Like, the support would have been cut if there was any support offered, in which case it's not. This is a supported convoy of Norway to Denmark. England would have been done for. And instead, now you have, you create pressure on Kira for 1904, but and from this position, why ask Andrew to tap Denmark in this case? Just in that case, just let Andrew support Denmark to hold. But on the plus side, at least for Andrew, despite losing Denmark, he does pick up Warsaw, as was guaranteed. And then we see in the south, Serbia gets taken back in order to allow Turkey to piff Greece and take it with the army. An interesting choice of trades. I don't know if I would have made it, but given the position, I guess I can see why it made sense to at least try it. This will give a lot of weird and wonky guesses for Austria and Italy going forward. But Serbia getting piffed does deflate some of that momentum, given the fact that Germany's coming hard at them from the west.
I think AI have a pretty solid chance here against Turkey if they stick together, but it's also probably better at this point for Italy to try and pivot to IT if he can convince Zoe to put one of those fleets back into Black Sea, because it's going to be slow going against a 5-center Turkey from here with no Russian help. And then this is really the thing. I agree with you about Sabi's moves, Karthik. This is always the thing about taking Liverpool with the fleet as France. It's so difficult to get that unit to another useful position after taking that center, right? It's just dead. It's just dead now because you'd rather take Liverpool with Wales because then you have that immediate pressure on Eddie, and then you can shuffle Irish into Wales, and then you've got all three units still actively pressuring English centers. And instead, you've got this awkward place now that can't do anything for the two turns.
Edinburgh is defendable by North Sea. You want Liverpool to move up to Clyde so that way it can threaten support, and then you have Yorkshire being able to support either Clyde to Edinburgh or English Channel to London in theory if you want the fleet to come over the top. I think that Liverpool is much less
No.
dead than people make it out to
If you
be.
take Liverpool with the army here and you put Irish into Wales, then you immediately force one of London or Eddie to fall next spring. You don't get that anymore with this move set. You get some guesses around
yes.
Eddie, but you don't get guaranteed progress in the same way that you
Correct,
would with
but then
the
you
fleet in
lose
an
the
actually
ability
useful
if you
position.
want to play in the north to keep playing in the north, right? Like, you would want that fleet potentially in Edinburgh to be able to slide up into Norwegian at some point and go over the top potentially. Whereas there's reasons to do both, is what I'm trying to get at.
That's not as important as securing London, though.
All right. Well, we could talk about this all day, but
Mhm.
we got 2 builds on the board. They're both fleets, one from Sabi in Brest and one from Zoe in Turkey, or in Smyrna for Turkey.
Mhm.
Are we back to Karthik, or is it Patrick's turn this time?
I believe I'm the even years.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So we do see no, we don't see a pivot to IT because Italy takes Greece, Turkey takes Serbia, but those are kind of two unrelated events ultimately. Budapest instead chooses to tap Romania. Oh, I guess it didn't matter because Russia is still helping Turkey actively rather than just moving back to Ukraine or something like that to try and retake Warsaw. So more bad news for Russia. It seems like the position is going to continue imploding as Austria gets into Ukraine. Italy falls through into Galicia. So great job by Bahi and Narek here to find a path where that Italian army in Vienna can continue to be useful on the front line instead of just sitting there and continuing to pose a worry to Austria. There are some issues for Italy, though, and their position, namely the French army in Piedmont. They can only cover that in the fall with a fleet, which is going to make Ionian more vulnerable. The only way they can cover it now is guaranteed by using Greece as a mover with Turanian support, which could create a guess around either Ionian or Greece falling, depending on how Narek chooses to approach that situation. So, actually, no, he'll just take the guarantee on Greece. That's much better. But either way, that means piffing an Italian fleet, and that's horrible news for Italy. And then in the West, we have Sabi, after being intentionally sabotaged by Karthik's horrible tactical advice, is going to be bogged down even more now that Eddie is convoyed into from Denmark, which is going to protect Eddie. Not guaranteed for one more turn.
Why did Yorkshire not support Belgium in if they're going to make the convoy attempt?
That's a good point, actually. I was about to touch on that because France tries to convoy Germany to London, but with no support. And it's another one of those situations like Fallout 2 where, Sabi, why didn't you move Picardy to Belgium when it made total sense with the rest of your move set? It just... Sabi, again, she doesn't play very often, right? So it's not surprising to see some genuine misorders or runnings out of time during order writing if that's the case. It's just very disappointing for what is otherwise an incredibly strong position.
Yeah, I mean, had Yorkshire gone to Edinburgh, the convoy fails. Edinburgh's guaranteed. Had they supported Belgium to London, it goes. Like, this is the only option that doesn't accomplish anything useful. Yeah.
All right. So let's see how that translates through into the fall. Take us through it.
And we still don't have any action on London because England braces the attack with the fleet while taking a jab at Liverpool, which is bounced. So, Sabi, this is what I'm saying. You need to take the movesets that will guarantee you some form of progress on the next turn. And Sabi just hasn't quite done that in this last year or two, despite making all the correct strategic decisions. And it's a real shame to see. Interesting gamble taken here by Narek. If we move over to the east, he doesn't actually cover Venice in the fall. Instead, chooses to cover Tuscany with Tyrrhenian Sea, thinking that France might do that for position, which is kind of smart in a vacuum. But at the same time, it makes Tunis a lot more vulnerable as Tyrrhenian actually gets into Tuscany. So now in the fall, Ionian is lost and Tunis has some pressure on it. So just everything kind of falling apart for Narek at once here, as it has already fallen apart for Emmett, who loses Romania this turn to Austria. So more great progress, at least from the AI. And honestly, if I were to take one position in the East here, besides Zoe, obviously, because Zoe's doing great, I'd have to say I think Austria is the second best in that theater right now, because of the lack of internal issues distracting them from their main task at hand. And that's really strange to see, but it's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
And yep, someone in the comments said the Clyde move, but I suppose it's just that bounce in Liverpool that we're talking about. All right, so in the winter, we see Fleet Trieste. Yes, Vahi. We can talk about whether we think that is smart or not in a moment. Army Con from Zoe, which I think is very smart right now. a Northern Army from Emmet in Russia, and Sabi disbands Army Eddie in Fleet Skag, and Fleet Kiel from Andrew in Germany.
I actually like the Fleet Trieste build here because Italy needs more fleets on the board to even try to deal with all these problems that he has coming from France and especially Turkey. And on top of that, Trieste to Adriatic and Albania to Venice. If France does walk into Venice this turn while you're doing other stuff with your fleets, then that's an easier retake as well, if you want to walk Albania through. And on top of that, it's extra play on Ionian, and an army in Trieste doesn't really get anywhere useful immediately. So there's actually a really solid argument for it. I don't know if I'd have had the gumption to do it in this situation, but yeah,
I think I would have built the army, and then as soon as it went down, immediately said, "Oh, it should have been a fleet." But all right, so back to Karthik for spring.
Well, I don't expect that this to be the way that London and Edinburgh fell. I was going to argue for a support into North Sea, but because of London trying to go to Wales, this allows basically everything to go Sabi's way for this turn and get both Edinburgh and London for themselves. In the east, we see just a standoff with Moscow and Warsaw trying to go at each other. Sorry, Livonia and Warsaw trying to go at each other with forces of 2. Nothing happens. And because of the way that these tactics were written by Germany, this allows Emmet to be able to make a defense of Sweden, whereas if Sweden was the force at this time, that would not have been the case. Very, very interesting choice of tactical maneuvering there. In the south, we see Albania and Serbia supporting Ionian to Greece with a force of 3, which is a brilliant tactical choice by them. It was basically the only way not to lose Ionian here, and they managed to make that happen. And kudos to Narek for doing what they did right here. This is a very aggressive move that is, I guess, designed to put France on the back foot here. I think it's a little bit late because of the fact that Sabi will be getting 2 builds, but if Sabi wasn't getting 2 builds, one could have been had there.
Oh, yeah.
I will say I'm a little disappointed that Andrew, of all people, would take that approach to the attack on Russia here, because I know he's a very savvy player tactically. Like the move here, if you see Russia as your main source of dots, is Baltic to Bothnia, Kiel to Baltic, right? Because then that forces them to cover St. Pete as well, and it gets you Sweden, regardless of what they do. And you're not getting towards Moscow unless Emmet makes a major flub, and Emmet doesn't really make major flubs like that. He's a very good player. But I guess at the very least, it does allow you to make a pitch like this in the fall on North Sea, because apparently that's happened.
Yeah, and I mean, North Sea you want to do here, and you have to have Kiel hold back in order to defend Holland from a retreat. So that makes perfect sense for me. It was more last move that was like an odd choice. Here we see in the south now Ionian gets forced with the help of the French. So Italy is in some really rough shape now. Italy does win the guess though on Spain and Marseille, opting to take Marseille, and which will cause them to be even build-wise vis-a-vis France. But because Italy slides Bohemia into Munich in a timely fashion, they pick up Munich. So this is another unfortunate setback, I think, for Andrew, but is really, really smart, gutsy defensive play by Italy against really, really tough odds.
Italy's building. How is Italy building out of that year?
Munich while losing.
Picked up Marseille and Munich.
I know, literally, Karthik, but how?
Sorry, we're just doing the math for you here, Patrick. No, it's honestly, Narek, like Karthik said, made some really bold choices this year, and that paid off for them. And, a lot of players, I don't know how much experience Narek has. They're a Vancouver local, so I don't know if it's house games. I believe we said that they've been to previous Cascadias. But that was actually kind of stunning to watch. And winning the guess on the Marseille-Spain just worked out in your favor. So well done. All right, so speaking of, Narek uses that build to put an army in Venice, while Sabi puts down double armies in Brest and Paris. All right, back to you, Patrick.
All right, so naturally, Germany has to respond quite strongly to the loss of Munich here, supporting France into Burgundy to help out with that. Prussia to Berlin, Warsaw to Silesia. So Russia's getting a lot of space here all of a sudden. Although, interestingly, Emmett does move back to St. Pete to cover that, which means Sweden is lost in the fall if Pixie is inclined in that direction. And it seems like he is. The FG is kind of hardening here as a result of this Italian interference with both of them. So, and that seems to be the case on both fronts. So I would expect attacks on Sweden and Norway here in addition to Munich. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the east, we've got Italian armies continuing to move back into position. Austria takes Vienna back as the cost of doing business with that convoy to Venice. Perhaps it'll move through to Galicia in the fall. We'll see. It might not even be able to, depending on what Russia does. And then we also see an Italian move to Western Med, which gives them the option to walk into Mao for free because London didn't move to Channel. That's a bit of a shame. Or it gives them the option to potentially grab Tunis back. So all of a sudden, lots of options here for Narek, even if it'll come at the cost of Marseille and Munich, since both of those are guaranteed.
Yeah. I will, before we move on, just real quick, you used one of the online handles instead of the name. Who is Pixie, Patrick?
Andrewzik.
Okay, just making sure for anyone who isn't aware, that is the name they play under online. All right, what happens in the fall?
In the fall, sure enough, Munich falls, as does Marseille. Although, interestingly, Italy decides, no, I don't want to do either of those super useful things with my fleets between Tunis and Mao. I'd rather make a failed attempt on Spain, which was always going to fail because this moveset is super safe from France. Good job, Sabi. So that's quite unfortunate for Italy. This turn could have ended a lot better for them. But as it stands, and I didn't even mention Turkey getting into Tyrrhenian as well. So as it stands, a surprisingly incredible 1905 for Italy with opportunities for more shenanigans in 06 has turned into complete and utter collapse incoming in 07 with Naples completely vulnerable, Vienna lost, Munich lost, Marseille lost. Yikes. Although I will say, Italy did accomplish one thing here that is just so special and so great and so wonderful. They made France retreat into Trieste, which is not good for them, but it is incredibly funny. So I will shout it out regardless. Good job, Narek. I love it.
Hey, if you accomplish nothing else this year, let's point that out.
Yeah. And then to sum up with the German and Russian border, Sweden does fall, but Andrew had to cover Kiel to prevent a retreat from Munich. So that's something I missed last time. But either way, also France, interestingly, does not support them into Norway. So perhaps there isn't as much of an anti-Russian consensus up there as I thought. But Russia takes Warsaw back and Romania, actually. So Emmett is building, and overall, his position is still better than it was a year ago, for sure, with the relief of German pressure. So good job, Emmett. He's been putting out a lot of fires constantly in this game, but somehow he's crawled back out of the grave like many good Russians managed to do.
I mean, Emmett is a very patient player, and that's just his personality in general. He's very not calculated. That seems like coded in something more sinister, but he can be very patient. He can wait for it to come around for him again, and I enjoy watching Emmett play quite a bit. So, all right. In the winter, Emmett gets his build with an army in Moscow. Vahi in Austria disbands Vienna. The Italian, Narek, disbanding 3, loses Western Med, Gulf of Lyon, and Burgundy. Brutal year for you. And then Sabi coming back and back and back again. Fleet in Brest, Army Paris. Love to see it. Karthik.
Yeah, so now Turkey decides to push on through Naples, continuing their assault. I was going to say that Serbia is guaranteed only if the French do not assist in trying to defend Serbia. Rather than even trying to help them defend, the French are actively helping Turkey into Serbia, which I think is all but going to guarantee a Turkish board top by the end of the game, unless Andrew can outrace them. So very, very complicated position for them to do so here. But with the pickup of Naples, good forward progress for them. Pick up Serbia, good forward progress for them. Greece can be taken whenever. Not really a big deal. Tunis potentially at risk as well, though hopefully Zoe won't repay the support into Serbia back with just an immediate taking of Tunis. On the north side of things, we see that finally Norway falls to the Germans. So despite the misorders last year around it, I guess they finally get it this time. And now it's just a shuffling of positions as the Germans move into the Baltic, allowing convoys and other shenanigans to occur.
Yeah. And do any of those shenanigans happen in fall?
No, the shenanigans do not happen because Baltic has to go back to Denmark and cover it. Even if they didn't, no armies were available to convoy because the armies moved down. By the same token, Albania tries to support Italy against Trieste, but I think there's confusion on which is the mover, which causes what otherwise could have succeeded to fail. Italy is given a retreat into Vienna by the Germans, which this time they choose to take. And it seems that now Austria is just as dead as the Italians are, as Naples supports Tyrrhenian Sea into Rome, ensuring that Zoe will be going up 3 this year with phenomenal attacking position. And with the German pressure on Russia in the north, who knows how able they will be to put pressure on Zoe in response in the south. But I think Andrew's smart enough to relieve some of that pressure pretty soon.
Yeah. Notice Sabi's campaign for the Jade Buddha Peace Prize last turn holding mostly everything. So really flexing those alliance player muscles now that she loves to boast about whenever they're on a board.
Yeah.
Ask me how I know.
We've all played a number of games with Sabi over the years. We know. All right. Just a couple of builds here, and then I'll take predictions for the rest of the game. Andrew in Germany is putting down 2, bringing him up to 8. Zoe in Turkey is growing 3, also at 8. Sabi remains consistent at the 10, and some disbands from Austria and Italy. So we'll take a look at the builds first, then take a look at the position. So we got a couple of armies from Germany, double army and a fleet from Zoe in Turkey, disbands in Vienna and Albania, and Skagerrak. We'll start with you, Patrick. Given the position of the board, what do you expect to see happen over the next few seasons?
I expect to see FGR sort of continue to grind down Turkey here. It seems like, especially with the move last turn towards the Balkans between Germany and Russia, they've worked out the differences at this point. The Skagerrak disband solidifies that. And Sabi, again, fine with running a good, efficient triple alliance. Has done so before, will do so plenty of times in the future. And Zoe doesn't really have a clear ally right now between anybody. Sure, Russia could still turn, like they could take Budapest here and then start pressuring Vienna. But even if they do that, Germany still has the sort of Damocles hanging over St. Petersburg. So it just makes a lot more sense for all involved here, unless Sabi wants to go for the huge result in round 1, which is not her style at all. It just makes sense for the 3 to continue through the Balkans and potentially through Turkey.
All right. Karthik, agree, disagree?
Let's see what we see in Spring 1908. I don't know whether or not Sabi's going to choose Zoe or Emmett here.
And the winner is, I love knowing when the games are going to end before you two, because I get to ask these questions. Yep. So are we disappointed that the game ended at this point?
Yes. If it's an alliance game at this point for France, Germany, and Russia, and you can continue pressing for more growth without really alienating more people, I think you go for it. Like, there's no reason not to just at least get Budapest, Vienna, Venice here, clean up those dots. They're completely indefensible for Austria and Italy. I get not wanting to do anything to Zoe. Like, there is an argument for that, but everyone could have gotten one more dot here and been even more happy. So why not go for that?
I think it was wise for Sabi to take the draw here, preserve the topping bonuses. The longer the game goes on, Andrew has stronger and stronger arguments to make for equalizing the scores there. This also helps them not have to make the decision whether to work with Emmett or to work with Zoe in the long run, preserve that diplomatic capital with them. If I'm Andrew here, I probably am trying to extend the game. I probably do want to try, and for the reasons why I said Sabi should go for it, should not go for it, Andrew should, because the longer this game goes on, the better the chances are that they can argue, hey, I should be on 10 as well, or maybe we should go up to 11-11 each. Emmett and Zoe, I think they should probably both take the draw here, because whichever one of them I think the West feels like is vetoing the draw probably is one who's going to be on the chopping block. So I think all in all, good draw for everyone to take besides Andrew. And kudos to Sabi for a very, very well played France game, despite some of the tactical mishaps along the way. A strong enough strategic game, which is the most important thing, other than diplomacy, of course, ensure that they would be able to take the top here.
Yeah, I think all around fantastic round one board for Sabi. As we talked about at the top of the stream, not wanting to single yourself out too much, possibly motor play four from a few players. But I think if I'm on this board, I'm probably pretty happy to talk about it. We don't know if the negotiations were getting really tense or what was going on behind the scenes. So I think well done overall to especially the top three players, Sabi, Andrew, and Zoe. But everyone in general had some fantastic moments throughout the game. So thank you. With that said, we are going to add Ed back to the stream with a little change of location, it looks like.
Same place, but it's getting colder.
Fair enough. Okay, it's the attire, the warm jacket.
Yeah.
All right. And with that, I believe it's time for Patrick to take a little bit of a break. So thank you, Patrick. We'll see you back for the fourth board. All right. Let us jump right into round one, board 3, which is named Twi'lek.
Nice.
Okay. So in Austria, we've got Andrew Zick playing double boards this round.
Guess so.
I guess, yeah. In England, we've got George out of London. In France, we've got Nick Heibel, who is unfamiliar to me at least. Germany, David Miller. Italy is Gordon Clarkson out of Canada. Russia is Ruby Dixon. And in Turkey, local Riaz Virani. First thoughts. Ed, you're back to the stream. Let us know what you think.
Nick, fun guy to play with. Maybe Andrew playing Austria explains why he took that draw in the last game. I strongly don't think he should have taken that. David Miller in Germany, oh my God. If there was ever a man to play a central power, it's David Miller. And Riaz in Turkey is the hobby's leading proponent of Turkey, and he's in the country he does really well in a lot of times. So I'm looking out for him.
All right, Karthik, anything to add on that?
Yeah, no, I think I'd hit everything perfectly on the head as is. I'm very excited to see this board play out, especially David Miller in Germany is very, very fun to watch.
Yeah, we talked about him at the top of the stream, and he's a solid player, so we'll see how he does. Ed, you are back from a break, so we'll put you right to work. What happens in 1901?
Not other than a DMZ of Galicia and Rome holding and Italy going to Tyrrhenian, that's about all I see. That's not a standard move. Supported move into Burgundy is fallen out of favor in the hobby, and I think it's totally unjustified. I think this is my standard French opening. I think it is, it's trust but verify is France. And so I like it. And Nick has done, by the way, really well in online press. He's extremely charismatic. So, and your cat has entered the chat.
Oh, she's been very insistent, and so I'm just going to give her some love while we talk through this game, because otherwise she's going to start meowing in the background. And
I wish I could have a cat when I was playing diplomacy. That might be good.
Say hello to the fans later.
Russia going north is of interest too.
I think it's very good that you didn't have a cat ad. Otherwise, you just lean more into the evil villain. Aesthetic.
All right. Fall. Any surprises here, or still pretty? Ed?
No. I know. Well, Germany does support England into Belgium, so that is interesting. Since it's Chris Brand, that's his favorite comment to say to everything. That's interesting. I find that interesting. Italy putting, I don't know, I'm sure Karthik has some word for it, some Alpine word, but going to Venice and Tyrolia here, taking Tunis with the fleet is interesting. And clearly there's some sort of AT cooperation, AR cooperation, and maybe Turkey as well. So I'm still kind of waiting to see how this East shakes out. But if I was Nick in France, I'd be a little concerned. But if I was England, I'd be a little worried about Finland going, to your Norway. Doesn't convoy the army up there. George has got eyes on, or whoever's playing Russia. Ruby's got eyes on George.
Yep. All right. So speaking of straight through into the winter, Ruby in Russia puts down 2 armies in St. Pete and Moscow. We've got a southern fleet in Smyrna for Riaz in Turkey. Fleet build and Army Vienna from the Austrian, Andrew Zick. Fleet Naples from Gordon in Italy. Fleet Army both from the English and the French putting their fleets on the channel. With Germany, I think, fairly standard build, Fleet Kiel, Army Munich. Any surprises to either of you?
Definitely France is on the defense. Fleet Trieste, what do you think?
Trieste is a surprise for sure.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it.
I mean, I love a good Fleet Trieste build, so we'll see what Andrew does with it. Karthik, take it away.
Yeah, so I think the Fleet Trieste build was very, very sound diplomatically, because if you look at how the East has responded to it, it's exactly what you would want if you were Andrew Zick, right? Because the fleet in Sevastopol is put into Romania. The fleet in Smyrna is rotating out. I mean, obviously, you probably would prefer it to be in the Eastern Med, but this is a fine place for it to be as well. If I had to guess, we're looking at our sort of rat here, given the fact that Turkey supported Sev to Rum. So I think people are just sort of happy to let Andrew go full force at Gordon and just resolve that chaos right there. In the north, we see Germany getting paid back well. Sorry, England getting paid back well for their trust in Germany as Kiel goes to Baltic. So as we commonly jokingly say, Belgium is where English armies go to die. I think it may survive just okay this time. The Bounce in English channel suggests that we do have EG versus F right here.
All right. And what happens in the fall?
Yeah, so I think Ruby wisely sees what is going on in the West, and while they gave England a respite in the spring, not least to just not have to deal with retreats, we see that now it's a full force commitment to be anti-EG. And I think this is going to be necessary if France is to have some pressure pulled off of them. The thing that makes me confused, though, is why, after all of that, England goes and taps Denmark. I guess they decided they were going to sign on with the Russians in a deal that doesn't particularly make a lot of sense for them here. We also see the Germans then, I guess, sniff this out and then support the French into Belgium. So maybe I spoke too soon about Belgium being where English army is going to die or not. In the south, we see the force of 3 being put on Ionian as Aegean gets put in there, which once again cementing the idea that this rat was a good idea for all involved, and that Andrew wisely chose to build a fleet when he did. This will give, in the spring of next year, probably a chance for Venice to fall. So yeah, just all around good openings, good play by the South.
All right. And through the winter, we've got a disband from George in Yorkshire, a build of Fleet Brest from the French. And that is all she wrote. All right. So back to you, Ed.
I wouldn't have disbanded Yorkshire. I think I would have just disbanded Norway, to be honest with you, if it was me. So there's a lot of EG cooperation here, and I have confirmed that the Nick that I was thinking of is the Nick from Press. It was by Volpez. Just like I said, really charismatic, and him with David Miller is a good diplomatic duo here, and he knows Riaz really well. So it's there's clearly some sort of trade here to disband that English army, particularly, which I'm not sure you actually want to do. I'd rather, but depending on how bad it gets for England, they may not get to rebuild it. Meanwhile, in the East, it is a rat, but no, it's not. Well, maybe it is. I think it is a rat, but Russia was supposed to disband Romania. And I bet you Russia didn't do it there. So this may just turn into an AT because of it. Because I think this is just a mistake by Ruby. Either they didn't flesh it out with her ahead of time or whatever happened, but it does appear to be radish. But that's what's going on with Romania.
All right. And in the fall?
Well, They push. Riaz is a patient dictator. They push Romania into Galicia. Sev goes back to Romania. Maybe that was agreed. I don't know. But Austria, Andrew picking up Tunis, picking up Venice. But that sneaky Italian Gordon got into Vienna. Pretty nice there. I don't know how long that'll last, but meanwhile, what's Germany doing? I guess David's back against Nick here, attacking Burgundy. Sorry, that's kind of fun. Whereas Nick gets into Liverpool, so he'll be even for the year. Gets a rebuild with the Burgundy disband.
Austrians,
right.
beautiful to
Oh, go
see. 1903.
All right. So in the winter, the French, the German, and the Austrian, as well as the Turks, all get a build, and Italy is going down 2. So let's see what happens with that. Italy opts to keep their 2 fleets in Tyrrhenian and Ionian. Riaz puts down another fleet in Constantinople. Army Berlin, Fleet Marseille. Anything shocking to either of you?
Italian Janissary time. We've turned it into an Eastern quadruple.
Could be.
All right, let's see if that comes true. Karthik.
Okay, so I always love to see this as Germany, when you have the Baltic, is convoying into Livonia. Lots of chaos can and will be created there. I probably do some Munich to Silesia here, but Munich to Berlin works still well to create some pressure on the Russians. The Austrians do manage to take back Vienna, and this time the patient dictator does get his way as the Romania fleet is blown up. We also see the Austrians moving into position to force Romania. They lose Tunis in the process and cannot guarantee being put back in this turn, but we will see what ends up happening here. If the Italians want to get really cheeky, they can blow up that fleet, and it means not having Tunis again, but that could be fun and cheeky to see. In the
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say in the north, we just see a lot of bounces between EG and EF. Nothing really happens. We can go to fall.
All right. And what does happen in the fall?
So in the fall, we see St. Petersburg getting blown up with support from Norway. Basically, there was a forced choice for Ruby. You either lose Sweden or you lose St. Petersburg. And Ruby chooses to lose St. Petersburg here, opting to keep the Swedish fleet. In the south, this is hilarious. I love this. Austria agrees to let Italy keep Tunis in exchange for Western Med going to Mao with support. I think that's a brilliant bit of negotiation by Andrew, especially as he takes the last Italian home center in Rome, ensuring that there is no real threats there. Unfortunately, this is timed in a brutal fashion. Turkey comes in with this incredible stab. Riaz stabs Andrew in just all the right ways, because by giving the unwanted support to Romania gets into Budapest, leaving it for Ruby. Bulgaria walks into Serbia, giving a strong attacking offensive position against the Austrian backside here, and then also just walks into Greece, giving Riaz up to the ability to put some armies into potentially devastating positions. Just brutal outcomes for him.
People may be asking why do this, and the answer is Russia's vulnerable, but Russia's needed, and really Andrew is not in this situation, in this board state. Andrew is not needed if you're Riaz and you want to grow. He's needed as a human. I'd like the human race to keep Andrew, but as Austria in this particular game, he is not needed.
The human race, we love you. The diplomacy race,
you're unnecessary.
Jury's out.
As a man, we like you, but do we need you? Not really.
Okay. Just as a note from earlier, I got a confirmation from our TD. Games end in 1909 if they did not agree to a draw before then.
Okay.
I don't think we've seen anything go to 1909 yet, but all right. Back to board 3. So the builds and disbands. We lose Fleet Mao, Fleet London, Fleet North Africa. We do get a build in Fleet Marseille from Nick in France, Army Kiel from David in Germany, and double build from Riaz, which is Army Khan, Fleet Smyrna. Oh, and Ruby puts down Army Sev. Any immediate reactions?
I think it's right choice all around.
I
Agreed.
can't disagree with any of them.
I think I
Yeah.
may go an extra army over the fleet for Riyadh, but other than that, very, very explainable.
All right. So Ed, I believe we're back to you.
I kind of like just coming in at the end there, hilariously, because I don't see as fast as Karthik does. But David Miller's fully committed against Russia here, and maybe Andrew's worked something out with Riaz, getting back to Romania, now going to Ukraine. So Andrew wasn't useful. Now he is useful. Seems like everyone's attacking Russia. Maybe Russia could be of use to someone. We'll see. Riaz and David Miller might try to work on that. Andrew does take Naples. I think this is a great turn for Andrew, given how things were looking.
Great bit of diplomacy by him for sure.
Yep. All right. And in the fall?
Oof. Okay, in the fall, Germany takes Sweden. Germany takes Moscow. Germany takes Warsaw. This was an A+ turn for David Miller. And it's a bit of a sad nap for Riaz here because he can't even get Sev out of it. And even if he had done it the guaranteed, well, it wouldn't have been guaranteed because you don't know what Warsaw is doing. Even if he had done it the other way, Andrew would have taken Romania. So just, and he lost Naples here. So Riaz got to figure something out. This is a hell of a turn for David Miller.
And just looking at the strategic landscape beyond like the tactical one, it's brilliant negotiations and strategy by him because now he has an AT that is blocking the south, preventing any Austrian armies from coming up to him, while also securing his position in no man's land in Tyrolia and Silesia. And he also got Nick to go into the south and fight there. Like everything that David could do strategically and diplomatically, he executed perfectly. And this is why at the start of the game, I said I was so excited to see David Miller play Germany. When you have someone like David Miller who knows how to play the board and is also charismatic enough to be able to do what he wants to without necessarily realizing why it's so bad for them and so good for him, you can get really, really cool results like this to occur.
There's a reason he soloed and won Dixie and won Cascadia last year. I mean,
no, David Miller
if he wasn't a nice guy, it would be even more frustrating.
We would hate him. Yeah.
I mean, it's like, come on. But really, and Riaz had such a good advantage too that he's containing them. Oh my God. Love it.
All right. And for those 3 builds from David, we get 3 armies in the German homeland, Army Vienna from Andrew in Austria, Army Smyrna from Riaz, and a bunch of disbands for Ruby, which is Army Finland, Fleet Bothnia, and Army Galicia. We'll push right on forward and back to you, Karthik.
Wow, David is good.
It's not an AT, I can tell you that.
Yeah. So I'm going to focus on the north before I come to the south. But David gets George to walk out of Norway with support in the North Sea in an attempt to give George some play and attempt to regain the English Isles. Because Nick takes London, he's guaranteed to lose both Liverpool and Edinburgh here, which is just phenomenal. And then David can make the argument to George, like, hey, you're going up 2, but you have nowhere to build. Can I just have Norway here? Like, I'm your friend. I'll help protect you from France. Like, this is my price. And George, unfortunately, doesn't have really a reason to say no to that. So David's probably going to get his way there at some point. In the south, though, we see Austria and Turkey sort of at loggerheads. Austria just doing all holds. trying to wait and see, I guess, sort of diplomatically what can be worked out, while Turkey moves into aggressive positions against them in the Adriatic Sea and reshoring the position in the Ionian. So I'm very, very curious to see, one, what side France chooses to take in this battle, and then two, what side Germany chooses to take in this battle.
Why is he supporting Norway to north? He's taking a side.
Who's taking a side?
Isn't David taking a side? You said
between England and France. Yes, he this is basically neutering France. That's what I was saying at the start. This means that George is guaranteed to take back both Liverpool and Edinburgh, and Sweden now is going to take Norway, probably with English consent, because England has no reason to say no to that. So it's just a brilliant turn by David Miller.
Well, why doesn't Munich go to Burgundy then? I understand Burgundy didn't move.
Yeah, Burgundy's there.
Because if Nick snagged Belgium, he'd be in Burgundy and Ruhr.
Sure.
Yeah.
But he didn't organize them early, I guess, is the point there.
From there in the fall?
Yeah, and as expected, both London and Edinburgh fall. Norway is taken by David on the backside. And David gets to go up one there. He cannot help Ruby hold Sevastopol, but he can take Romania for himself with Austrian help. So it seems that Germany right now thinks that it's best to work with the Austrians. That's not always guaranteed to remain the case, because David's Team David, but for now, that seems to be working very, very well for him. So honestly, if I'm the rest of the board and if I'm David, this is where I start to consider taking the draw, because I don't see David's top being challenged. I don't know if he has much more growth available to him either, though, once he takes Norway and Romania. This is a result where I think everyone just says, yeah, fair enough. Let's just call it here.
If Andrew wants David to win, David will win. If Andrew changes his mind, David can be pinned back. That is the only variable in this game right now.
But you only have until 1909 to change that result. So,
yeah. All right. So we're going to find out what happens. And Ed.
So Andrew helps Turkey into Romania while losing Serbia. I think the jury's out on exactly what Andrew's doing here. Maybe trying to work with Riaz a little bit, but David's going to Ukraine anyways to blow up the army. But I don't think he expected Turkey to be in Serbia. Anyways, sort of moving on. It's just sort of a defensive game for Nick in the West.
All right. I'm going to leave you two to discuss the fall. I will be right back.
All right. So as we go to the fall, David takes Edinburgh. Kind of feel bad for George, a little bit used there, where David gains position against Nick. Oddly, Munich isn't supporting Kiel to Ruhr, but it works out anyways. David gets Vienna back. Andrew was going to support Galicia to Romania there. I think David misordered, which is interesting.
Yeah.
And had Serbia supported Galicia to Romania, it would have worked, I think. But, as it is, it wouldn't have worked even if he had ordered it correctly. But I guess on the turn, David's still going up one, which 13 is pretty good in 1907. Karthik, what do you think?
Yeah, and I think Munich should have gone to Tyrolia there, if anything. And I think that could have created a lot of pain and headaches, given the fact that Tyrolia walked into Vienna. I think that, obviously Galicia should have gone Romania. That's just a misorder. They happen. But I think, Munich not going to Tyrolia was an actual mistake, which is, what I want to call out. Because I've been calling out misorders does nothing for anyone. So, yeah, but very, very good turn still. Even when David makes mistakes, David is still the
delta
that David Miller is. So, an all-around great guy too. So,
yeah. So we're at the end of 07, and David's Germany is at 13, with the next closest Riaz Varani at 7. You think it's time?
I don't think David can solo. Maybe Andrew or
in 2 years
ahead of Riaz. I don't think he's got 5 in front of him.
Yeah, I don't see it either. No, not by
And-
1909. Time Unlimited, maybe, but like I think even that is pretty easily shut down and stopped.
Yeah. So we'll just take a quick look at the builds: Fleet Con, Army Berlin, and a disband in Wales from the English. And the winner is, we continue.
Game end. No.
Nope.
Okay.
We get Spring 08. All right. Karthik, we're back to you.
Can I see the English orders around
Yeah,
Yorkshire?
absolutely.
So North Sea supports London to York. And then the English, I'm not seeing their order showing up anywhere.
You mean the Yorkshire?
Yeah.
It held.
Oh, Yorkshire's
That's
held.
the H.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. And then that supported. Okay, I see what's happening here. Okay. Then in the so after that, like Dipsy Doodle, which could have resulted in David taking London, but I think was wise not to take in the spring. That's a thing that you should take in the fall. We see him successfully push on in the south into Budapest because both Trieste and Serbia hold. Maybe orders didn't get written in time, what have you. He also gets Sevastopol because reasons. I'm not sure why Armenia ever leaves there, because it's just as easily convoyable from Armenia as it is from Ankara.
And losing Sev is, oof.
I mean, it's takeable, retakeable eventually, but like there's like no reason. Oh no, because Budapest is taken, Galicia cannot be taken back easily. Yeah, no, this was just a silly move.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. It's fine.
I mean, yeah, that position from David.
I
Yeah,
think you
fair
had to
enough.
draw your. I bet you Andrew. If I had to guess, Andrew probably vetoed a draw, wanted to get ahead of Riaz, and that's what caused all these shenanigans.
Yeah,
going on
I think David
there.
presumably was okay with a draw for a while now, and I guess David wanted to be nice and not take have to deal with like, oh, do I lose these things? Do I have these hard guesses here? Like, let me just take the draw.
Yeah, I mean, there are guesses to be had, but I mean, David could have gone up.
Yeah, no, he most likely does go up, but like,
But because they drew here, we go back to the 1907 ranking.
Yeah, which is what is shown right now when we have the 13 center David Miller finish. So yeah, happy for him.
You think right call?
Yep. Yeah, I think so. Right call.
Alrighty.
I don't know. I probably want my 15, but he doesn't know Massbomb's getting 15, so that's the problem.
Yeah, if you're not watching the other board in the round, you don't always know what's happening. So, all right. Well, fantastic third board of round one. Congratulations to David Miller on that. With that said, we welcome back Patrick to the stage, and we say a fond farewell for now to Karthik.
Bye, Karthik.
All right. So that was the third game. We have one more in this round. Let's bring it up.
That was a perfectly cut kick him out.
But just good. All right. Oh, there's lots of names I recognize here. This will be fun. In Austria, Craig Mayer out of Montana. England, Matt Shield from Portland, Oregon. France, Mackenzie from Tacoma. Germany is Liam Moore, who is Doug Moore's son, for those who don't know. Italy, Justin Lohr out of Southern California. Russia is some guy named Eddie. Who's ever heard of him? And Turkey is Canadian Mountie Mike Moore. Patrick, welcome back to the stream. What jumps out at you here?
I mean, how can you not immediately draw your eyes to Eddie, who is just the center of attention a lot of the time in every board he plays, just because he's got that charm. He wants to make sure everyone has fun. Obviously, he has no other objectives in life when he's on a board, and that's going to pay dividends for him here. He's going to find an ally somewhere, especially with with Justin often liking to get the game going quickly on his end and try and secure growth early, and that can often mean making early enemies, and that's something that Eddie can definitely exploit with his play style if Justin isn't careful. Not to say that I don't think Justin can do well on this board. He plays a very good Italy, but it is definitely a danger. But besides that, I also want to shout out Liam Moore here, because he is not just the son of a good player who pops in because dad's going, so why not? He has genuinely learned quite a lot from Doug, and I've only been on a board with him once, but everything I've seen from him suggests he's very solid in his own right. So I think
Yeah,
he'll
agreed
be
on
a pretty
that.
big factor in the West.
Yeah, and no intent to minimize him as simply the son of Doug Moore, just pointing out the familial relation. Fun fact, Mike Moore and Zach Moore, not related to the Doug and Liam family.
As far as we know.
We
There
have
is
more
an
far as we
than
odd
we know what
thing.
to do with.
There is an odd situation where hobby legends Manus and Doug named their sons Liam, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have a hard time if I just looked at this board as I am right now, thinking that Craig and Justin can work together, knowing both of them pretty well. That will be a fun thing to watch. And I want to talk about Liam just for a second, because sometimes I played with Liam and he outplayed me. I don't say that about a lot of players because he's very introverted. His dad is extroverted. He's not just a clone of his father. And so when I saw he was introverted, usually I can bond with the introverts, right? In some way. This dude is calculating and friendly. And if he played more as he gets older, I think you're going to see someone who does real things in the hobby. Because he beat me. It's not really about me, even though I made it about me. I'm saying he's a really good player.
Yeah, and I'll wrap up on this in a moment, but Wardy would like to say, just like Liam Stokes is Ed's son.
I love me some Liam Stokes. I really do.
And maybe I could be more of a hobby legend. I did petition for the name Liam for my son when he was born. I was overruled. So what do you do? But yes, no, Liam is an excellent player, and it's a thing I want to shout out. Like, the number of young players that have been coming into this hobby of late, some of them children of existing players, some of them have found us through other ways. The quality of play from some of these younger players is just wild to me. And watching what they're going to be able to do over the next decade or so is something I'm very, very excited about. And Liam is definitely among them.
One last thing, just on how I view players. Matt Shields, he's always got sneaky great results, and Matt and Liam have similar personalities. They're very calm and quiet. I don't know anything about Mackenzie. This is not but just looking
not trying to leave you out, but yeah,
who could work well together. I could see Matt and Liam working well together.
100%. And knowing that, Matt Shields and Doug Moore are longtime friends, so friends of the family, they might just know each other.
You put another wrinkle in it.
Yeah, so we'll see how it goes, but there are some interesting matchups. We've called out Justin and Craig. We'll see how Eddie and Mike Moore do. I'm not going to expound too much on my theories on their personality possible clashes, but let's get right into it.
Mike is a great alliance player. He likes to run good, solid, game-long relationships with people as long as they're honest with him and they can have good conversations each turn, and I think that'll play to Eddie's strength much better than it will to Craig or Justin by default. But again, totally possible for any of them to work with him.
Yeah. All right, Ed, you were at the top of my photo list, so why don't you take us away for Spring of 01?
Does not shock me that Mike Moore does the old school Turkish opening. Everything in the East otherwise looks very standard. In the West, Liam going to Baltic, I have to admit, I have seen it very rarely. So we'll see how that goes. The reason you don't see it is you never know. England could go to Denmark, right? England could go to Holland, but maybe none of that'll happen because Mackenzie goes into the Channel and Picardy. So I would say we don't really know what's happening in the West, but we're going to find out pretty quickly. And the East is everyone's mystery.
All right, let's see if the fall clears up any of that mystery for you.
Well, Liam could have gone to Baltic right away, but I mean, could have gone to Denmark right away and guaranteed it. As it is, he takes it in the fall. France gets 2 because Spain goes to Portugal there. Takes a dig at York, but I'm sorry, at London, but that was snuffed out by Matt, who takes Norway. And in the East, another bounce in black. Austria gets its 2. Warsaw goes to Livonia. I guess had to maybe a little cautionary there because of the fleet movement, but gets Romania. No one does anything with it. So hard to tell still what's happening in the East.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like from Eddie, the move to Livonia, having played with him many, many times over the years, ever since I was a teenager, that's a little bit of I can hear him going to Liam saying, "Why would you do that? That's a bad idea. Now I have to do this. I'm going to have to teach you why that's a bad idea." I can hear Eddie's voice in my head. So we'll see
I
what
played my
happens from
first
here.
virtual game with Eddie. I think I played his only virtual game, and I still have all that. Like, you're being a
Eddie
moron.
plays
He didn't call me a
virtual?
moron. He played one, and he didn't do Discord. You had to communicate with him on his cell phone.
Oh
I
yeah,
had to
that
call his cell phone. to talk to him.
100% checks out. Like, all right. Well, for the winter, Eddie puts down a Northern Fleet in St. Pete and an army in Warsaw. Double army from Craig Mayer. Those are his only options unless he wanted to wave. Southern Fleet from Mike Moore. Fleet Naples from Justin Italy. Army Brest, Fleet Paris for the French, and Fleet London for Matt Shields, unsurprising, with a French fleet in the channel.
I'm liking this for Turkey. Turkey's
Okay.
got a Russian move north. That's one fewer person to worry about much. And we'll see if I think it might be time for Craig to go. We'll see what they do.
Oh, calling it in 1901 or the end of 01. All right, Patrick, is it time for Craig to go?
I will say, Siobhan, I'm a little critical of France's build of Army Brest Fleet Paris. I don't think that was quite the best idea for them. But thankfully, they didn't take that advice. They built Fleet Brest Army Paris, and they're going to Irish Sea, and they're not going to Channel because England doesn't want them to. So when I saw that Northern Fleet build, I figured, okay, well, I guess the GR tensions have sort of been solved, and now it'll be a standard pile-on England affair. But no, actually, France has supported themselves to Burgundy, and their Austrian armies in 2 spots next to Munich, and their Russian armies in the other 2 spots on the stalemate line, as well as the fleet in Baltic. So I think it's safe to say that the GR tensions are not solved, and in fact, Eddie's gotten Craig in on the riot as well. So
I was totally
we've got
wrong.
some really nice early AR cooperation. They also take Bulgaria, although Italy hasn't quite committed to the AIR yet, so we won't call it that for now. Bounce in Trieste, I assume that's a security thing on Justin's part, convoying back to Apulia, so pretty cagey play at the moment. I think Justin's probably aware that Eddie and Craig have perhaps hit it off pretty quickly, and wants to make sure he's not just tacked on to an AR. He wants to run a good, actually beneficial to him alliance in the long run. Mike goes to Eastern Med to cover that. He won't be able to retake Bulgaria in the fall unless Russia has a change of heart. But I don't really see that happening in this position, considering Eddie has now committed against Germany. So he'll want to make sure Austria is on side to make that as effective as possible.
A couple of things. One is I'm not used to the game where Justin plays slow. This is a pretty slow play from Justin. And it may end up being savvy. I don't know. And 2 is a teaching moment for anyone learning the game. If you're Liam in this situation and you're worried about Burgundy, which maybe you should be, that's why Munich is going to Burgundy, Holland needs to go to Belgium to cut support for just this
100%.
Just this scenario. It's not going to take Belgium. It shouldn't gain any enmity at all from France if you thought that was going to happen. It should, and it should be to say it was a trust but verify move. And so, meanwhile, kind of, we'll see what happens. But Eddie's got a good position here in the East.
This is, and the flip side of the coin on watching Justin play slow being surprising, watching Eddie play fast is not something he does very often. And so I'm really excited to see, is he actually going to play to win this tournament?
He's capable of playing fast. It's happened. But
I know he's capable.
Normally it is as a part of an alliance game like this. Is appearing to be at the moment. What I'm interested to see is what is the France-Italy relationship like? How skittish is Mackenzie about Justin's lack of commitment? Because if Mackenzie's concerned about that, then there is a world where France tries to work with AR here and they just let Austria take Munich so that they get that build. And then that turns into pressure on Italy. So I think what happens there will be really telling about what's happening with those negotiations.
Yeah. And I don't know Mackenzie at all, so I can't speculate as to what their feeling might be, but I kind of feel like Craig Mayer in Austria is salivating at just the chaos and weird stuff happening around the board. So, Patrick, take us through fall.
And sure enough, Munich does fall to the Austrian. No intervention from France, even though they had the option to do so. Unfortunately, France has bigger problems at this point than Italy, despite that. So England gets into Mao. They also follow through into Now, so they're not easily kicked out. France will be building here, so that's going to help them cover some holes, but there's still going to be plenty of annoying options for those English fleets next year, regardless of what they build. So just it's going to slow down Mackenzie for sure. And this is probably going to result in a much better situation for Justin at this stage than for France, between the two med powers that are trying to leave each other alone in race, which seems to be what's happening based on Ionian going to Greece, Tyrrhenian following through. So perhaps Justin sniffed out the possible AR cooperation against him here and just nipping that in the bud, because of course Greece to Albania, it's a very dangerous move here. You can get why Craig did it, because then you can go into Adriatic and have that position on Venice without having to build another fleet and commit like that when you kind of need an army in Vienna at the moment to shore up your Munich front and your Tyrol and secure Tyrolia. So yeah, just a really well-read position, I'd say, from Justin. This doesn't seem arranged. I mean, it could still be, but
I think it's arranged.
I'm going with arranged. Yeah.
I have a totally different.
Why does Greece go to Albania if this is part of the alliance play?
To let him have Greece.
Right. I'm going to explain.
But he's not going to disband it. It's not going to go to...
Stop. I'm going to explain the arrangement. The arrangement is this. You need to join the air. Justin's like, how can I be in an air? I need another fleet. I need to have another fleet. You need to give me a fleet. You know, you're getting Munich now. You're getting Bulgaria. This is not fair. If you want me to attack, I need a fleet. And then I think Justin lied and said he would move towards Marseille or Piedmont or something like that. And he doesn't do it. He goes to Ionian. That is, if you're Craig, you do not give up Greece and be okay with him being an Ionian. I think this is definitely.
Yeah, this is Justin saying, oh, of course I'm part of the air. And then going to Mike and saying, so what can we do about that Austrian?
I'm reading it that way, but maybe Patrick, who knows?
And also Eddie being over there
like,
Eddie's like saying, oh, we're friends in an air. Isn't that great? And Eddie, I think, truly believes it.
Thanks for the segue, because regardless of what Ed and I think about the rest of the board, the fact that we have so much else to talk about on the rest of the board, and there's so much chaos between England and Italy and Austria and all that, and Germany, and we haven't mentioned that Eddie has 2 builds, like, what more could you ask for as Russia? Nobody cares if Russia is this big if everyone is too busy worrying about each other and fighting each other. And it's just a wonderful place to be.
Love this for Eddie. All right. Well, straight into the winter. Eddie's 2 builds another Northern Fleet in St. Petersburg and Army Moscow. Craig plops down Army Vienna. And we've got 2 German disbands in Kiel and Ruhr, and an English disband in London, another French fleet in Brest, and fleet in Naples. Thoughts, comments, snide remarks?
The disband of Kiel and Ruhr here is not what I expected, given the fact that AR are probably the main culprits for why Liam is not going to have a say in this game anymore. But at the same time, maybe they've cut a deal. Maybe Russia's going to help him into English centers, and that's how he cuts out his survival. So we don't really know the full story here yet, but yeah, a bit of a surprise to me initially.
There's no reason for AR not to continue here. The issue is what is Justin, and the issue is whether Justin and Matt are going to work together, or is Justin just going to go west, because there's not a lot of options.
Well, Ed, it is your year. Tell us about it.
Justin takes Aegean. So that's what he's doing with that. And the fleet does go to Tyrrhenian, or as Karthik says, Tyrrhenian. But in any event, it's like, who wouldn't want to be Russia in this situation, right? I mean, Eddie's taking Kiel, Norwegian, Norway, may have even had Denmark there, but for the Congo line. Liam's on board with this situation. This is all quite good. The Austria dumps his fleet in Trieste. Not looking good for Matt. This is a pretty good air, but it's really an AR with Justin as a sort of necessary appendage. They'll kill him eventually. Maybe Craig will. Eddie might plead for, to
some leniency. Yeah,
but Craig is going to be like, I like nuts.
Craig killing Justin
that way because
calling it now.
We've got Eddie getting an unduly massive share of the growth. We've got Mike now choosing to punish Eddie by putting himself in a position to force Black Sea and maybe go to Armenia. So there are still ways to imbalance this in a way that favors Justin. I don't think we can assume quite as safely that it's going to be AR with I tacked on as we could last year. especially if the Greece arrangement was actually an arrangement and Craig's just okay with having his fleet stranded in a useless place.
It is fair to say that it is true that it is based on how well the Italian can grow, and he does grow here. He takes Smyrna, and Justin does go west, going to Piedmont and Leon. English get forced retreated into Western, but that's not a big deal. France takes London. Eddie gets his favorite province. Eddie gets Edinburgh. The gods have the diplomacy gods have spoken.
Eddie's an Eddie.
Eddie's an Eddie. It could be great. Matt does decide to punish Eddie. That was a great call.
Yeah.
Patrick. He did need to move to Armenia, but he's making a statement. All right.
But they aren't really taking the offer though, because now one of Black or Armenia is going to come off. So
yeah, I understand, but he's
still in there.
You got to give him his due.
Yep.
He's making a statement.
He did. Props to Mike.
Well, sorry to say, one of my good friends, Matt Shields, looks like he'll be taking an early exit to the bar pretty soon. Going down to 1 as England. The Turk, Mike Moore, also going down to 1, so at least they'll have company. But Eddie Brisson up another 2. Do we see another St. Pete North Coast?
I think it's totally possible. Yeah, if he feels like he can afford it, then he'll do it, and he does it.
The thing is,
winner is yes.
Go if you're ever really interested in how to play Russia. I've really tried to improve, despite my elimination at BlazeCon as Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Brother Board has an article that when you get to 4 Russian northern fleets or 4 fleets, 4 northern fleets, it's solo watch. I don't think it,
100%.
that is the key determiner in Russia's solo ability.
Mm-hmm. And my question is going to be, knowing Eddie as well as I do, and I know you two know him pretty well as well, is does he have the desire to go for it? Because sometimes Eddie is just like, I'm happy where I am. Sometimes he says, I'm going to do it. So
I think Eddie's perfectly happy with where he is. Germany is still disbanding favorably to him, so Denmark is right there. He doesn't need to rush here. He just needs to keep enough units in the south to make sure Craig doesn't stab him, and then he'll be fine for an indeterminate amount of time.
I love this just steady 2 builds from Eddie the whole way. Like, picture of consistency.
One thing I will note here is the Mike's disband. He pulled black instead of Ankh, which was very surprising to me. And it indicates that now that AI have turned down Mike's offer to go after Russia with them, it seems like Mike may be pivoting to a more pro-Russian strategy to keep himself
with his one fleet.
Somebody, because now here's
the one fleet that goes to Black Sea.
Let me cook. The idea I had was that he'd invite Russia into Black Sea, which ensures that AI can't really ever get a second army on Ankh. But anyway, it doesn't happen. They go to Black Sea, which is fair. Black Sea is still a great place to be, but then, I'm not sure what Mike's short-term plan is with that unit at the moment. So we'll go to somewhere else and see what else is happening. I said that I would like to apologize to Eddie because I said that Eddie would take Denmark this turn, and he had that. I was wrong. He has Denmark and he has Holland because he just walks straight in there. So once again, I have underestimated the sheer power of Eddie Brisson somehow. Please forgive me. And he also has 2 on Munich still, but probably won't take that because he doesn't need to. And just the Russian fleet's marching ever forward. He will have a guess to keep Eddie here, which is, I'm sure, very disappointing to him. But actually, no, because Germany's probably still in his pocket. So Germany will go after London. And then, Eddie's probably going to go to Clyde and start chipping away at Liverpool here to keep the air rolling. Meanwhile, the air is also rolling France in the south. As Justin gets into Marseille, France does kick Austria out of Burgundy, but at the cost of Belgium. So everything's just kind of falling apart here for France, with both England and Germany messing with them. And now Italy actually has growth against them because Spain chose to tap, because Spain was on the north coast. Once again, common Spain north coast L in that sense. So everything's just kind of falling apart now, and the air is probably going to stick together and roll this board because every factor on everything happening is just enabling them to push further and further and further between the German disbands and the English meddling.
All right, and what happens in the fall?
More English meddling. Who would have thunk it? As Portugal is tapped to guarantee Spain, so even if Burgundy tapped Marseille there, it still would have gone through. But we do say goodbye to Matt. That was a sacrificial maneuver, so your persistent efforts to punish your assailants are very much admired. Austria also keeps Belgium with Eddie's help, so Eddie's still just happy to let his allies grow with him to some extent. And he wins the guess to keep Edinburgh because, of course, Eddie is destined to own Eddie. You cannot stop it, Germany, even if you want to. I am surprised that Liam went for that, though, given how friendly he's been to Eddie so far.
He could have taken London for sure.
That's what I shouted out in the spring. Yeah,
I thought that was the deal. I thought the deal was to Janissary. Like, I'm a little surprised it didn't happen.
I don't know who talked him into that, but someone talked him into it.
Because Eddie doesn't make this moveset unless he knows Liam's trying to take Edinburgh. So maybe Liam made a fuss about Holland after he saw that Eddie walked into that in the spring. Maybe there was a deal around that wasn't honored. But either way, the case remains. Liam will be dying this turn along with Matt. So good game, Liam. And Justin is up 2, while Austria is up 1, and Russia is also up 2. So Eddie, got to keep that line going up at exactly the same pace.
Mm-hmm.
He's done it again.
Also, you don't see a 3-way brace very much, which we see here. That's a little unusual. And yeah, it's really good for Eddie now. I mean, it depends. Like, everyone's been talking end state, and it depends what Eddie really wants to do, because I believe he's at 12 now, right? So, like, does he want to be?
Yeah. Gonna be, but I do want to shout out my favorite move of the game, which was clearly Mike Moore saying, "Please just let me go to the bar with Matt Shields," supporting Con to Inc. Untaken. So, Mike, you live to see another year. With that said, rip to Liam Moore and Matt Shields, who will go get some food or their lunch or whatever before the second round. Mike Moore survives on 1 in Black Sea, and double army build from Eddie.
Well, why is Justin building a fleet in Venice, and why is Eddie building 2 armies? It really is
bounce in Adriatic.
It is really time for Craig to go. I think. Come on, why would Eddie do these builds?
It's your turn, Ed. So tell us why.
Well, he does go down to Ukraine because he's saying, I'm just going to support my stuff there. And he's supporting Craig into Ankara. Of course, that could just be a setup. One doesn't know. But other than that, the air rolls on. Tyrolia goes to Piedmont. Venice goes to Adriatic. They're just maneuvering. Eddie here has got London and Liverpool in a walk to get to 14. It's hard to say that he's taking his foot off the gas when he's going to go up 2, but he's kind of taking his foot off the gas here a little. I think I would have put pressure on Craig.
No, he wants to keep that nice, consistent line, just growing 2 every year.
Well, okay, by that way he'll win in 1907 with a solo, but we'll see.
I don't know what happens, so we'll find out.
I would love to see convoy to London here from Belgium, but oh well.
Ed, it was not a convoy to London.
No, he didn't need a convoy to London, but he does take Liverpool and London, and gets his fleet in position, and he's unassailable in the north. He's unassailable in the south. Doesn't work with anybody to take Ankara, so he's still playing very nice with Craig. It wouldn't matter even if he could, because Craig can't build. So Craig does get into Burgundy. The whole game is, does Justin want some Craig dots here or not? If he does make the move, that can open up a solo for Eddie.
If Justin wanted Craig's dots here, I think the move here would be convoying Venice to Albania instead of just going there with the fleet. That gives you the maximum pressure on the Balkans. So I think Justin's just sort of securing himself here and making sure there's no last minute reshuffling and that goes against him.
Do you think it's just setting up a draw? Because Craig does not trust Justin with the double support of Trieste here.
Of course he doesn't. But at the same time, Justin isn't maximally punishing that with the convoy to Albania, so it's going to work out okay.
All right. Well, let's take a look at builds and disbands. Eddie with another 2 armies in Warsaw and Moscow. Mike Moore gets to go join Matt Shields and Liam for lunch between the rounds. Justin drops fleet in Naples. Disband for the French in Picardy.
If Eddie wants to solo, he can solo from this position. It is not difficult. He's got Munich in the bank. He's got Belgium if he wants. He can be in Mid-Atlantic, and that's just talking about the West.
Yeah.
He's also got all these armies. He can be in the black. I mean, he's got everything he needs. The question is, does he want it or not? I don't know. I mean,
Well, and that's been my question the entire game, right? And we have 4 years of gameplay, so it's not like we're running out of time here, right?
He doesn't want it.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
don't,
All right,
know, I don't know
prediction?
if he wants it or not. He might want to. He might want it just to show he can get it, right? And let's be fair to Eddie. He doesn't
Oh, yeah.
play all that seriously, but he's always capable of it. And
Oh,
and maybe
100%.
he's a little tired of, you know, he hasn't had amazing rounds. Like he had a good round at BlazeCon, but he hasn't had amazing. This could, you know, he solos here. You know, he's in contention for the tournament, no matter what his other results.
Oh, yeah. And that was to my point earlier, having been playing with Eddie since I was a teenager. It's just a matter of whether he wants it or not, or whether he's just here to have a good weekend and see some friends. And you kind of never know what version of Eddie you're going to get. So let's move it right along.
I hope we get solo Eddie.
All right. We're manifesting some solo Eddie here. Patrick, I believe we're back to you.
if he can convince people to concede, that is the way he wants to do it. We know that.
Oh, he always wants the concession first. Anyone who was in Denver for the Immaculate Concession speech knows about this.
The question is, will we get a concession out of this moveset from Eddie? Well, Mid-Atlantic is potentially guaranteed if France works with Italy here, which is a pretty big if, to be fair. Austria walks into Paris. Meanwhile, Eddie does not take advantage of that by going straight into Belgium and Munich. So I still think this is probably just setting up for killing France and drawing. Armenia to black, Sev to Armenia is a little interesting, but at the same time, that can easily be sold as defense against a potential Italian move there, which is very annoying for him. So, you know, Justin could have bounced that. He probably should have, but I don't think it's going to matter much here in the end. Let's move on to the fall.
Hold on before you do that. Tyrolia is not supporting Munich. Why is Eddie going to Armenia and Galicia? Like,
This is the dirtiest little error I have ever seen.
I mean, and Craig gets into Paris now.
It would be incredibly funny if Justin and Eddie managed to 17-17 from this position and just stab Craig, but I don't think they will.
Yeah. It would be hilarious.
As
Let's be honest.
out, the solo's there. I've said the solo's there. He can have it if he wants it. This is, but he should definitely be taking Belgium now.
This fall turn will tell us if he wants it. So does he want it?
Yeah.
Belgium, Budapest, Ankara. Hello. He takes nothing. He helps France into Brest. So goodbye, Mackenzie. Thank you for playing. I am so sorry you had to play in a game like this where just nothing went your way and everyone chose to punish you. Those get very unfun very quickly, but it's a really well-run alliance on the other side of the board, so sometimes that tends to happen.
So it has to draw now, or they have to attack each other, right? There's only 3 left.
Eddie moves down to Syria. Yeah, Eddie moves down to Syria, which is mostly a novelty value because having a Russian army in Syria is fun. So Russia's on 14, and then is that Austria and Italy even on 10? Yeah, they are. Yeah, because Paris wasn't already Austrian. So yeah, that's 10.
To me, just reads 100% agreed upon. We got there. We eliminated everyone else. Let's call it a day.
We've climbed the top of the mountain.
All right. And winner is, we get the disbands. We do get some builds. The Austrian can't build. We do get a fleet in Naples from Justin.
And those 2 words we all expect to see: game over.
Yeah. No, 100%. This is one of the more ridiculous game end states ending in a draw that I've seen for quite a while, except for when I was at Craig Mayer's first SkyCon tournament, where Adam Silverman, Alex Maslow, and I ran the most ridiculous Italy, Russia, Turkey. So, but we'll talk about that another day.
It was a fun game.
Yeah. Final thoughts before we bring Karthik back?
Peter McNamara in chat has just mentioned, it feels rude to prioritize eliminating Mackenzie over stopping a solo. What are you talking about, Peter? There was no solo threat. That Russia is completely benign. Totally fine.
What are you talking about? It's Eddie. Innocent. All right. Well, we will welcome Karthik back in. Welcome back, Karthik. I know you were watching from behind the scenes and very active in the comments. Before you start talking, you might want to unmute your mic.
I thought you would have preferred me with my mic muted and talking, Siobhan, so I was doing that.
Oh, I just forced the mute? Yeah, I can do that.
No, but I think from this, it's kind of a shame that, Mackenzie gets eliminated and ground down when the solo was there. Like Smyrna is easy to force right here. Once Smyrna falls on cards, very easy to take. Once that happens, Constantinople should be able to take. The fleets are not in a position to get there in time really to stop you. Munich is guaranteed. Belgium is guaranteed. And that's enough to have a solo right there.
There's no doubt he has it if he wants it.
Oh, the solo was
exactly. And I just wish that he did take it because, like, it always does suck to have like a newer. I don't know if Mackenzie's new or not, but a player that I don't know very well get like ground down when a solo is there for the taking.
Okay, hold on. You're worried. I don't know anything about Mackenzie, and Siobhan, I know you're going to take a break. You can put the scores up, and we can just riff here if you want.
Yeah. Why don't you guys? Let me find.
I'm going to explain why Karthik is wrong.
All right, take a look at that, and I will see you all in a few minutes.
Okay. So
I love it when you explain why Karthik's wrong, Ed.
Your argument is poor Mackenzie got ground down. Like if Eddie takes a solo, everybody gets ground down.
Yeah,
so we have more people alive because of Eddie. Like if we're looking at it from that perspective.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, like, I don't mind people getting a 0. But I'm like, being like it sucks for like a large alliance where one person can clearly take a solo, just like wait it out and be like whatever, like it's fine when it's Ed getting ground down or Jason Massbaum getting ground down, but like the solo was there. I get why it wasn't taken, but like would have been
why
nice.
I don't like that he didn't take the solo, and it's not because of it's okay to pass up solos and all the rest of it, I guess.
Of course.
But I think the issue is this: if he doesn't win, I don't know who wins this tournament. I have no idea. But the winner will always have in the back of their mind, I only won because Eddie didn't take the solo in round 1. Right? It takes like I'm always looking at the negative. If I had won this tournament and someone else could have had a solo, I'd think to myself, I was really second.
Yeah.
If you won the tournament, you're probably experienced enough to know something about Eddie and that he's like that, and you won't think about it as much because of that. Also, leave it to Karthik to stick up for the little guy, except when he is on board. In which case,
no. Karthik and I just let Liam live at BlazeCon. We had the same situation. We could have killed
exactly.
Well, the thing is that you're nice enough to account for 2 people's actions, right? You're so nice that you can let Karthik borrow half of your niceness when you're allied, and that sort of covers up his natural evil. But
good point.
It's okay. You can try and rehabilitate his reputation if you'd like. Go Horns, go, and all that. Keith.
All right, let's talk about the results.
What's Keith?
We have the results here. Jason Massbaum. Okay, he's been in a bit of a slump, to be honest with you. Not in BlazeCon. He had a good tournament there, but he had a big board top as Turkey, really good. I'm liking his chances.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Has he ever won a face-to-face tournament? I don't know.
Surely he has.
I don't know.
I'm gonna look that up.
I say that, but I don't think so. I don't think so. David, we're expecting. I actually have a hard time believing Andrew Zick. Oh, because both of his boards counted when he double boarded and they counted both.
Correct. And one of them will drop off if not replaced.
Okay, so that's not bad for. I mean, I didn't get to call Sabih's game, but they played. Like what I was going to say about that game was, I hated that opening. Bouncing in the channel and moving the 2 armies down. That's usually a recipe for, an EG. And they really, really took advantage of opportunities there. Is this me narrating, Karthik? You have anything to say?
I'm trying to figure out if Jason has won a tournament, a face-to-face tournament.
Jason won Carnage in 2023.
Ah, there you go.
Oh, so this is an old hat for him. Okay. Totally not memorable win, but this is going back to hallowed ground for him.
Cruel.
Riaz. I think Chris Brand uses Chris Brand's software for seeding, so I don't think he'll be in Turkey again. You put Riaz in the West, and Zoe, I think, was in the East too. So we'll see some play in round 2.
They were both Turkey. Yeah, we've got some really good Turkey games so far. I like the variety we've seen. It doesn't feel like the meta really skews towards one alliance in particular. We've seen lots of good AR, AT, AI, anti-Austrian alliances, etc. And then pretty much a little bit of everything in the West, even if we haven't seen a game-long EG yet, but we have seen shadows of them.
Correct.
So yeah, I really like this. I was chuckling the first 2 games as well, because I remember at BlazeCon, DMZs in Galicia were a big trend. They kind of felt like the standard in a way I haven't seen before in other events. And then the first 2 games of this tournament are broken DMZs in Galicia. So that's a fun little sort of epilogue to that whole thing, especially because quite a few BlazeCon people are here.
Correct.
Siobhan knows what happens when you
I
DMZ
don't know
Galicia
Yeah, I do
and
know what
Brandon
much.
Fogel walks into it.
If you do it too
Hey,
much,
we're not
I
going
learned
to talk
from-
about that. We're not
I
going to
learned
talk
from that
about that.
game.
I remember
don't
that
make
game.
I do not make DMZs. Like, I'm bouncing. I don't care. Like, I know Karthik loves DMZs in Galicia.
I love DMZ in Galicia. If someone will DMZ Galicia with me, I'll happily do it with them.
they
Yeah,
are wonderful.
no,
But
been there,
I don't know.
done that. Learned my lesson with certain players in the hobby.
I feel like I
Cough,
love
Brandon.
them just as much as I always have, but I also ask for bounces more often nowadays in my games. I don't know why.
Yeah,
Sometimes it's just the person you're next to.
but yeah, before we move back to the second round, just the names here are names that we would expect to see, right? I mean, Jason Massbaum, as much grief as I give him, very excellent player, formerly from California, updated to New
Let's
York
just say
now.
very excellent. Excellent, maybe, but very excellent is
Too
the
much.
only person in the top 10 that is very excellent is Doug Moore. Like,
Yeah. David Miller, of course, very good player. Eddie Brisson, Andrew Zick, Sabi, Doug, Craig, Justin, Riaz, Zoe. We're not surprised to see any of these names in the top 10, are we?
I mean, Sabi again doesn't really play much. It tries to stay out of the competitive side of the game, right? Because that's very emotionally draining for a lot of people. And
Yeah.
Sabi prefers to
Sabi's
get
a
along with
very
everyone, but
trusting player.
They can't.
Like,
That
I
can
played a
work.
lot
Yeah,
with-
that can work with a lot of people.
They're a very trusting player, but I've seen so many times where their heart gets broken. Okay,
Yeah.
because people eventually eat their dots. And what I'm like to see her top, to see Sabi top, pretty impressive because you don't see it that often. And I hope we see that they're going to become less trusting.
I hope it's a confidence boost for the next round, regardless of what form that
absolutely.
takes.
Yeah. I would love to see Sabi get a huge result in this tournament. That would be amazing. So,
We're all Sabi fans.
all right. Remind me if I'm wrong, because I've lost track of who we're keeping on, keeping off. But Patrick, I believe it's time for you to take a break. Or is
No,
it
I've
Ed's
only
turn?
been
I
on for
think
one
it might
game.
be me, and I'm happy to.
Oh, it's
take
Ed's
it.
turn.
Mhm.
All right. Then we say goodbye to Ed for now as we move into round 2. Thank you, Ed. And then we will jump straight in to round 2 if I can get all my stuff lined up. What I did not call out in round 1 was the name of the 4th round board, the Dentrasi, which I recognize this one from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So we're definitely going for the sci-fi,
Sapphire Space.
like,
themes.
awesome stuff. So loving the theme so far. Let me find the name of this board while you guys peruse the player list.
All right.
I mean,
So
we're
in
on Hitchhiker's
Austria,
territory now. Hopefully, we'll get like a Babylon 5 like reference at some point. Honestly, I should have been DMing Chris about that before. Now it's a little too late for that, but c'est la vie. This board is a very, very fun board to watch as well, because we've watched like some Vancouverites, like the local hobby, and Ryan and Vahe play very, very interesting boards. David Miller, of course, an incredible Germany player, now in Turkey. I believe earlier were they playing Russia or Austria? They're in the East, I believe, having a good time. And then Justin Lohr, of course, well-known Los Angelesite, and Angelino, and then Mike Moore. We don't see him as often, I feel like, because outside of like Whipping and Cascadia, so it's always good to see him play. Very, very fun player to play with.
Yeah, I'm constantly amazed by David Miller's ability to get himself out of seemingly bad diplomatic situations as Turkey. I remember last year, heading into round 3 at this tournament, he was Turkey, I was Austria, and I figured, there are quite a few people who are still in fringe contention to win, and he's the leader. So yeah, we're gonna just jump on him before anything else happens, right? But no, he uses his charm in these situations to always find a friend And I think that's going to continue here, especially with guys like Mike next to him and L, who I think are willing to just run a solid alliance with someone like him at this stage of the tournament. Maybe Andrew too, but at the same time, Andrew, he's a bit more calculating, and I could see him working well with any of these players as well. So could be sort of a Mike, it could be an Andrew versus David situation in the East, or I don't know if they've really played together before, but if they haven't, then they could also just IT and roll the board that way, because it's not round 3 yet. You don't need to be fully cutthroat.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we've got 3 of the top 7 on this board. Let's find out what happens. Karthik, you're back on stream.
I've been on stream. Patrick was when he rejoined. Let's give him a 1901.
Okay, Patrick. I know where we are in this game. What are you talking about? All right, Patrick, what do you see in the spring?
I see a support to Galicia, which is immediately eye-catching. The last time I saw someone do this, it was, I believe, Spiros in a VDL game about 9 months ago, and he ended up running a really good AT with Jamal Bukarli in Turkey. It's a very risky play, of course, because Turkey can deny you one of Serbia or Greece no matter what if they want to. If they do this, and David plays the old-fashioned Smyrna Khan opening, which means that's even more powerful if he wants to do that. But at the same time, I sort of buy that David is one of those players who would go for a plan like this, because he does take kindly to really strong tactical gestures early on in the game that are pro him. He's more likely to, I'd say, reward those than abuse those, all else being equal. So a Mike David alliance is totally possible here. A Mike Andrew alliance is also possible here, though, because he goes for the standard Lepanto opening with Tyrolia, which is always fun and gives you a lot of options. And then the West, fairly standard for the most part, but Liverpool to Eddie is somewhat notable, as it does indicate a slightly higher degree of trust towards France than usual. And the option to convoy over Norwegian, I think, is a little underrated in today's meta.
All right, so let's see what Justin does with that. What do you see, Patrick?
Justin does some pretty standard stuff with it. Goes to Belgium with French help. Second time we've seen that in this tournament, with England taking Belgium with French support. And Mao to Spain South Coast also happens, which indicates that there is a potential fast-starting EF here, as we saw on round 1, board 1. And adding even more fuel to that potential fire is Germany bouncing Sweden. So he's going to be diplomatically isolated. L is very unlikely to help Vahi from this position, just because they've gotten off to such a wrong foot. And yeah, I would not want to take over this German position already, even though it's very early. Meanwhile, in the East, we've got some interesting developments. Sure enough, David does take kindly to Mike's gesture around Galicia and decides to take Romania instead of disrupting one of the Austrian builds. But Russia also helps David into Romania, so he's sort of able to get away with playing both sides here. How convenient. And on top of that, Italy also appears to stab Austria by taking Vienna and Tunis. I am not super thrilled about that if I'm Mike, but at the same time, well, yeah, it is just a stab. I am interested
100%.
to see why Mike retreated to Silesia instead of Bohemia here, because of course Bohemia makes it a little easier to retake Vienna next year. Maybe Mike is just that mad at L. Between the support to Galicia and that retreat, I don't know what L said to Mike, but clearly she made some kind of serious misstep that got him really scared or really annoyed, or both. Because this is a very unusual level of commitment and aggression to see from anybody in 01 in this relationship, but especially from Mike, who is traditionally such a good-natured guy, in all aspects. So
I was going to say,
wow.
Elle, tell us what you said
happened?
to Mike, because I know him as a very genial player, very friendly, very forgiving in most cases. So either who talked him into doing that, no offense, Mike, I love you very much, I do, bad retreat, or what did they do to make you that upset so that I can never do it? All right, so the builds in 01, Justin putting a Northern Fleet in Eddie, Army London, Southern Fleet build from Ryan in France with an army in Paris, double armies from the German, Vahi, another Fleet Venice from Andrew Zick, coupled with Fleet Naples, army build in Budapest from Mike Moore, Fleet Con Army Smyrna from David Miller.
Yeah.
Thoughts, comments?
I thought it was
Venice.
already a mistake to retreat to Silesia, given the builds of Italy and how the rest of the board went. I think it's an even bigger mistake now. Like, yes, it's a double fleet, not a threat now. But if I'm Austria, I'm like wondering why was it a fleet Venice build instead of fleet Rome? Like, France and England seem to be working. France built fleet Marseille here, which makes it look even worse. But we see Russia getting bounced out of Sweden. I am not trying to be like this ultra anti-Russian player right now, like by any means, especially when the Italians are in Vienna.
Yeah, but Mike isn't really in a position to punish whatever Italy builds. That's the thing. I don't know what's stranger, the fact that we've had 2 Fleet Venice builds in this tournament, or the fact that they've both kind of made sense in their own context when you look at them.
Right. I mean, here I'm disbanding Silesia and rebuilding in Trieste. Like that was 100% like the right choice. But let's keep going on to 1902.
Yeah. All right, and before we do, the name of this board are Kelpians, which I believe are another Star Trek reference.
Okay.
All right, Karthik.
Cool. So here we see an attempted take of Sevastopol goes nowhere. We see Venice get pulled into Trieste for reasons. But at the same time, Tunis gets pulled into Apulia, which is a good call to defend Venice against the Munich dropping down into Tyrolia. We see the Germans get pulled into Sweden while the English shuffle into Skagerrak. Another curious choice. I think this is Justin trying to have his cake and eat it too and play a little bit of a subterfuge. We see the French go to Mid-Atlantic Ocean while going to Lyon, which is another curious choice. Probably just waiting to confirm that the English were not going to be dropping into English Channel or anything like that. Probably a smart choice. All in all, very, very interesting stuff over there. Unfortunately for L, with David Miller's move to Armenia, Sev is a goner.
Yeah. So in the fall, Sev is indeed a goner. What else do you see, Karthik?
Yep. We now see Silesia sliding down to Galicia. And it just goes to show you why the retreat to Silesia was such a mistake and why the rebuild at Trieste was the right call. We see that Mike is very anti-Austrian for some reason after previously being anti-Russian. And it isn't even a really particularly great spot for an IT to arrive from, given how many fleets David Miller has on the board as is, and the fact that David will be going up again. So very, very stable position for him. And also with the IT being his choice, you are also having to deal with the French coming at you. Like, I would not want an Austrian anti-me on my borders while France is convoying armies into Tuscany, to say the least. In the north, we see the Belgium being where English armies go to die trope being more and more realistic after the attempted convoy to Denmark fails. Germany chooses to blow up that fleet rather than retreating it to, let's say, Finland or anything like that. Probably not what I would have done here, because even wherever you're retreating it to, you kind of want that. Actually, no. Bothnia is not a great place for the fleet anyways. I think disbanding it is an okay call. You usually need to find some way of breaking ER up. And if this is what it does and requires to make it happen, not a terrible idea. So
in a way, he's sort of broken ER up with this move, because now that Russia is in Sweden and he can rebuild a fleet in Berlin, he has neutralized the R part of that ER.
Exactly. Correct.
Exactly.
That's why I took back my disagreement on it. I think it's actually probably pretty wise.
And I will say, I think this is a fine position for an IT. Like one fleet in the Med from Turkey, that's still workable most of the time from the Italian perspective. The problem, if I'm Andrew right now, is that support into Greece wasn't taken, because Mike's annoyed at you. You've been pestering Mike all game. That's where Mike's anger has mainly been going to for most of this game. But Turkey won't help you snuff out that threat sooner, especially when they're getting the build. That just screams, I want to keep these Austrian units on the board to make sure you grow slowly and struggle as much as possible. Correct. And if I'm Italy, that's a horrible message to be getting, regardless of whether there's a fleet in Aegean or not. So I think that's, we kind of agree, Karthik, like either way, there's problems with the IT relationship, but for different reasons.
Yeah.
All right, you heard it here first. Patrick and Karthik agree. All right, for the builds, we've got Army Marseille from the French, Army Berlin, Army Moscow, Army Ankara, Army Rome. So army builds all around from those who have them. The Disbanded Greece from Mike Moore. And I think that's all she wrote.
I'm a little disappointed by Germany's choice to not rebuild the fleet here, because keeping Baltic free is so important, and now Russia has that free walk. It kind of negates everything you were trying to achieve last turn with your defense. And I get it, like placating to England is an option sometimes when you've got England and attacking you with another ally. This gives Justin a better argument to go after Russia instead. But at the same time, you can't just commit yourself to being a 5-dot genocide for the rest of the game. That's not sustainable. It just means Justin's going to come for your dots later. So you might as well give yourself some chance at defense now instead of waiting and then losing all opportunity to do something later.
Being an army-only Germany is not a place you want to be,
right?
Especially this early in the game.
Yeah, because to me, it's not like, placating England. It's telling England, hey, I cannot defend myself against you if you choose to attack me. I'm your dot farm.
And that works better with some players than with others, but with Justin, I think it doesn't work very well.
No, Justin is, if you give Justin your underbelly, Justin will stab a sword through that underbelly immediately.
Yeah. The inch has been given, will Justin take the mile, as it were?
Yes, exactly. Correct.
So, Karthik?
So, we see...
This is my year. Hold on.
Yeah, this is his year. This is odd year. Yeah, correct.
Sorry, Patrick.
Anyway, regardless of Siobhan's lack of faith in my analysis, I shall continue. I'm sorry.
It's not a lack of faith in you. It's an inability to remember on my part. That's what's going on.
I'm just joshing. I'm just joshing. All right. Simple. I mean, yeah, it's not an IT. This much is clear enough. But Turkey is now attacking Austria. Now that Austria is in position to attack Italy, how convenient that those things are happening at the same time, as Austria takes Vienna back, has position on Trieste as well, although it's not quite guaranteed. And meanwhile, Turkey just sneaks into Greece. They're just sitting there trying to get into Galicia. It didn't work, but oh well. They're just there with their increasingly solidified position, can't really be hurt by anybody. So they're fine to just let their neighbors fight each other for now and see what happens. Meanwhile, in the north, not a whole lot happening. France loses their window to bust through the Med with a potential good guess here. A support to Turanian would have worked, but unfortunately we will not see that. So that's a bit of a stagnation. That's kind of an unaffordable bit of stagnation there from France when England is making really good progress with Russia right now. As Russia is supported into Denmark, England walks into Sweden behind, so the ER solidifies itself even more, and that makes a stab from Justin even less likely on Russia, and that makes it even more likely on France in the long term. So not a great set of developments for Ryan, I would say. And of course, not great for Germany either, as all of those holds mean he's not really doing much to defend himself. That fleet would really be coming in handy right now compared to that army in Berlin, which just, what did it do? Oh yeah, it held. So
it just held, yeah. All right, and in the fall. Ooh, it's a lot of
this time, Germany remembers that their armies are worth doing something with, at least attempting to do something with. But unfortunately, the attack on Belgium is unsuccessful as England supports it. Although on the bright side, they don't lose anything beyond Denmark. And also Sweden does not go through to Baltic. So Justin not taking the risk of Sweden to Baltic, Skagerrak to Sweden just yet gives him a slight reprieve on the German side. Meanwhile, Austria does end up taking Trieste because Albania chose to tap Greece instead of supporting Tyrolia there. I guess it makes sense because Greece could have tapped Albania anyway, and Greece could have also gone to Ionian. So you want to punish that if it does happen. So somewhat reasonable. What I don't understand, though, from Italy by any stretch is the convoy of Tuscany to Naples. It just seems like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, given France is still there, given Turkey's only getting stronger. I'm not fully sure what that accomplishes besides just making you more vulnerable to the French armies. But anyway, we roll on, and Russia's even, so they're not getting into their army down. But that's fine. They don't need one yet.
Yeah. So, like you said, Russia stays even. Turkey, David Miller goes up 1. Mike Moore in Austria also up 1, along with Justin Lohr in England. Germany down 1, Italy down 2. Patrick, talk us through the builds and disbands. I'll let you call them out this time.
Yep. Army Holland comes off, so I guess, Germany's kind of just shoring up their core, right? Holland is not holdable in the long term if England, France, and Russia are all fine to keep working together. So that makes a fair bit of sense. Fleet Eddie from England, so showing that Justin is not stabbing France now, but they are giving themselves the tools to stab France later. Because at the end of the day, when England's already got this crazy, indomitable northern position, they don't need more than 3 fleets, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then building a 4th fleet is just an excuse to have more options against either of their allies in the future. And in this case, more anti-French than anti-Russian, because they don't really need, because if they want to go anti-Russian, they build armies in the situation, actually. So yeah, it's a situation where France doesn't like that build, but what are they going to do about it? And then Turkey, Fleet Smyrna, again, Italy doesn't like that, but what are they going to do about it? And Austria takes their only choice in Budapest.
All right, we are back to you, Karthik, with spring of 1904.
Okay, so this is where England just chooses to drop the hammer on Russia. They support themselves into Denmark while also diving into Helgoland and covering up the North Sea. This forces Russia to retreat to Baltic. Unfortunately for Russia, this is also very, very easily kicked out of. So I would not be surprised if either in the fall or next year, England says, no, Baltic's also mine. I want this territory for myself. At the same time, for some reason, Germany chooses to support the French into Holland. Unclear why that is, unless it's just like, Germany's like, hey, I'm going to die. I'd rather have you have my dots than England. Fair enough. Austria moves hard on the Italians, making sure that Venice is at least challengeable, depending on what the French choose to do. And at the same time, the AT continues to move on to the Russians. If Silesia is not there to help, L is going to be in for a world of pain coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, I will say maybe it's possible that this ER moveset was arranged and it's just a forward retreat, because they always knew that Baltic would be open for Russia to go there. Yeah. And also maybe Justin didn't arrange it to happen this way. Maybe he arranged for England to go to Baltic and then Russia stays in Denmark before the Kiel thing happened. But at the same time, Justin's one of those players who likes to push his luck a little bit with these small pieces of aggression, and then repairs the relationship to try and keep going the next turn under different terms that are better for him. So this would align with his playstyle really well.
Correct.
All right, and Karthik, does it?
Yeah, somehow he convinces L to top Berlin for him so he can get the convoy into Kiel. Presumably this means that like sometime soon that L will be put into either Kiel or Berlin. I'm assuming that has to be what the negotiation is. But otherwise, yeah, it's a rough turn for L, as I mentioned, with the Legion not being there to help, but rather to hurt. Galicia is put into Warsaw by force. And even though the Brest succeeds against Sev, trying to make it into Ukraine, it's unfortunate that Warsaw is left to hang. Nothing much could be done about that without losing Ukraine, which would be even more devastating potentially.
Yeah. This really just moves L's status from an English ally to an English janissary, and I think that's shown by her playing in a way that doesn't really care about growth quite as much, just about punishing, just about keeping those common goals between her and England going.
Yeah. Makes sense for her to do.
Yeah. All right. Well, Karthik, call out the builds for us.
With Baltic being taken off the board, this is just basically giving a gift to Justin for being a good ally up until that point, which means that Sweden can drop in there whenever it wants to and kind of eradicate the German position. We see 2 armies coming down for Austria, all that they could do. But what I want to call attention to is the French fleet build in Marseille, right? We know that England is building. We know Justin likes to take advantage of position when he can and then try to patch it up later, as Patrick mentioned. So this means that there's going to be no defense for Mao if London chooses to go to English Channel and try to create some chaos around that part of the woods, especially if West dies for Tunis.
I think after seeing these builds, France will move that back to Spain, but
probably
it's still not
a great position, right?
You have to, for sure.
All right, Patrick. They do not have to. Tell us more.
They did have to, but they did not. I'm sorry, Ryan. No matter which way you cut it, this is just a mistake. Even if you don't have foreknowledge of Justin's play style, that Fleet London build is never friendly to you in this position as France, and you needed to do what was necessary to defend against it. whether that's moving Marseille to Spain or west to Mal. Like I get going for Tunis here, so maybe keep west down there, but at least protect Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Now you can't protect Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and that fleet in Lyon is delivering you 0 value. It's not convoying armies anywhere useful. It's not protecting Tyrrhenian because you don't need the third fleet for that. You have Tunis and Tyrrhenian there. So it's just a net loss in the security of your position for not much gain. Although getting into Tunis is nice, so that's something. You're not going to die. You're not going to die. That pretty much ensures you won't die. But it does mean you're going to get a much worse result than you would otherwise. Yeah, Keith. Good way to sum up. It is a learning moment. In the meantime, England takes that walk into Baltic as well. So not only are they getting Holland and Belgium, they've also got Berlin on the table, at least in the long term, although Germany does bounce Kiel. So there's not 2 on Berlin just yet. Meanwhile, in the east, we see the walls further closing in on L as Turkey gets into Ukraine with Austrian help. So Moscow is going to fall here. The question is, who does it fall to? If David's still interested in running an even alliance here, which I think he has to, given Mike's importance for keeping for keeping Germany alive and keeping Justin from getting Munich and Berlin long term, then he would put Austria into Moscow here, and that would make a lot of sense, especially because he's getting Naples. So, yeah, that's about it for spring.
This feels, not knowing how this game finalizes, like a classic case of the witches that we mentioned earlier in the stream, England and Turkey, when they are each doing well and managing their sides of the boards, like, just dominantly. They both do well. So let's see how it rolls. Patrick.
All right, so we see Kiel is not backfilled once again with the big red arrow in the middle of the map as France helps Germany keep England out of Kiel, which will protect Berlin in the long term. But Austria doesn't actually care about that because Mike has decided, I am going to go after Germany a little early. I don't care about Moscow. In fact, I'll even let Russia have Warsaw back. What I care about right now is going after Germany and, well, is he going to go after Germany? Is he going to take Berlin or is he going to prop up Berlin? That's the question. Because L retreats off the board in Moscow. L gets Warsaw back as well. So L has a rebuild. And now she can build North Coast. And this could be a situation where AT have... Exactly, Karthik. Where AT have convinced L to flip. And that could completely change the complexion of this game. It's probably necessary for anyone besides Justin to top this board because look at that. Free convoy to Brest on top of Belgium and Holland. Plus 3 builds. Yeah. Beautiful position for England. So desperate times call for desperate measures. And if Elle was willing to do this, I didn't think Elle was willing to do this based on her behavior so far. She seems okay to let Justin just do his thing. But if there is a North Coast build coming down here, then that's massive, massive cause for concern. Oh yeah, and Italy takes Naples back. So Turkey only builds 1 despite getting Moscow.
Yeah, so we wind up with Justin and England building 3. The rebuild from Russia that we spoke about, why the disband in Moscow, it gives you flexibility. You can rebuild it as an army. You can do Northern Fleet, which Karthik is predicting, I believe. David gets 1 in Turkey. Could have, in theory, had a second build if he'd wanted to swipe Serbia from the Austrian, but I think that you both were correct that the Austrian position is important to him right now. So cutting that down too hard is not smart. So, if you are England, what are you building? Patrick, we'll start with you.
Triple fleets, as much as I hate to do it. I think you need a fleet in Liverpool to ensure that the French fleets can't get past Mao, to pin them down so that they don't become a nuisance in Now and Norwegian and all that. I think you need fleets in Eddie in London because you need to protect Norway potentially and make sure you can take that back. But you can't move Helgoland to north to help with that because it's too busy defending Kiel now that France and Germany are on the same page. So I don't want to do it, but it feels like the best option given the circumstances of Justin's position.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that the fact that those are the necessary builds here shows some tactical mistakes that Justin made in trying to get as many things as possible rather than like having a perfect position. Like given what like he had in terms of the order set based off of what Germany and France were doing, I would much rather be in Mid-Atlantic Ocean right now and not have Brest than have the position that I do right now where I'm overbuilding fleets because I need them to respond to crises that are about to pop up. So,
Yeah, I I think I'm the one. I would put double fleets in Liverpool and London, an army in Eddie. He just needs more armies.
He does. He needs a lot of armies.
I will
Like-
say, I think if you build an army here, it's totally understandable, and it's good if you can afford it. I would put it in London because the best
Oh,
way
okay.
to
I can
the
see
best
that.
way to prevent Ruhr from continuing to be a nuisance around Kiel and protecting that center is to convoy to Picardy and threaten Paris and
Yeah.
force that
Convoyed
back.
immediately.
Yeah.
All right.
And you don't even need a convoy. You just need to have the threat of the convoy to encourage Ruhr and Burgundy to pull back to Gascony and Burgundy. Once they are forced to pull back, then you have freedom to kind of do what you want to do.
All right. Well, all eyes on Justin in England and Triple Fleet. Patrick, you called it.
And that is the necessary response to the North Coast rebuild we see from L. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm not shocked by that North Coast rebuild.
No,
Karthik
not at
called it
all.
first, but I don't think any of us are surprised.
I called it first, and then Karthik put his thing in the chat. Let's get
No,
that straight.
my comment was before you said it on live.
Well, I still said my
We
thing
will
before I
fact check
saw it,
this
so-
later,
Yep.
but I give credit to both of you.
Yep. Absolutely.
So we did, yeah, as we said, the Fleet North Coast St. Pete. France has chosen to disband the fleet in Tunis, an army disbanded Naples from the Italian, Army Tyrolia from the Austrian, and Fleet Smyrna from David Miller.
Yep.
So before I move on, it will be Karthik's turn to analyze, but we'll stick with Patrick for a second. Who do you like best?
You have done well to pick the exact hardest time to answer this question.
You're welcome.
Oh, really? I think it's an easy choice right now.
No, I think it's the Turks now.
Mhm.
I think David is properly engineering his position. He got L on side. He's got Mike on the line to give whatever help is needed. He's just got everything lining up for him. Tunis is in his pocket. Naples is in his pocket because of that Italian disband, which I was surprised by. He's just got everything he needs. He's only 2 behind Justin, and he can easily get those 2, right? Warsaw, Budapest, Serbia, Naples, Tunis. Those are all realistic. Rome. Whereas Justin, if Russia's now against him and he has to be busy dealing with that, and he doesn't have enough armies to pressure the rest of the French centers, then his path suddenly becomes a lot more murky. Not impossible, but a lot more murky. So he's probably going to get bogged down here, at least for now. We'll see if he can sneak Paris or something in the meantime, but it's not looking nearly as good as it did for him even a year ago, let alone 2 years ago.
And Karthik, your obvious choice was?
Turkey, 100%. Like, I think David Miller is in a position where he can have easy late game stabs. Anytime Mike Moore can't afford to pull it back because the second that he pulls it back, he's getting eviscerated by David Miller. So at this point, like Patrick said, Naples is free, Tunis is free, Warsaw is free. Like, all these things are going to fall. The question is if, not when. And David Miller knows how to play patiently. David knows how to keep people on side. And Justin's going to have, I don't think he's going to risk going down anything, but he's going to get bogged down really hard, really quickly.
All right. Well, Karthik, it is your year. What do you see?
Odd that Spain doesn't either move to Portugal or support west to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. They're going to reshuffle and defend, or what have you. But Justin chooses to put 3 on Mid-Atlantic Ocean to guarantee it. And at the same time, he also manages to support Denmark into Kiel, so he no longer has to worry about that. Odd that Austria bothered to support Ukraine to Warsaw. There was no need for that because Moscow alone was enough. If you're going to harangue and harass Germany, why not offer a support hold? Why not, support yourself into Munich? If you're just trying to walk in behind, right? Then just walk in behind and use, the time to reposition or support Burgundy or and Berlin. I mean, not necessary, I guess, because nothing was in Kiel, but never mind. St. Petersburg goes to Norway, free walk in. With the North Sea and Sweden now occupied, it can be kicked out, but there is going to be a potential chance for a retreat from Norway into Norwegian if L wants to be a chaos agent. And that could be really, really fun to make Justin deal with. In the south, we see a failed attempt to convoy we see a successful convoy into Naples, which will make taking Rome very, very trivial. Tunis is there in pocket. I don't think Dave's going to take that right now because I think he wants France to have units to go fight England with. But knowing that David has it in the back pocket whenever he wants it, just makes me more and more convinced that he will end up winning this game on like 11 or 12.
Yeah, David will get the Italian centers, and he's gonna take St. Pete here, and he's gonna walk out of Warsaw. That's the way to ensure that L's fleet gets as much mileage as possible, because then you have an army in St. Pete to keep pressuring Norway with and keep tying down English units. So
100%.
Really well played from David here to blow up that army now. I am a little unsure if that was the right thing for Mike to do as well with the armies on the line, but hey, if you're not there to take German centers and you're just there to make sure England doesn't take German centers, then you might as well just do something with them to put Germany at ease.
Sure.
All right. And the walkout of Warsaw does happen. What else do you see, Karthik?
But because Norway goes to St. Petersburg, it doesn't make it in. I think L may have just signed their own death warrant here. Unless they waive and be like, hey, I'm sorry, what have you. Actually, no, this could have been a ring.
Wait, no, they're gonna because she can build another fleet now.
You can build another fleet, yes. I'm right. No, I'm slow. This is actually brilliant. Oh, I'm so stupid. This is gorgeous.
I didn't have to say it. Thank you, Karthik.
Yes.
God, we're such dot grabby, savvy players, Karthik. We suggested this really slow, methodical way for David to play.
To get built.
And then David went even slower and more methodical.
Yes. This is brilliant play. There could actually be an argument for St. Petersburg South Coast build here, because it would actually cause a lot of potential chaos around Bothnia and Baltic for England to deal with if you're just trying to create maximum chaos for them.
Sorry, Karthik.
Yeah. But yes, so Rome gets taken as well. This is just a great setup for David Miller. And with Gaston getting piffed, once again, we see these tactical decisions, strategic decisions, resulting in long-term pain for Justin. And it's going to be a doozy to get out of it.
Just waiting for that to sink in for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And we're also waiting to sink in.
Cascadia is having a little bit too much fun with that, I must say.
Good game.
I mean, it's always a really fun time, and Cascadia is one of the tournaments that regularly puts the stream on at the end as we go through, and having people watch it live, even eliminated in round 3 very early for some reason. It's a reason to stay in the room and stay engaged with the community in that tournament, which I really love. So huge thanks to Chris Brand for doing that for us. Karthik would just like to say, hey, we miss things all the time as analysts. We're trying to look at the entire board, and I am actually pushing them on time. So, to be fair.
All right. David only has 3 builds because he didn't take a Russian center. How horrible.
Only 3 builds, and they are 3 armies. We'll discuss whether that's wise or not in a moment. We do get the Northern Fleet from L in Russia. Justin finally gets another army on the island in Eddie. And France pulls Burgundy, Italy pulls Apulia. Any shockers to either of you?
Nope.
All right, then we are back to Patrick.
All right. So not a whole lot happening with those cool Russian fleets, actually. Support back to Barents. Turkey's self-bouncing there instead of, say, trying to move St. Pete up to Barents and then backfilling St. Pete. So not a huge effort being made to push the advantage further. But it's okay. Justin's being contained, and France is actually rolling him back actively with the retake of Brest. So everything's working just fine over in Ratland. I guess we can call it a rat now. Meanwhile, in the center of the board, Vahi's time in this game might actually be very limited now. As Austria gets into Munich, they will have a guarantee on Berlin in the fall if they want it. Although because Galicia supported Silesia instead of backfilling Bohemia, they won't be able to guarantee Munich behind if they try to do that. So we'll see how that works out. Meanwhile, Turkish fleet just going west. I feel like this is mainly a thing to ensure that Mao isn't going to fall to 3 English fleets, which makes a lot of sense as well from David, just covering all his bases, making sure Justin has absolutely no way back into this game. And besides that, just advantage David still, and not a whole lot Justin can do about it at this stage.
All right, into the fall.
In the fall, Berlin is taken by Austria, so good job, Mike, for maximizing the score here. Warsaw is also taken by Turkey, so David's decided, you know what, L, you don't need the second fleet anymore. We've kind of done all the containment we need to do with it because, we're in command of the game now, so we'll keep you alive in St. Pete, but besides that, we're done. And then France actually blows up the English fleet in Picardy with German support and keeps Brest in the process. So they do lose Mao, though, so it's going to be a little messy. But with the Turkish fleets there, they should be pretty well prepared to contest Mao if Justin's going to keep picking a big fight over that. And France is building as well. So yeah, I don't really see any way for Justin to go higher than 9 now, which he's been knocked down to.
Okay. Talk us through the winter, Patrick.
Yep, we see Army Vienna Budapest from Mike, as you would expect. I mean, there's an argument for Army Trieste here instead of Vienna, but either Vienna is going to be exposed or Serbia is going to be exposed. So it's kind of a moot point. You're existing at David's pleasure to some extent anyway, but I think David's going to be just fine with him staying that way now that he's got the top pretty firmly in hand. And then Army Marseille in France, because Turkey's got all the fleets you could need as backup. So just put an army there and put it in Gascony. That's good.
All right, we'll push it right through. Karthik, back to you.
So, yeah, this dab, there was very, very little that Austria could do about it.
You're going to take it. Okay.
Yep. So apparently Russia was the one who vetoed this draw, but Turkey is taking full advantage of it. I don't think there's a path to a solo. No, Spain. Who knows? So we'll see how Austria chooses to defend against us in the fall, but losing Serbia and having Ionian slide into Adriatic is going to cause a lot of pain points for the Austrians. I think that Justin knows what needs to be done tactically in order to stall this game out and make sure that no Turkish solo happens. So fingers crossed, that ends up coming to be the case.
I don't love this. Justin has growth now. Justin, even if he doesn't have as much growth as David, Austria is going to prioritize defense against David now. He's got what? He's got 2 dots coming, guaranteed. Yeah, Budapest and Serbia. Mm-hmm. And then Justin, if Tyrolia chooses to protect Venice here, then Justin can get Berlin. Justin can get Munich. So, yeah, David is outracing him, but you didn't need to give Justin any sort of foothold. And I guess, no, actually, because the scoring system, it doesn't really care about the size of your lead, right? So as long as David can keep out racing and stay ahead of Justin with these Austrian centers, then I guess it makes sense, and that's how he maximizes the result. So yeah, never mind. I like this. I don't understand why Elle voted down the draw, though. That just seems like a bit of a chaos thing to do. I haven't seen anything in this game that suggests she's trying to get something else out of it from here. So unfortunately, that had to happen at Mike's expense.
Yeah, real fast before we move on to fall, we've gotten a behind the scenes from the room in Cascadia. Shout out to Sabi for this photo because they are doing a live watch party. Mm-hmm. So there they all are saying hello and enjoying what we're doing.
Yep.
Hi, everyone.
That's like half the people who in the YouTube chat said, I'm very happy to see me call myself stupid. So,
oh, apparently they were the ones laughing at you, Karthik.
Yeah, yes, correct. I heard very, very loud and raucous laughter.
I put it in the chat. I should note down the timestamp so we can get that moment as a reaction DBN recurring thing.
Let's go see the fall.
All right. Take it away, Karthik.
Yep. So Mid-Atlantic Ocean does not help dislodge Spain. And now without a mouse sliding into NAF at some point, Spain cannot be dislodged safely. Actually, no, Gascony is there, so now there's a chance. I take that back. But in the south, we see Serbia slide into Trieste. We see Romania support Bulgaria onward, giving Turkey +2 here. We see no attempt to take Munich or Berlin just yet. And actually, the take of Munich now becomes impossible by the English, given Ruhr sliding into Burgundy. So I think people are now like, okay, let's just lock the game up. Let's make sure nothing silly happens. Mm-hmm. But the question is, can he get Marseille at some point? I doubt it with Ruhr going to Burgundy and being there.
No, he can't because, well, let's see. How do you guarantee this? So Mao needs to tap Western Med, assuming they're completely hunky-dory now, and then Marseille needs to be the mover into Spain with Portugal and Gascony support, and then Burgundy needs to protect Marseille, Paris to Burgundy, and then they trade Belgium if they need to, I guess.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, and a little behind the scenes, David Miller is telling us spring 08, Elle in Russia voted down a draw. Again in fall 08, Elle in Russia voted down another draw vote.
Michael Galler in chat is, by the way, shout out to Michael. He was at BlazeCon.
Yeah.
Is Russia vetoing because of the early Austrian attack? You know what? Maybe if the result of a veto draw is that the person who screwed whoever early on in the game gets smaller and smaller, then maybe that is a good motivation.
Yep.
Good shout out.
Maybe.
All
right, so we know games must end in 1909. So this is our last year.
Let's see.
All right, so builds disbands. Ryan in France disbands Brest. We got a disband in Venice and Budapest from the Austrian.
Okay.
Triple build from David in Turkey, Fleet Smyrna, and Double Army in the other two. I heard an audible reaction, I think, from Patrick.
That was me. Venice and Budapest getting pulled is make some things that were going to be hard guesses and potential holds for a year no longer that.
Mike's choosing to speed up the inevitable, like Justin moving away from Munich and putting in all the necessary orders to retake Spain here. It indicates that they're going to offer him a survival in Munich and Berlin across the line. They're going to form the line here. They're going to make sure David doesn't solo, and that's where they'll finish it. Because if Mike just pulls back here, Munich to Ruhr, Berlin supports Tyrolia to Munich, Bohemia stays on the line to contest Silesia or something, then they've got a solid line, and that's it, and they can draw. There's not much of a point in Mike trying to keep Vienna or Venice or Budapest because they're all lost either way.
All right. Well, let's see what happens. And Patrick, on an odd year, we're back to you.
Okay, so Mike sort of does a more aggressive version of what I was suggesting, just trying to keep what he has now, but actually piffing Silesia, which in a completely preventable fashion on David's part. So that, well, not quite. He would have had to use Galicia to beleaguer it, which he could not have done. So that's fair enough. Good job, Mike. And Vienna is, I still don't think it's going to be kept
here. What is Warsaw doing?
Warsaw held, but looks like it held.
Yeah, could have saved Silesia.
The yellow H.
Silesia
was moving to Bohemia to try and cut the support.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
Oh, right. Silesia's moving. You're right.
Yeah, Vienna's gone. Spain's gone. They did it in the risky way where Lyon could have supported Spain to Marseille, but ultimately it works out just fine. I don't know what Burgundy's doing there.
Burgundy should have been supporting Marseille to hold. Like, that's silly.
Justin giving the moral support instead of the very important solo stopping support. But it's okay. It worked out. Don't panic.
We respect it, Justin.
Yeah, so this game is not ending in a solo, but it is ending in a 17 center board top for one David Miller, assuming he doesn't flub the tactics randomly around Vienna.
All right. Well, one season left. Does he flub? Patrick, let me know.
He does not flub. Good job. Vienna is yours. So 17, and Justin chooses to take Portugal just to make sure that France can't build in any of their occupied home centers.
Well, it's also the end of the game. I think he's just putting up an extra center point.
Yeah, pretty much. France was probably okay with that, given that, we're not going to get a very good result either way.
So, yeah, Patrick, as you called, we knew this was end of game because it's 1909. 17 centers for David Miller.
Yeah. Justin, let us know in the chat if Ryan was okay with that or if you just defrauded him. I'd love to know.
Justin says it doesn't matter if he was okay with it.
Free real estate.
That's the Justin I know and love.
That's a good answer. Yeah.
Oh, Justin, I'm dying. I love it. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
But really and truly, all the flowers to David Miller, dominating position. You love to see it. Absolutely. So I will give it back to the two of you. Karthik, final thoughts on the wrap up of this game?
Yeah, phenomenal play by David Miller. Justin,
I had to share it.
David Miller played an incredible game. He was very patient, stopped at the right times to ensure that he was going to win the race against Justin. He knew he had built-in pocket that he didn't feel like he needed to take at the time. So even when he was on 7 or 8 centers in 1904, to me, it was obvious that he was going to win the game in the long run because of how far he got Mike more pushed up to the line, so that all those dots were his dots when he wanted them, that all of those dots were his dots when he wanted them, all the Italian dots were his dots when he wanted them. And at that point, you're basically telling Justin's like, hey, like, in order to be a serious competitor, you need to be able to get to 14, 15. And even then, that may not be enough. As we saw in this case, it was not enough. So yeah, just masterful play by David Miller.
All right. Final thoughts, Patrick. We'll keep it brief.
Yeah, that turn where Mike and David found a way to give El a build, and Mike was convinced to leave Warsaw for the good of the Rat Alliance or the Turkish position. Hard to say, but regardless, the fact that they found that and that he was willing to do that and put all 4 armies on the line, that is really what sealed this game for David. That turn, and not every Austria would have done that. So it's a good example of David playing to what he knows about the people around him and what they're willing to do and how they play, and just maximizing the benefit that he can get from that. So it's another great example of how every diplomacy game feels different based on how different people view the board, right? Different Austrias handle that board position very, very, very differently. Some are a lot more cagey. Some don't really care if England gets big because it improves their position indirectly. So yeah, props to David for recognizing who this Austria was in his game and how to best use them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and given where David was coming in after round 1, this puts him in what has to be a dominating position, but we've only been through one board of round 2. So speaking of, I can see Ed walking around finding his best position behind the scenes, but I'm going to add him back to the stream all the same. Welcome back, Ed.
Okay. Look, enough of David Miller. I'm going to give you a different theory about David Miller. David Miller is evil. Okay?
What?
That's the story of this game. Like, at least someone like Justin, we all know he's a scorpion. But David is a scorpion who pretends to be a lamb. And the person who's pretending to be the lamb is more evil because they know they're a big fake. We have to be sick of David Miller. And this, I'm tired of watching him win like this. This is crazy.
Why are we trusting this sweet man?
Your friend.
Ed, calm down. David Miller's going to be playing at DixieCon, not at Worlds. You're fine. You don't need to do this propaganda right now.
The whole thing.
He is not your friend. Katie's not your friend. Karthik, you play opposite of David Miller.
Oh, Katie is not your friend. I will die on that hill.
David's not your friend.
Mm-hmm.
They pretend. And I don't know why people fall for it.
Mm-hmm.
Be the scorpion. Yeah. If you're really a scorpion, David, man up. Let's see it.
Own it.
Ed, that whole thing about pretending to be the lamb, but actually being fully willing to be the scorpion reminds me of someone else. I won't say who, but
I will tell you his initials
is
are
the pot calling the kettle stabby?
No. The pots are always calling the kettle stabby. It's
I'm the scorpion pretending to be the lamb, but he's the lamb pretending to be the scorpion. It's different.
What?
I think our metaphors are a little mixed here, but we'll dive into that later. All right. Well, Patrick, I think it's time for you to take a quick break. So we'll say goodbye.
No, it's my break. I've been here twice.
Oh, it's Karthik. See, again, you guys keep me honest. Thank you.
Here you go. We got you.
All right. So we're back to Ed and Patrick. I'm going to rearrange you a little bit on the side. And once I remember how to use all of these things, we're going to board 2 of round 2. And while you guys peruse that player list, this board is called Pack, which is from, I guess, the known space universe, something that I'm not familiar with. But we're still in sci-fi species from TV and books. So in Austria, we have Liam Stokes. In England, El Doer. France, Liam Moore. Germany, Sabia Huja. Italy, Mackenzie Richard. Russia, Riaz Varani. And Turkey, Emmett Wainwright. Ed, you're back to the stream. Initial thoughts.
It's going to be a tough East is the first thing I looked at with Liam, Emmett, Riaz, and then Mackenzie, a bit of a wild card, as we saw in the prior round. And then I'm liking this West setup with El, Sabi, and Liam. Man, Liam, I pumped you up big time, and we got eliminated by Eddie. We can't have that this round. I'm looking for.
All right, don't root for anyone, Ed.
Now, it's worth noting that Elle is on this board, and she was on the last board, and so she is double boarding. So shout out to Elle.
Thank you for catching that.
This probably enabled them to have 4 boards. So wonderful. I'm sure Chris thanks you, because Chris would have had to play otherwise to make the numbers work for no score, and that's always a little awkward. But yeah, I'm excited to see the Austria-Rush relationship in particular, because Liam and Riaz, of course, both from the same neck of the woods, very familiar with each other. Both very much players that rely on their natural charisma, but use it in very different ways on the board. So really excited for that.
All right. Well, we'll jump right into the map. Patrick, I will give you 1901.
All right. So this very interesting AR relationship starts in the most uninteresting way with a bouncing Galicia. Fair enough. It's a good move. The East in general, quite standard. We see the hold in Venice and the Smyrna to Ankara move from Emmet to keep that fleet flexible in the fall. In the West, things are a bit more exciting as it's seemingly a full EG jump on France, except G doesn't actually jump on France because Burgundy was bounced. Arranged, maybe, possibly. It's always fun. I always like that. The one instance where I like bouncing Burgundy as Germany is when I can tell England I'm going to Burgundy, but then I bounce with France and it's great and it's so flexible. But anyway.
Oh no, what could I do?
L leaps into the channel in Wales. I recall the last time L did this, I don't remember if it was a BlazeCon or somewhere else, but the last time I saw her do this, it might have been at BDC. It did not go super well for her in the end. So hopefully it'll be a little better this time because I like Elle. She's great. Deserves more success.
All right. What happens in the fall, Patrick?
Well, in the fall,
English
Elle has a
Army.
pretty good turn because the convoy to Belgium goes through. Norway is taken, so 2 builds immediately, and Brest is covered up by Liam, so we'll not be able to build a fleet in that most useful defensive position. So good turn all around for England. Even better turn for Germany, though, because, of course, they have 2 builds and, more importantly, no enemies. And in the East, Ankara moves through to Khan from Turkey. I assume the bounce in Rum is just to keep Russia honest about not going to Black Sea, as you would expect. So it's going to be some AI versus RT action here. If there's no Russian move to Galicia, then it seems like Liam and Riaz have demilitarized that space, and Liam has chosen to protect Trieste instead to ensure that Mackenzie doesn't get any ideas about taking 2 builds. So as a result, Liam will have 2 builds, and that gives him quite a lot of agency. Exciting.
Thanks. I both love and hate it. Ed, well, actually, let me just talk through the builds real quick. L is putting Fleet Liverpool and Army London for the English. Double Army from Liam in France in 01. Fleet Kiel, Army Munich from the Germans would be not terribly surprising there. It's what I would have done. Fleet Naples from the Italian. Fleet Smyrna for Emmet in Turkey. Another Fleet Trieste build early from an Austrian. Love to see it. Thank you, Liam. And double armies from Riaz in Russia.
If there's one person in this tournament who'd be willing to build a Fleet Trieste in 01, it is Liam Stokes.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll talk about it more. I'm sure it'll become relevant. But Ed, it's on to you.
Yeah, the first thing I looked for was what Sabi would do because this is what you want as Germany, is England and France to be at a full fight. And when I'm in that situation, I try to let them fight while, saying sweet nothings in both of their ears. But Sabi does, I don't know if it's arranged or not, but there's a bounce in Burgundy. It doesn't do anything with the fleets. I would have expected something. Skagerrak to Denmark. Denmark, Skagerrak, Kiel to Denmark maybe would have worked there. So it looks like definitely E and F are fighting, with G probably taking England's side. Meanwhile, though, Siobhan, you and I both know that Emmett Wainwright can play a good turkey because we were at Armada last year where he had a 13 or 14 center turkey, if I remember.
Fantastic
correctly.
Turkish result. Yeah.
And so right off the bat, he's into the Aegean. And
well
his attack
done,
in Serbia. I think Liam Stokes, it's going to be hard with 2 Liams on the board, failed to order Greece to Aegean there in this situation. Maybe they couldn't get on board, hard to say. But this is the perils, Liam Stokes, of building Fleet Trieste in fall 1901. Nothing else super of note except this sort of bounce in St. Petersburg.
The fact that Mackenzie tried to support Austria to Aegean here instead of convoying back to Apulia and prioritizing defense, it is just a mistake. And it does show that, most powers have a good argument to build a fleet in 01 as a neutral build. Austria is the exception to that rule. And, any second Austrian fleet is always anti-Italian, but unless, there's some kind of Janissary deal going on and Italy's the junior partner. But Mackenzie, as a newer player, may not understand that fully, and as a result, they're getting somewhat taken advantage of here by Liam, which is unfortunate. It's a good learning experience, but just generally, when you have concerns about one of your neighbors as Italy, one of the best things you can do is keep those armies in the boot to help defend yourself. And that's what hasn't happened here. Because that army is stranded, Venice is lost, and because Venice is lost, you're going to struggle to get any momentum in this game. Now, maybe Liam doesn't go through with it now that RT are solidifying, but still, the fact that this is even a danger for Italy shows that there was a mistake made in this instance.
AI need to get together right now. If Liam is betting that Russia or Turkey's on their side,
Well, I'm going to leave you to talk about it for 30 seconds.
Trieste to Venice. Oh my gosh.
It's you, Patrick.
No, you have the whole year, Ed. So
oh my God! All right. So, anyways, I don't know what Liam's doing. Liam Stokes, this is crazy. He does a Venice Trieste swap, as best I can tell, but through convoy, and that's pretty funny. Meanwhile, when Austria and Italy fight early, we're seeing the natural result of that, which is going to be an old school juggernaut with Emmett now in Bulgaria, Eastern Med, Aegean setting up the line perfectly with Riaz. Riaz happy to play patty cake in the north and see how that goes. Now, as we go to the west, it is fully an EG with we're getting to Burgundy now and England and L getting into the mid-Atlantic. It's very difficult position for France, even if they add 2 fleets, and they don't. But it is what it is.
All right, shout out. I heard the meow before I saw the cat, but we got another cat on stream. Thank you, Patrick. But yeah, it's as I stepped away for 10 seconds, I heard the Venice Trieste swap, but I was like, what is even happening? So I guess we will find out. And come on, you can do it. You can do it, Dipcast. I believe me.
North Coast build.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Yeah. So North Coast build from Riaz and Fleet Con from Emmett and a disband in Greece from Liam.
That's a big surprise. Well, not a big surprise now, but it does seem like in 01 and early 02, Riaz and L actually had a really good relationship based on the fact that L had the confidence to build at Army London in 01. You can only do that if you are very confident that Russia will not punish you by going after Norway, because your other build is a Fleet Liverpool in that situation, right? When you have Fleet and Channel, Army in Belgium, you've already committed against France. So it's a shame to see that relationship now go up in smoke, but at the same time, it does make sense for where Riaz's position has evolved to in the south.
It makes sense because, look, Riaz is already at the Russian line on a traditional juggernaut. All he needs is Vienna. He has a choice of going after Germany or England. England makes a lot more sense for him. And I think we'll just see Norway gone. Depends on how Germany's going to react to this. Denmark going to tap Sweden. They've been playing nice together, GNR, but it's time for Sabi to
make a decision.
Get on board.
All right, Patrick. Denmark does not tap Sweden. What else do you see?
We see England actually walking out of Norway, probably just to make sure that Germany isn't in on this and actually trying to stab. So makes sense. And then besides that, Germany also making moves into Tyrolia. So not just anti-French, but also anti-somebody elsewhere. Probably just trying to slow down that RT momentum since they're still tight with England. In terms of what the RT is doing, they're taking Vienna. That was guaranteed. Although they didn't do it the guaranteed way. And Turkey manages to take Greece as well with the fleet. So they're going to line up on Ionian. And it's actually... Ionian isn't guaranteed in the fall, but it is going to be annoying for Adriatic to try and decide between helping with Trieste and helping with Ionian. I guess they can. Yeah, there's going to be some guesswork around there, but the army in Tyrolia should help if it's there to prop up what's left of the AI.
If I'm L, I'm livid. Okay, first, my ally Sabi is not tapping Sweden, so now I'm worried about North Sea, so I gotta go there. Second, Burgundy isn't tapping Paris, so L can't get a build in Brest. This is like really frustrating. It's like, who's my ally? Like, it's not, and I'd be done at this point if I was L. I'd be like, Sabi, you're threading the needle too closely. I can't deal with this.
Yeah. And before we move on, because we do need to, I'm just going to shout out my favorite move of this round, which is Mackenzie convoying to Albania from Tuscany. I don't know where that's going, but I love a good convoy. Thank you.
They're working together. They're
Had to get
working
that back into
together.
play somehow.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
All right. Patrick, what does that do?
It supports Trieste to Serbia, which braces an attack on Trieste. So great job, Italy. Well done with the tactics. And they successfully keep Ionian as well. So kind of the best of every world for Austria and Italy. Just ignore the fact that Austria has 2 disbands here. That's going to make things a bit complicated. Germany somehow convinces Russia to walk out of Vienna as a part of a deal where Russia supports Germany to North Sea. Germany takes Belgium. Germany takes Vienna, doesn't cover Munich. They lose that. I guess maybe Liam lied to them about supporting Tyrolia to Vienna as a screw Russia thing. That's my theory. But yeah, all of a sudden Russia has gotten a much better deal out of this German stab on England than Germany has because of that entanglement in Munich. So that's going to be very, very annoying to deal with, especially with Germany only having 1 build. And they would have liked to put a 3rd fleet down here, probably, to press the attack against England in the north. But now they have to put down an army. They have to kick that Austrian thing out before it gets a bit too annoying and just refuses to die because France or Russia comes to prop it up.
All right. So for builds and disbands, Elle puts down fleet in Edinburgh. We get Army Berlin from Sabie in Germany. Disband of the army in Venice from the Austrian. Army Khan from Emmet. And Army Moscow from Riaz in Russia. Surprises?
This is Riaz's game.
Yep.
Yeah, let's just take a look at this position for a second. Patrick, do you have any disagreement with Ed's statement there?
No, Liam sneaking into Munich completely seals this not really being an even GR unless Riaz is okay with it being an even GR, but he doesn't have to be. He can he can play nice while Germany retakes Munich, and then, hey, can I go to Norwegian, please? I'll go Sweden to Norway to take pressure off Denmark, and then he'll ask for Eddie, and then he'll maybe put Vienna into Trieste and take Vienna behind, and then he's still got Black Sea whenever he wants it, so he can choose between Turkey and Germany in the long term, and it's everything he wants. It's everything he could possibly want.
Yeah. So I think we're back to Ed in the even year.
Yeah, I mean, I'll speed it up a little bit just to see. Riaz sort of playing nice with everybody here. That's what
Such
he's
a nice
doing.
guy.
He's sort of like David Miller. He's a snake too. And then love you, Riaz. But France is playing, I guess, defense while Elle's rushing to fight Germany. But that's all deck chairs on the Titanic. Why don't we roll it forward to the fall? But like I think it's just going to be, we're just waiting. Yeah, now he goes to Black Sea.
I was about to say I was fascinated by that Austrian move to Ruhr while Germany did not force Munich, but I guess they want to be in Belgium now.
Yeah, this is typical Liam. I mean, he's going to try and survive and be of help, but in any event, the big move here is the Sev to Black and Romania to Serbia. This is always a problem if you can't disband that Russian fleet, but disbanding that Russian fleet has its own set of problems for Russia. So in any event, it's a great stab. He's going to be up Vienna, up Serbia, in the Black Sea. Your ally is disbanding. You have good relationships with Germany and maybe even England at this point.
And now he has an ally in Italy too, because Italy bought the stab on Turkey. And that just happened to have occurred in a way that Italy gains nothing from in terms of builds. So,
right,
even better. Somehow keeps getting even better.
Somehow even better. So on that note, we'll just push right through into winter. Riaz in Russia drops down Army Warsaw, Army Sev.
Walk into Ankh.
Yeah. Army Paris from Liam in France. A disband of Picardy from the English. And Fleet Berlin from Sabie in Germany. Patrick, we're just going to push
lost here, but really, who cares?
Yeah.
He's got so much to about.
This Austrian position is amazing. Just shout out to Liam Stokes. That's all I'm saying.
I am riveted to see what that traveling army will do next. It supports Burgundy to Ruhr unsuccessfully, which means Sabie hates fun. This is a new revelation. In the meantime, England seems to be more concerned with attacking Germany than protecting Eddie or getting into Scandinavia. Elle? What happened? Huh?
What happened?
I can't process this. I don't know how L could have expected this to succeed in any way. Is England suddenly mad at Germany for some reason for building the fleet that is necessary to attack Sweden? I don't.
Is it Hell is Helgoland that is confusing you, or something bigger?
It's everything. It's London to north to hell. Like that's an anti-German posture for no reason. Germany's trying.
For Al, yeah, but I mean, look, this is just look at Riaz. He's got to walk into Liverpool, walk into Edinburgh. He already walked into Ankara. We'll be walking into Berlin in a minute. Things are going great.
Yeah,
helping Italy into Greece. This is just wonderful play.
And by the way, Turkey doesn't have an army to put back into Smyrna to actually threaten Ankara, so he's not tying anything down. He's just waiting to get disbands and then die. And now Italy's getting Greece, so Mackenzie gets to feel like they're actually in an alliance instead of just being a janissary. But they are still a janissary based on the sheer size of Russia.
Maybe Trieste goes to Venice here. Riaz takes Bulgaria. There's lots of options.
Yeah.
Let's find on out. Patrick, we are still with you.
It's a turnabout. Perhaps Italy has been convinced that there is a solo threat here, and thus cannot support Russia any longer. Helps Turkey keep Bulgaria when it would have succeeded if Greece had chosen to support that. Perhaps it's possible that Italy asked for Bulgaria themselves but didn't get it. That's also an idea. Austria and France work together to defend Trieste from a Russian assault. And in the meantime, Germany doesn't really care if England is dying to Russia because England provoked them. So they're going to defend themselves. And that's their priority right now. Makes sense. Piffing Helgoland. That's good. They also get into Baltic this time and sniff out the attack on Denmark and thwart it with a support role from Kiel. So great little cleanup turn here from Sabi, even if the Russian fleet in North Sea is probably not a good sign given where that relationship is at. And Riaz chooses the position of North Sea over taking Eddie behind the army and Eddie going to Liverpool, which is noteworthy.
I think is right.
I think
it's not just noteworthy. It's
because England is doing
exactly
everything pro-Russia now. Yeah, England is completely fine to let Riaz do whatever.
He's got position. It's great.
And Belgium does not get into a new center this time. It could have gone to Holland, but Liam chooses to stand pat in Belgium for now because Austria.
The natural Austrian army position of Army Belgium. Just saying.
Yes, Peter McNamara. Actually, that's a good point. It does give England a build. It's probably going to be Army London, if I had to guess. And then it convoys.
All right, so the builds are as follows. L puts down fleet in London. Riaz puts down a northern fleet in St. Petersburg, along with an army Warsaw. Disbands from Emmet in Turkey and Aegean and Eastern Med. Mackenzie builds fleet in Naples, and France disbands the army in Burgundy. Thoughts, guesses, surprises?
Bulgaria is now
I'm looking at. I don't know. It's crazy. The game's a mess, but Riaz is in control.
All right. Well, the game is a mess, as the man said. And Ed, how does that mess continue in 06?
Look at this. Riaz is ready for it. He moves to Livonia. The guy is good, but he takes Bulgaria here, moves to York. So he's got Edinburgh in pocket. He can maybe take London, but he's may still work with Al. Who knows? Meanwhile, he's just getting his fleets in position while talking nice to Sabi. Whether or not that holds, who knows? Unlikely. Italy just moves west, I guess. All right. They've shored up the east from Riaz. Nothing to worry about. We're just going to go see what I can get. Maybe I can get Marseille or Spain out of this. Kind of love Mackenzie's play here.
Oh.
Sorry. Well, I don't know how many draw votes were taken over the course of this game, but apparently in fall they have taken a draw vote, and everyone has accepted this result. I will say, from Riaz's point, a 12 center board top with the next players at 5 is huge. 221 points to the next at 94. That delta is massive.
You know what's better? 18 and all of your, and I think he had 18 here. I really do.
All right, can you count him up for me, Ed?
Well, he's at 13, right? Or no, he's at 12.
12.
Clearly he could take the English centers at 14. I think he gets the he got Bulgaria at 13. I think he takes Smyrna in Greece, and then eventually with this Italian position.
Oh, yeah, I count the 18. Yeah.
But I mean, I think it's there.
Maybe.
If he's got 3 full years left. Maybe Karthik or Patrick will disagree.
I think it's mess. I think the position is messy enough now to create doubt with Germany lined up there and England still having options. Italy actively trying to defend whatever they can. Greece is probably not takeable here in the time limit. Maybe it is, but I think Russia to have a real solo push here within the time limit. I think they want to have started. They would have wanted to start building more southern fleet sooner. Importantly, to take command of the Turkish area and then push further towards Greece, and especially really just secure Greece, because that is probably your 18th dot here, given how messy the north is if England and Germany decide to resist you. So yeah, I get why Riaz stopped here. It's still an amazing score. He still took command of this board pretty clearly, and I'm not super surprised by this. I think this is fine.
Yeah.
Maybe Riaz is a lamb after all.
This is one of those moments where was something left on the table and will Riaz regret it later is the question in my mind.
But that is the real question here. I mean, Riaz has 6 turns basically to get his 7 turns, to get his solo, right? You had follow 6, I know 7, 8, 9. Fleet build of St. Petersburg, South Coast, I think gives him the position that he needs to realistically crush the Germans in the north. Eddie and London are there whenever he wants it. And Constantinople and Smyrna are there as needed by dropping Sev, but building Army Sev and then dropping to Armenia. So to me, I don't think he needs Greece. I think Patrick is right. The Greece is going to be a pain to get to before the end of the game, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. You don't need Greece in order to get the solo, right? And the really good reason for Riaz to keep going is that even if he is stopped, there is so little capability for anyone to knock him down, right? Because look at where the units are and what they can do. Fleet Smyrna cannot help Constantinople ever into Ankara. There's little ability to ever dispossess him of Bulgaria. Serbia is going to be his. Vienna is going to be his. Nothing much can be done there. And furthermore, because of the fact that he's on the attack, the other people have to be on the defensive, lest they risk making misorders or mistakes in guesses that give the game to Riaz. I just think Riaz, if he wanted it, could have taken it, but for diplomatic reasons, there's obviously also reasons to just.
I don't understand it. It's round 2. It's go time. He had a middling score in round 1. And this is a really good score, but even if he doesn't get it, he would have a better score.
Correct.
I don't understand the play.
One of the things that I think is going on here is that because we have seen David Miller's 17 center top already for this round, David Miller's game is still going on. Riaz might have just taken the bet we'll get comparable scores.
I don't know.
But even then, given the
gunboat players in the world,
you need more than comparable to catch him.
Ed, last year I was eliminated in round 1 at this very tournament with this very scoring system. Second round,
did you win?
You're
making my point.
I swear. The next round, I had a very commanding performance similar to this one, similar sized France, and I was in contention to win the tournament in round 3. Did I? No, but that's because the round 3 went badly. That's separate. But I was still within enough points of the leader to make it very realistic.
We'll go back and review that later.
Round 3, right? So it's not a matter of did Riaz need to take a few more centers to win the tournament. This is purely a discussion of if Riaz is continuing, he's trying to solo. So can he solo? And the more I look at it, the less I see it, because you need, even if you take all of Bull, Con, Smyrna, Greece, and Trieste, and Greece is still something of an if, you still need something in the north. You need to gain something net in the north. And the only way that happens is if England is willing to throw, and I don't see that from L here. I don't think
L is throwing for sure.
Yeah,
it would be
they can take Liverpool back to punish the loss of Eddie. Maybe they lose another English center overall, temporarily. But even if that happens, then they can't hold on. Then Riaz can't hold on to it long enough to also take Greece and Smyrna and all that. So I think he would top out here.
I think he could even Berlin, Munich. I mean, at this Fleet South Coast build.
I think there's an 18 there.
The thing is that you don't need any of these crazy hard ones to get, right? So Edinburgh, London alone puts him on
Eddie,
14,
London.
Right?
He doesn't have those long term.
He doesn't need them long term. He just needs them for 1 year. And the issue is that because Helgoland and Denmark and Baltic are locked up trying to defend that, it's going to be very, very difficult for Germany to try and stop him from taking it in 1908 or 1909. The English fleets right now. Obviously, you're going to be preoccupied with dealing with France because otherwise, L dies very, very quickly. And so it's a very thin line to walk. The chance for mistakes are high when walking it. And worst case scenario, you end up with Bulgaria, Con, Smyrna. Maybe you lose Liverpool. You have Edinburgh and London. So you go up and you have Bulgaria. So you wind up on 17, or 16.
I mean, I see 16 here for sure.
16 is the worst case. 18
Anyway,
is probably the best case.
We won't beat this down forever because we could, I'm sure, but we have 5 more games to get through tonight. So
I get the point, but Canadian nice is too much for me, Riaz.
I mean, is he really Canadian nice or is he a scorpion, Ed?
He's definitely a sheep in this game.
Definitely
one. He definitely
Back
has
to the lamb.
Sorry, Riaz.
All right, we love you, Riaz. And Patrick, we will send you away for a break and see you back in another game. All right, Karthik and Ed, we are back for.
We're gonna do a speed round, Karthik.
Let's do it.
Yeah. I believe in you too. All right. In Austria, we've got Gabe, England, Narek, France, that one guy, Doug Moore, Germany, Nick, Italy is Matt Shields, Russia, Zoe Cameron, and in Turkey, George, again, I'm sorry. I don't know how to pronounce the last name. So, thoughts, comments, first impressions, Ed?
I'd be curious to see how Doug and Nick get along. Nick may have met his match there with Doug, just doesn't realize it yet. I can see Matt and Zoe getting along. I really don't know George. I know his play style. And then it'll be interesting to see how it plays out in the East, I think. Doug talks a lot about FGs, so maybe that's what we'll see. You're smiling, Karthik. Did I say something wrong?
No. It's just David Miller trying to say that not everyone's a lamb or a scorpion. Some of us are puppy dogs. And I'm like, sure, David. But
yeah, of course. He's doing damage control now.
Yeah,
he knows I exposed him.
All right. Karthik, any other thoughts on this player lineup?
Nothing to add. I'm excited to get into the orders.
My
name is Speed.
Speed. All right. Ed, you're on top of the list. What do you see in spring of 1901?
Italy doing the whatever you call it to Tyrolean Vena, I think is very interesting. Russia going to Livonia.
That's very Matt Shields.
For Italy, yeah. Russia going to Livonia here. You don't see that very much, but I think a lot of Australians do it. So Zoe doing it is good. And then I'm really starting to appreciate the idea of Channel and York for England. It seems to typically work out pretty well for England. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. And go back to full.
Fleet in Belgium. Interesting. France gets 2. Convoy to Norway, I guess, is a result of that move to Livonia, maybe. And Germany races back to protect Munich. I bet you that Karthik loves this. Venice supports Vienna to Trieste while then going into Vienna.
Oh, Matt Shields,
really
you dirty,
nice.
dirty little sneak.
That's really nice, actually. So I'm seeing an RT here, an AI dysfunction. Looks like we may have another juggernaut on our hands.
I don't think it's going to be a juggernaut, given the fact that Seb is in Rum. My guess is it's going to be a rat, and Matt is doing the wise thing and trying to get in front of it as quickly as he can. If you can slow down the rat just a little bit, maybe there's a chance for EG to save his skin. Obviously, I don't know if it's going to be an EG and EF or what have you, but if we can find a way to make it work and survive long enough, he has a chance for salvation.
I don't know. I'm championing Matt Shields in the early game here, who in Italy is getting 2 builds. Gabe in Austria is getting 1. George in Turkey getting 1. 2 from Zoe in Russia. 2 from Narek in Italy, or in England, sorry. And 2 from Doug in France. So we'll just... Oh, and 2 from the German. Nick, didn't mean to miss you there. We got double fleets from England. Fleet Brest, Army Paris from Doug in France. Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin. No surprises to me there. Another Northern Fleet build. Thank you, Zoe. Love to see it. We should start keeping a tally of these things. Like live on stream. That would be wonderful. George, I think, predictably puts down Fleet Smyrna, Fleet Naples, Army Rome, and Army Budapest from Gabe. Any extra thoughts?
Poor Narek. He commits against France while Russia commits against him.
Mhm.
Yeah. Narek got talked into something there.
Yeah.
All
So
right, Karthik, it's to you.
as we can see, we're seeing the pretty obvious rat do ratty things. And it seems that Matt is doing like a really damn good job of stepping it all out and doing the best job one can on defense.
Mm-hmm.
The one downside for him, unfortunately, is that a 3-on-2 is very, very hard to win. And that's right,
Unless you're Karthik.
I only
So we say, sorry, I was wrong again, so we get another blooper reel for...
Oh, no. I was 100% right on this. So Ionian is going to fall to the RAT here. Nothing much can be done about that. The French help the Germans into Belgium, which shows that Belgium isn't where just the English armies go to die. It can also be where English fleets go to die. Unfortunately for Italy, I don't think any salvation is coming. I think Narek and Nick are a little bit behind the 8 ball and realizing what's going on in the south and coming up with a means to stop it.
I think Sweden misordered.
The FG manages the rat in the end.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sweden misordered here, right? Shouldn't Sweden be supporting
Yes.
St. Petersburg to Norway?
No.
They supported Denmark.
Here.
But why? Denmark's not under any threat.
I don't know. Good question.
Lack of anything else to do, what I'm guessing is a failure to communicate.
Well, no, but there is something better to do.
Though,
it goes to Norway, and then you're in St. Petersburg. It tells me maybe Zoe doesn't want to do this, but I don't know.
Or has committed to doing it, but now regrets committing to do it. It's hard to know.
Yeah.
What I will say, and I forgot to mention at the top of this board is named the Silurians, which are from Doctor Who. So another solid reference.
Nice.
Thank you to Chris and Riaz for those. All right, Karthik, fall.
Okay, so Italy loses Vienna here under the force of the rat attack. Not the rat attack. Oh, man. And then we see Ionian fall to the Turks, Eastern Med being the unit that takes it. If I'm Austria, I'm probably trying to argue for Turkey to take with the Aegean, but that's fine. Italy seems to view Austria as the biggest problem here. I'm just trying to create as much pressure on Austria as possible. Probably doing that as the best, fulcrum to, get the Russians to stab them on and turn the alliance on its head. Then in the north, we see Denmark take North Sea by force. We see an attempted take of Norway, but now with Norwegian position no longer as easily takeable. We see Irish Sea wisely cut the Mid-Atlantic fleet to prevent English Channel from being taken. Narek looks like he's on a long path to pain.
The short path, in my view.
Well, yeah, maybe a short one.
It's going to feel long, but it'll be pretty short.
Yeah.
We shall see how that goes.
The GR cooperation now is really important.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so to that point, Germany builds Army Kiel, Italy disbands Fleet Rome, and Army Budapest from the Austrian. I don't think any big surprises here. In future, gasp if something surprises you.
The gasp.
Ed, back to you.
So Russia's friends with everybody, right? Russia's friends with Austria, Turkey, and now Germany, and gets into Norway. Barents is committing north here. Usually that's, I suppose, a little doom. If you're Austria and Turkey, Russia might be looking juicy. Meanwhile, in the west, I don't think anything actually happens. Attempted convoys, but France does take the English Channel, which spells it's basically a race to kill Narek. but everyone can't be friends after this. And then poor Matt loses Naples through his own doing, right? Like he dislodges Ionian. Oh no, it just went there. Ionian went to Naples.
Oh yeah, he braced Ionian, but Ionian just walked into Naples as a result, and Doug Moore's walking into Marseille, just being like, "Sorry, Doug, longtime friends, but I got to get a piece of this pie eventually."
Hey, if I'm Gabe, enough with this. You let Eastern go to Ionian and not Aegean. Now you're getting talked into moving Greece to Ionian. George is up to something. And
I do not trust George.
Stop doing this.
The smells of a rat with Austria as the patsy that becomes a juggernaut in like 1905.
No more nice guy, Gabe. Defense first, buddy. I'd be supporting
All right.
Greece here.
Gabe, are we going to be nice guy? Tell us about it, Ed. Or, yeah.
Yeah, the tea leaves were there for poor Gabe. This is Greece suckered into the Ionian here. Whereas Turkey gets Greece, Turkey's in Naples. George is doing really well, working with Russia here too. Russia's clearly in on it. Zoe here gets into Norwegian Sea, still gets Norway. Is the West reacting here at all to this? Well, we have Marseille to Piedmont. That's about it. A lot of holds.
All right. Winter. We've got double fleets from George in Turkey, a Northern Fleet build from Russia, and some disbands in the Ionian, Tyrolia, from Austria and Italy.
I think George needed an army in Con. I don't think he needed another fleet.
Double fleet. I kind of agree. And I have children invading my space suddenly. So I'm going to give it back to, I believe it's Carly's turn.
Normally, children invading my space is what I say when Jason Mathbaum chooses to attack me. But in this case, it's a move into North Atlantic Ocean, Norwegian Sea, Norway, just a nice little beautiful daisy chain that all goes off without any issues. We see here that the AT comes together for some reason to blow up Romania.
It's still a rat. It's still a rat.
I mean, still a rat. And I'm like, I would not be doing that if I was Austria right now. I'm like, I like that Russian fleet being right there because that Russian fleet can do no harm to me. And quite frankly, after they took Greece, I have no desire for Turkey to get any more centers. So unless somehow, some way, Austria's getting something nice out of this, I'm very much second guessing Gabe's decisions here. And I think he's overly trusting George. We see in the north, just like the tactical unraveling of the English position and doing it in a methodical fashion, right? So now fully surrounded on Norwegian, North, English, and Irish. It will not be long before Narek falls.
All I'm saying is Zoe's moves are like an octopus, with these tentacles going all around. This is just fantastic. Taking the position over anything easy, maintaining friendships with Germany, Turkey, and Austria. And George, I would say everything's cool, but if you'd built the army in Con, it would be a lot better having an army in Bulgaria than a fleet south coast Bulgaria. It's almost a pointless unit.
Yeah. All right. Well, take us through the rest of the year, Karthik.
Okay. So right now, George is doing the right thing for the rat, and I think also the right thing for himself, right? With Austria in the position they are in, no reason to dot farm them. Get your unit forward to be able to sort of be in position to take more in the future and in a more sustainable fashion. Zoe right now is happy for his army to be in Galicia. We don't know if that'll be the case in 1905, 1906. So if you're being offered a chance to move your army that far forward, take it if you can. Stunning to me is the complete collapse of the anti-English campaign. Right now, we see the Russians support London into the North Sea while trying to make a dash for Denmark, to top Denmark. Denmark goes to the Baltic Sea, though, however, while also going Prussia and to Silesia, showing that Germany is trying to start to turn into Zoe, And I don't know if this was sussed out by Germany or if it was caused by like some mumblings. But yeah, England seems somehow to be able to survive on 3 despite us all marking him for dead. So kudos to Narek for doing the diplomacy needed to make that happen.
Doug being invited into Rome, causing Italy to disband.
That's
I'm
just
not
gross.
sure, Matt.
Look.
Matt
Doug
supported
is
him.
here to help. The most scary word in the English language.
I don't think it does help. I think it really hurts. Like the rat was slow in the med. Now it's going to go fast.
No, it 100% hurts. But I'm saying Doug is here to help is the scariest words you'll ever hear him.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I didn't think it's a good move for Doug. Is my point.
Well, let's see what he does with it. So on the build front, we've got Doug using that Rome pickup to build Fleet Marseille. Meanwhile, Matt Shields disbands Fleet Adriatic, and Zoe builds St. Pete's South Coast. I believe the first time we've seen this build.
That's the
all
end of
tournament.
GR cooperation.
Yeah.
Good build.
Well, tell me more about it, Ed.
Well, they bounce in Bothnia, but the first thing I noticed is Russia getting into the North Sea. Again, we saw from Riaz how important that is. Doug here, going into Western Med and Gulf of Lyon, protecting Mid-Atlantic. I mean, the English attack is all off. Like Doug and Narek are besties at this point, seeing what they can. It's the West trying to rally against, what was a rat, but I think the rat, like if Gabe doesn't get it now, like Gabe, this is, it's time for Gabe to realize that that Turkey is not looking so far west. So these moves, I mean, they can all be justified in a way to stay radish, but they're not radish.
No, the radishness has waned off.
When you say radishness, it sounds like you're saying radishness, and it's very, very
ratishness.
They're on board still as we go to it. No move on Gabe yet. Meanwhile, Doug just putting up. I mean, this ended up being okay. I mean, convoying to Tuscany, getting Tunis. Matt Shields, thank you for playing, but Doug's already there. He's already got all his units there. He's just
Matt just noped out of this. He's like, I'm done.
Yeah. And then so I guess Doug's good, and Doug gets Belgium, right? So Doug making the case that he needs all the builds that he can get to fight Zoe. I don't know if that's true because it seems like Germany might need to keep the armies, but fine.
Doug's talking him into it anyway. All right. Well, through to winter. Doug gets his 2 builds, Fleet Brest, Army Marseille. We get disbands from the German and Tyrolia, both the Italian ones. Matt Shields, I hope you enjoy your beer and your dinner. Nice seeing you. And build Army Budapest from the Austrian. Karthik.
Okay. So at this point, when you see these moves from the Turk, I think you're counting your lucky stars if you're Austria that France is moving the way that they are. But because in terms of the potential threats that Doug is posing, but I'm also deeply concerned if I see Adriatic and Apulia and Albania army just chilling there instead of being convoyed to Apulia. Like, what are your plans, my guy? But Doug is a threat that kind of needs to be focused on to some degree, and I'm sure at least that's what George is telling him. And in the north, we see London support Denmark to the North Sea, which is sort of unraveling the great position that Zoe once had. But you think, right? It's like, I had the North Sea and I lost it. But because of the way that this happened, Zoe gets Denmark and a free retreat into Helgoland, which is going to make a massive threat on Kiel, which at that point you're like, I think I may have just capsized the entire German position, right? Because now the North Sea fleet's actually further away from defending the German homeland. If a fleet managed to make it into Kiel, Baltic is no longer important. And it's just a beautiful set of moves that works out really, really well for Zoe Cameron here.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
I mean, Nick's going to lose. Yeah. So go ahead, Karthik.
Yeah.
Yes. So now we see the successful bounce in Norway. We see that there is a double bounce in Kiel. Sorry, like a power 2 bounce in Kiel.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. A good order set there by German on the defense. We
Very
see
good.
Austria taking Romania by agreement or not, ? And we see the Turks playing nice for now with the Austrians. Maybe George is a good guy, and we've been overly shading him. Ed.
We've just been sleeping on that. Yeah. That evil laugh from Ed.
Mm-hmm.
That was a really good defense by Nick, as I just wanted to point out. Yeah, he's down one, but he could not have done better.
Correct.
Saves Munich, saves Kiel.
Mm-hmm.
Could have gone bad.
It could have been
As well
really
as it could have gone.
Yes.
All right. So for the winter builds and disbands, Gabe in Austria builds another army in Budapest, and Germany pulls fleet North Sea. Agreements, disagreements?
I think it's the right call for everyone all around. Germany had no great choices, but that's probably the least bad one he could make.
I might have pulled Sweden instead of North Sea.
All right, back to you, Ed.
Which is hilarious because she goes right back to North Sea and doesn't do anything.
It was German pulling it. It was Germany within the North Sea.
Oh, Germany's pulling. All right, you're a good point. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Well, anyways, look, the German position is unsustainable in the long and the short term, and we're seeing Zoe collapse it. That's what we're seeing in the West. England moving to English Channel is hilarious. Let's see if Narek takes breast. That would just be a horrible move, I think, but it would be awesome to see. And George still playing nice. Nobody's taking anything in the West. Kind of locked up in the Med.
All right.
In the fall, Austria takes Sev. I'm going to go with presumably by agreement, although I wouldn't like to make that. Well, I don't know. Albania goes to Serbia. That can't be. I don't get it. Fine. But Zoe's taking Kiel and Berlin here. Loses one, so presumably builds an army in Moscow. Austria gets Munich.
Yep.
Maybe that was the deal. You can have Serbia for Munich. I would never make that deal, Gabe, but right now, Gabe, I'm on your moves. You need to be next to me. I will be a very good ally to you, based on what I'm seeing. You are too trusting.
This is Ed saying he's going to snake you before you know what's coming. Unfortunately,
I made a joke in the comments earlier on the YouTube channel that I was going to turn a drinking game out of any time we reference someone being a snake or a scorpion.
Just one thing.
Yeah.
I think Narek makes a mistake by going to Brest here. If I were him, I'm going to Mid-Atlantic Ocean because West is obviously going to be coming back. Bounce that out and wait for your army to get into Wales so that way you can convoy the army in without any risk. And now, I mean, Brest is guaranteed to get crushed in the near term.
The other thing I want to point out is why Gabe should have rethought the Sev thing is if you are getting Munich, I mean, you wouldn't have any play, well, never mind. It's fine. I realize he's losing Serbia. My point was stupid. I, like Karthik, don't have a problem admitting when I'm wrong.
I mean, I like it when someone can admit when they're wrong.
Yep. I've said it once this stream already.
Oh, I don't think I ever heard that. That's just some GIF reaction we're going to use on DBN forever.
Yeah.
But real talk, Narek in England builds fleet Liverpool. Doug in France opts to pull army Tyrolia. Nick is down to one and pulls army Holland. And Army Con
Paris or Marseille. That's hilarious. You might live in Portugal with the rate of this.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
It was the right move.
Even year, so back to you, Karthik.
Yep, and what the Germans acting as French accomplices, Brest gets blown up. I mean, could have retreated to Picardy, but nothing ever good is going to come of that placement there, so may as well just blow it up, I guess. And then everything else seems to hold in place. So
actually, I do have some information about this from the English player. Chris Brand contacted me earlier. The position was abandoned. They chose not to refill it with anyone else. The English position.
See.
So, yeah.
That's a tricky position to be in for Doug and Zoe.
Yeah.
You know, because you can take London here if you're Zoe. It's weird, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is the information I have.
If it was Ed Sullivan, I'd be taking all 3 centers without guilt or regret. But
mine.
Zoe is a nicer person than I am.
I wouldn't go that far out. Let's cool the jets a little bit. Zoe's a snake, just like you. So,
but knowing the position is abandoned and not refilled, I mean,
take London. Why not?
You have to, right?
Surely.
Doug had to take Brest. Doug had to. So we'll see where. Squeeze me.
A draw coming in after.
I think everyone decided to abandon it after that.
Yeah. I was not warned about this.
Props to Nick, though.
I mean, you know what, Nick? You got 1 unit on the board. You got to order it. Props to that. So Zoe does build Army St. Pete. Doug does build Army Marseille. Nick says, thank you very much. I could have taken something, chose not to. And game over.
Yeah, makes sense. I think once England decides to quit, take what you want for points and then just call it on the spot. It would have been a very, very odd, weird game to play on at that point. And yeah. Time to draw.
First, even without what Narek did, Zoe is a deserving winner.
Yep,
so
100%.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
She had this game locked down. To the Nareks of the world, I would say this. I've been there. Nobody likes it.
Haven't we all?
It's not fun, but play it out, bro. You should, because there's lessons learned from a losing position. I learned more lessons from a losing position than a winning one.
100% agreed.
And I think that, it's a very stressful game, this game of diplomacy. And if this was maybe your first time experiencing it, what you went through is totally understandable. I hope you still come back and don't let it, but fighting from being down, and you did a good job, to make it through 8 years. You got to just take your lumps sometimes. Karthik takes lots of lumps.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and we don't know why he left the game. I was not given the information. I was not given the information of why Narek left the game, whether it was frustration or had other commitments they needed to be at, or whatever happened. We don't know, but it's just rough. It does destabilize a board a little bit when someone chooses to walk away from position, whether it's refilled or not. But I mean, seeing you play over the first 2 rounds, Narek, you've got some really good instincts in this game.
For sure.
So I hope to see you around again.
Me too.
All right.
I really hope to see Gabe around. Gabe, buddies for life. 17-17.
Buddies for life.
I just think I know he's going to take 18. I guarantee you right now. See, I've actually worked with Gabe long term, and I've given him a good result. So you, on the other hand, I can't be trusted.
I can be trusted.
Sometimes. All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to add Patrick back to stage and someone else who has better memory than me who needs a break.
I
believe it's Karthik.
Or me?
I'm not sure. I can take the break.
I don't care. You just kick one of us off randomly.
You know what? I'm dropping Karthik because I never liked that guy anyway.
I win. I'm more popular.
Ripped Karthik.
Anyway.
No.
Well played by all 4 of the players that were left at that table: France, Austria, Russia, Turkey. Glad we got to see the Fart Alliance at least once in this tournament. So let's move on to the next game.
All right, we shall do so.
Got to be Massbomb.
I mean,
Tournament
I
leader,
guess.
Jason Massbomb.
I should plug in that light real quick.
All right, Jason Massbaum is indeed on this board, along with in Austria, Eddie Bursan, England, Craig Mayer, France, Gordon Clarkson, Germany, Ruby Dixon, Italy, the aforementioned Massbaum, Russia, John Jameson, and Turkey, Kira Olsen.
Man,
I'm gonna
one
need a minute.
country for out-of-the-box thinkers is Russia.
Oh, and John and Kira have played a lot over the years. I'm going to refill my water real quick. Please talk about this player list. I'll be back in about 15 seconds.
You go, Patrick.
I really want to see what Eddie does sandwich between those two players, because I would not want to be in that position. But if there's anyone who can navigate that position somehow, it is Eddie Bursan with his evergreen charm and amazing instincts. So I mean, you can't really, I would say you can't really trust either of those guys, but like Jason can run a solid alliance with you if he gets the right vibe. So yeah, I wouldn't put an AI past this board. I think Kira could have a much better game than last time as well. When she was eliminated as England, I recall. I think last year in the tournament, she might have been the only person who was eliminated in all 3 rounds. So it would be great to see them actually have a good, solid game with somebody. And this is probably the best chance they have, given their neighbors and the clashes that may ensue from those neighbors between each other.
I
I think an AI is incoming, but I could be wrong.
David Miller making a prediction here. It is not vodka, but it is wine. Because Eddie Bursan in Austria, John Jameson in Russia, Kira Olsen in Turkey, and Jason Massbaum in Italy is wild to me. And if I am Craig Mayer, I'm so happy about this board call.
Right. I mean, Craig obviously knows. I mean, Craig's probably the most experienced of the players as far as I know in the West, and he can work with people. His flaw is when something untoward happens to him and he wasn't expecting it, his reactions to that. So we'll see. And newer players are prone to doing crazy things sometimes. So how will Craig react if that happens?
Yeah. And in terms of me, how will I stop myself from commenting on this board and letting you guys do the good work that you do?
Speed round, Patrick.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we shall see. But we do need to move on. So, to Patrick with Spring of 1901.
Okay. So we have another DMZ in Galicia. First one in a little while. At least the first successful one in a little while. John just doesn't need to do anything with his armies. He's not at war with anybody, so why would he be mobilizing the military? That's just obviously aggressive towards somebody. So just keep him there. It's fine. It's great. I don't hate that. Meanwhile, Ruby in Germany goes for the Munich Hold opening, which is, by my understanding, I remember thinking this was really good as a newer player. We'll get there. We'll get there, CO. We'll get there.
I know.
I remember thinking this was really good as a new player. The thing is, Germany can't afford to keep its armies all cooped up at its hub centers. It needs to be doing things with them. It needs to be securing those neutral centers in whatever way they can. So Rory's usually better. But it's not a horrible position, especially because England doesn't really have the spare resources to bounce Holland right now, even if they want to, because Eddie moved to Yorkshire instead of North Sea. This appears to be a pretty simple misorder from Craig, where, of course, he meant to do Eddie to Norwegian, Liverpool to Yorkshire. That's a very common opening. But he reversed them, and now, oh no. Sorry, Craig. This is not great for you, but it's going to work out to be a pretty normal position, right? He just does North to Norway, Yorkshire to North, Liverpool to Yorkshire, and then he's got his
He'll
many
be fine.
options.
I honestly don't know if
options
John is playing both England and Russia right now. I think he's playing two. I think he's playing two.
We'll see. We'll see. But then France, also, we don't want to lose the very interesting French opening, the Southbound in Burgundy, which is always good for protecting yourself against Germany when you're not fully trusting of them not going to Burgundy, but you also don't want to provoke them by going there yourself and getting in. So some people don't like that. I'm fine with it, and it lets them get the 2 Iberian builds in the fall as usual.
All right, and into the fall, Patrick.
Belgium.
All right, so we see no anti-Turkish action from Jason Massbaum. He's decided that he'd rather go up to Bohemia and Venice which I wouldn't totally love as Eddie. Maybe it's an AIT, since Bohemia is good for forcing Galicia, and Austria supported Turkey into Romania. So 2-build Turkey. Everyone attacks John. I mean, yeah, that's not the worst plan to default to, unfortunately for John. He moves Moscow to St. Pete, so he's going to have a decent claim on Norway, actually, because England didn't take it. Craig chose the free walk into Norway, to Belgium instead of the free walk to Norway, which I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, either way, you're getting your build. That's the most important thing is England. If he wants to get it from there, then, well, we'll see how that works out. And once again, Germany holds in Munich, so they won't be able to build there in the fall. That's going to make an EG much more difficult if that's what they end up wanting to do. So Ruby, one of the greatest things about Germany in the early game is its flexibility and its position because of its central spot on the board. But you take away a lot of that when you keep one of your home centers covered up and doing nothing like that. So we'll see what happens in 1902 with that army.
All right, let me. All right, so Craigmare in England builds Fleet Edinburgh. We get Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin from the German. No surprises for Ruby, I think. Army Warsaw from John Jameson. Army Khan, Fleet Smyrna from the Turk. Fleet Naples, double armies from Eddie in Austria, and double fleet build from Gordon in France. Any surprises?
Army Khan Fleet Smyrna screams that Kira might try and finagle this into a more favorable to Turkey juggernaut than usual, because John, she's going to try and sell to John, okay, you don't need Romania, I can give it to you next year after I take a center off of Austria, right? I just needed to make sure I have a decent base to build on as this commonly dogpiled country, and you have growth in the north because it looks like there's an FG, with those are definitely FG builds. So, I could see FGR and RT happening here, definitely, and then probably forced AI from there because Jason doesn't really have a good attack on Eddie anyway, unless he specifically helps Turkey. But I don't know. What's Turkey going to do about that?
What are they going to do indeed, Ed?
Oh my God. Was Claire right?
Well,
no, they weren't right. Thank you, Chris. Okay.
So for those of you who aren't following along live, Claire posted, surely this is a Western triple, fingers crossed.
Yeah. The Gordon isn't Western tripling with this set of moves. Western triple, for those of you who don't know, is just the Western powers all trying to go against the East. Generally works badly for usually two of the three. But in any event, Craig here is England makes a series of anti-Russian moves along with Germany, but France doesn't play along. And France is not only announcing war against England, Gordon is announcing war against Germany, supporting Bohemia into Munich. That's a bold French play, my friend. I don't know how it will turn out, but you see that come around. And then in the East, basically, does look like. Well, I'm trying to figure it out. Austria and Turkey are bouncing in the Aegean, whether it's agreed or not, I don't know. No further moves against John, who gets into Galicia. So this isn't bad for John after a bumpy start because he's picking up Norway. I really want to see the fall moves because to me, that's going to how this shakes out is sort of.
It's important. An incomplete move set from Turkey for sure, but it seems like the delayed RT thing might be on point or not. Nope, of course not.
So in the fall, Turkey does try to make moves against both Russia and Austria, with Bulgaria trying to support Ionian to Greece. That does not work out for Kira, instead losing Romania, but okay. John loses Sweden as Russia and North, but and also loses Norway. So what the diplomacy gods giveth in the south, they taketh away in the north. Craig here saves London. Somehow, some way, France and Germany are bouncing in Belgium. Maybe there's English cooperation there. German cooperation with them. I guess that's what's happening. Germany loses Munich to Italy with French support. The only thing I'm 100% sure on this board is that France and Italy are aligned. Other than that, it's all kind of in flux.
I
It's a
mean,
bit iffy alliance right there.
France didn't gain any dots this year, and they annoyed 2 people who are not disbanding despite their best efforts. In fact, Craig is building because of the bounce in Belgium. So I think Gordon is about to get a hard lesson in what happens when you piss off your entire side of the board at once. Right? It doesn't matter if France is allied with an Eastern power like Italy. You can still get crushed by an EG in that scenario, even if it's not as quickly. So
I'm just going to jump in here saying that I made a comment in the chat saying I'm going to need more wine, and Craig Mayer stepped in to tell me you don't have nearly enough on hand. So this is going to be a really fun game.
Well, I told you how Craig reacts to when people do things that are a little, and I don't think he really thinks that France's play was what he would want to see, and we'll see how he responds, and it's going to be hilarious. The board is all-time classic, and it's only 0-2.
I'm going to get into an argument with Karthik in the chat because I have no idea how to manage my time in this game. Karthik, no, Russia and Italy are not both there to help. John just retreated both of his northern units off the board because he has to rebuild in Moscow and Sev so that Turkey doesn't screw him over.
Do we just need to add Karthik back to the stream?
I mean, it might be
no, we do not.
But let's try and stall for now. Let's stall to make sure.
Again, this last board of round 2 named Vogons, another solid reference to Hitchhiker's Guide of the Galaxy. Let's get right back into it. Winter, we get Army Liverpool from Craig Mayer. Choice. Army St. Pete, Army Warsaw from the Russian, Fleet Naples from the Italian. Thoughts, comments, snide remarks?
No rebuild in 7 Moscow to shore up the front with Turkey. Maybe John is confident in his ability to get Kira off his back diplomatically now that Italy is committed in that direction, which is fair enough, I suppose. I really don't love the army build here from Craig. I think he could be a lot more active if he built fleet here.
Thank you.
Try and kick Irish out and actually fight back instead of just hunkering down. Because hunkering down isn't sustainable when Belgium's just flapping in the breeze there. Sooner or later, one of France or Germany will get that.
Oh, Belgium is gone. It's done.
Exactly.
So, tell us more in 03.
Whoa, Belgium is gone. Who could have seen that coming?
Shocking.
And it's gone to the French, and the French now have 2 on North Sea, which is unfortunato if you are Craig Mayer. But hey, he's not dead, so it could be worse. It could also be Germany. That's another way it could be worse because Russia is now lining up on Berlin, in addition to Munich becoming increasingly hard to retake with the air solidifying. Speaking of the air, they're also taking Bulgaria, they're also taking Aegean Sea, and they're also preventing Turkey from ever taking Sevastopol or having anything else in life that makes them happy. So Khan is not going... No, Khan is guaranteed in the fall, actually, so even more suffering for Kira coming up. And Austria also moves to Galicia, but the charitable interpretation of that is that Russia will take Berlin from Silesia, and then Galicia backfills that. I could see that happening. I don't think it makes sense for Eddie to move on John right now, and it's not really his style either. So still going for now as the heir.
All right. Someone caught the musical reference with Unfortunato. So thank you, Chris Kelly.
Enough, Russia is multi-talented.
Russia takes Berlin, but from Prussia, and Austria does not backfill. They actually attack Romania, which I find to be just fascinating. I guess this is sort of a slow AI pivot because they're trying to make sure Russia can't go to Black Sea and thus can't get a center from Turkey, which would allow AI to stab Russia later on. But at the same time, Russia's also building from Berlin, and you're not getting you're not taking center off of them in this process. So I'm not sure if that's the best way to go about it. But it's Eddie Bresson, so I probably shouldn't be so quick to criticize. Certainly not a bad position for Austria by any means. Not a bad position for Italy either, as they get into Caen. And of course, the loss of Berlin means that Munich will probably be a lot more secure since Germany is quickly losing influence over it. And then besides that, oh my goodness. I think I know what Craig meant now when he said Saban does not have enough wine for this, because Liverpool has just been convoyed to Holland across 3 different fleets. So France said, oh, I'm sorry, England. I'm so sorry that I went into Irish and English and Belgium uninvited. Let me make it up to you by giving you this German center that he's not defending.
What did Germany do to Craig except help him?
Army Liverpool suddenly works. We used to shade that so hard in the DBN community.
They did this instead of just convoying London out. Actually, no. The worst part of this is that it actually makes sense. It makes sense because you convoy London out, then you can't cover London, and then English Channel can just walk into London. This is so much more secure. Good job, Craig. Wow.
Oh my, how? Craig, teach me your
use.
secrets.
It had an actual use.
All right, okay. We've fangirled over that a little bit. That is brilliant. Truly. Love it. All right,
I want to be Jason Mastbaum on this board. I'm thinking he's going to do well. He had cojones just letting Eddie be in Tyrolia like that. I really want to see his build. Is he going to go to Venice? Build
All
Venice?
right.
What's he going to do? Nice.
What do you see, Ed?
Fleet Naples, which is understandable. I get it. I think he had to, given that France is going to get a build here. But he got a favorable disband in Smyrna. The key for Jason here, since we've already established that Eddie does not want to win this tournament, is keeping Eddie on side in this game.
I don't like that build.
Yeah.
I think Turkey is weakened enough that you can send Eastern Med back now just to make sure France doesn't get any ideas. And you want, as Italy, you want to build armies whenever you have the excuse to do so, when you're good with Austria. And in this case, because France is so far away, and because Tyrolia is right there, you have an excuse to build an army in Rome or Venice, probably Rome in this case. But you want to get it on the board for that flexibility, and it will be useful against France long term because Piedmont is a space that exists. So, yeah, I would have put down an army here. Fleet Naples isn't a bad build, right? This is fine, but could have been better, I think.
I think here's the problem. England and France are now working together. Jason sees that. So where's France go? And I think the answer has to be against Italy.
Against Italy, but slowly. That's the thing. They don't need to worry about it when they don't have any fleets to back up Marseille for quite a while.
It's going to be quicker than you think, brother.
All right, let's find out just how quick it is. Ed, we are back to you.
Okay, so we do see that the French threat is real. Italy loses Munich. The French giveth and the French taketh away. And Eddie rushes to Piedmont and Tyrolia, whereas Jason sending fleets to Tyrrhenian and Ionian. He sees the threat here. So they are responding to that French threat. Meanwhile, Austria and Eddie is taking Romania, clearly not by agreement, but Russia goes to Galicia. So, it does seem that the French moves, the French and English making up have changed all the dynamics on the board, which is great to see. Craig Meyer has done a lot of magic. That one move relieved him of a lot of pressure and opened the game up.
With the Russian support of France into Munich, the John is punishing the Jason for the sins of the Eddie, and that makes me quite sad. That's all I'll say.
Man, I wish I had Patrick's way to turn a phrase.
Well, I think you do, and you can turn it here in the fall.
Well, good news for Jason Mastbaum, taking Ankara and Smyrna. That's pretty nice. So he loses Munich, but still picks up one.
Rebuild. So plus
yeah.
2.
Oh, and he rebuilt. Well, yeah, correct. He gets, but fine. Meanwhile, England and France are on board together. Here's England attacking St. Petersburg. Poor John. It's like he takes care of one problem that gets another. I don't see a lot else noteworthy other than England and France and Italy fighting.
All right, then straight through to winter. Ed?
2 fleet builds. Still, I mean, that AI thing is tight. But it's going to get locked up between France and Italy, I think, right? It's 4-on-4 fleet-wise. Eddie's going to make some gains in Russia here. Ankara goes to black, and they crack the Russian position. Craig doesn't have any armies to help Russia. I think John's next on the chopping block. But I don't know if Jason can get anything out of that.
Yeah, I see some comments from the peanut gallery that Craig has somehow weaseled into the best position. Agree, disagree?
Honestly, now that France and Italy are tied up, I'm inclined to agree. maybe you could make the argument for Austria as well, because they don't really have any pressure from anywhere, and Russia's pretty easy pickings. But Craig, I don't know. I think Eddie's position is better, but it's close.
I think Austrian
Craig
position is better. Austrian position is definitely better, but I don't think he's going to take advantage of Jason.
Yeah, but you know who wants it more? Craig.
Well, let's find out.
All right, Patrick.
All right. Well, it turns out there is no war in Bossing, Austria. As it turns out, Silesia supports Vienna to Bohemia, so the air is back on and everything's fine. Galicia is probably arranged in that context. For what, I don't know, but it seems like Russia's choosing to trust for the moment, especially given the English threat, which, it makes some sense. Interesting to see, speaking of England, that they're moving Norway to Finland and backfilling Norway instead of just moving St. Pete out and taking the guaranteed move into St. Pete with the army. Why are they doing that? And why is Germany okay with that and supporting them there? This feels like a way to bait Ruby into losing Sweden. And if Craig weasels into an even better position from here by virtue of fooling Ruby, this poor, vulnerable new player, I will be very disappointed in him. Meanwhile, speaking of things I'm disappointed of, the Med, because this is just going to lock up even further now. Listen, Gordon, I get it. You want to show this goodwill that you've got with Craig now. You want to keep that going. But this is something called a stalemate line. A stalemate line is when two people are in such a position that, given proper moves, they cannot move against each other any further. And with these 4 Italian fleets in the Med, Jason Massbaum has a stalemate line. Thus, the fleet in North Africa is not useful. Thank you for coming to my talk.
This was all sort of predictable, but I mean, look, John's doing some stuff that that the players need to figure out. On the one hand, he's supporting Munich. On the other hand, he's supporting Vienna into Bohemia. So is he going to support someone into Munich in the fall? Is he taking Munich? All that. I mean, Munich's vulnerable if they want it to be. So it'll be interesting to see what transpires here.
All right, so why don't we find out? Patrick, talk us through it.
Jason claiming the air was absolutely not back on, but all I see is that Jason has lied to us once again, because Austria is supporting Russia into Munich at France's expense, so retreat to Burgundy, and that is going to give John a build. And he went to Armenia. Okay, fair enough. It's an AR, fine. It's an AR where Austria refuses to attack Italy, which is basically an air. But anyway,
it is an all but name.
Regardless,
obviously.
Austria and Russia aren't fighting. We know that much. Italy can make their own decisions. In the meantime, my suspicion that Craig might be taking advantage of poor old Ruby to get another center and weasel his way into an even better position are confirmed, as Sweden is lost. So, Craig, I point the finger of disappointment at you.
Shame. Yeah, I will say Ruby, I'm suddenly remembering, is, I'm going to say younger, but not like in the teenage category. I think in the early 20s, a friend of Kira Olsen who comes up to Cascadia many years with Kira. So has played a number of face-to-face tournaments over the years, but I think sometimes with these big names, it just gets hard. She's a very trusting, very like, I'm just happy to be here player, is my memory. So shame on all of you for taking advantage of that.
I mean, it's a tricky, I keep saying this every time, it's really tricky for John here, right? Because John's now in Munich, but yet he's also supporting himself into Ukraine. Obviously, St. Petersburg isn't a threat to him given the display for now. But if Eddie did want to take advantage of this, Eddie could. And is Jason, I know Jason's going to be lobbying Eddie hard. Let's just take Sev. Let's just take it. Let's just do it.
Well, on that note, Patrick, walk us through the winter.
English Channel comes off for France, which again lines up with where the relationships are right now. But again, North Africa is not useful. This is called the stalemate line, Gordon. So have fun not doing anything in the Med, I guess. And then Army Warsaw for John, which is actually interesting. I guess. I mean, they have Sev if they want it, right? If Eddie's going to help out, so might as well go for the build that can actually defend something that is up in the air. Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Ed, tell us what those builds do.
They're just admiring Craig's little circular moves here,
Love that.
which is going to, which I think was pretty predictable if I was John. Meanwhile, Sev gone. Eddie does cut Ukraine here. That's good for Jason. What's bad for Jason is nothing happening in the med, and Jason cannot grow further unless he's growing through Eddie. Period. And Jason's got to try and convince France to back off. Like, his whole tournament is relying on that fact, and I don't know if France cares. This is quite the turnaround for Gordon, by the way. Just to point out, he attacked everybody, and now England, Craig's in Holland. And Eddie picked up Munich. It's of note.
Gordon's really turned the other cheek. But yeah, this is taking Sev of the fleet is a great example. Is a great reminder of the value of armies as Italy and building them whenever you can.
It is stunning to look at the Italy unit displacement. That there is only one army.
This is shocking to me for Jason because he knows the value of armies as Italy.
I don't think he could have done anything different given the way it was laid out. Honestly,
the way it happened.
Yeah.
I still stand by what I said about 03, but we can.
No wonder Craig told me I need more wine. All right, still with you, Ed.
Jason goes to Venice, not Trieste. Eddie keeps Munich. You know, it's good defense there. This is all very curious to me that Tyrolia goes to Venice, I guess, because he's worried that Eddie might snag it, although that seems unusual. And now he's getting a build, and so what's he going to build? Another fleet? He does get France to back off. This is key. And fighting Craig is key. France is kind of playing, Gordon's sort of playing this game like Italy traditionally. You know, first I'm attacking England, now I'm attacking Italy, back to England, and moving that way. But this is really good news for the AI. I hope that Jason has the patience to let France go one more turn before he just jumps everything in the med.
Well, I've got good news and bad news for Gordon. The good news is, well done. You finally listened to Jason's beggings and pleadings that your fleets can't do anything more in the med and you're moving them back. Good job. The sad part is now you can't do anything with them against anyone else because England's building 2 and you've just provoked them. So the results should be predictable. And congratulations, Craig, on topping this board.
I mean, seems like it. So we'll just jump through the winter real fast. Craig putting down double fleets in England and Liverpool and London. Germany, thank you for playing Ruby. Pulling Skagerrak. John is pulling Army Berlin, Army Warsaw.
What's Ukraine going to do? It's got to support Warsaw now, right? Like, if I'm Eddie, it's a tough call.
Yeah.
With an army
and Eddie waved. Did Austria and Italy both wave?
Yes, they did.
That's the only way I can read that, right?
Yeah, you're reading it right. Huh? Maybe they're.
And
okay.
There it is.
About to say,
yeah.
Congratulations, Craig.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Craig, I hope you had the most delightful chaotic time on this board because this feels like a board you would have enjoyed so much.
Craig climbed the greasy mountain pole of this game, but I still think, if I'm Jason and I want to win, I would have just hung in there a bit and maybe thought about stabbing Eddie at the
Jason,
end.
yes. Okay, I was about to ask, did you at least build an army in that year, in that case?
Okay, so Jason does say
Wonderful.
that some of the sandbox was not updated with all of the builds. So thank you for that. Because
Army Naples, Army Budapest.
Yeah, it seemed odd that y'all waived all the things, but I guess everyone was over this chaos game at this point. I get it. Been there, done that. Oh, not what I meant to do. So we had, Army Naples, Army Budapest, maybe Army Vienna, Jason says. But they both built is the short version.
It's not an American Texasism. It's from an English prime minister in the 1800s.
All right.
Greasy
Well,
pole.
with all that in mind, we have finished round 2. So I'm going to welcome back
What's up,
everyone's favorite analyst, Karthik Konath, and pull up, given what we have seen, the player standings so far.
But yeah, Ed, I got you like in the chat, like, defending you, making clear it was an English one, not a Texas slang.
I'm kicking
Mhm.
myself in my old age. I can't remember the prime minister.
I can remember the
David
actual
Miller.
prime minister, but I did see it in Yes Minister back in like the 80s. So
Oh, Yes Minister is so good.
such a
My
good
favorite
TV.
show, actually. I've
Yeah.
even
One
read
of the greatest
books
shows
about
ever
that
made, in
show.
my opinion.
All right, we will sidebar a DBN podcast about our favorite English shows someday.
I could do a Yes
Exactly.
Minister
We're
commentary.
actually interrupting this broadcast. Just rerun Yes Minister.
I could just get that
yeah,
going right
much more
now.
exciting.
Yeah. I'll
Sorry,
be
David.
free. Ed can
We don't
be
care.
like hacker, and who do you want to be, Siobhan?
Oh, I don't even know right now. But what I do need is a quick break while you three talk about our top 10 coming into round 3. We got 3 boards to go in the last round. That's quite the lead for David Miller. So tell me what you all see, what you think, what you expect.
Okay,
Maybe-
I'm the
maybe
interim
take your
host now because
break
I'm on top of
is-
the stack, so you're all going to be silent for a moment. David Miller leads after his 2 incredible results early on with 472 points. Not an insurmountable.
Nice one. So Ed, you now have the floor. So I take us away. Tell us why you were right.
No, go ahead, Patrick. It's okay. Just as long as we know who's in charge. It's how I run an alliance. You think you got control.
David Miller with 472 points. In this system, not an insurmountable disadvantage for the rest of the field, but we've got to see who's actually still in contention. So second place, Jason Massbaum, 365. Then it's sort of a second group, right? Jason, Eddie, and Riaz are all in the mid to high mid 300s. So barring a miracle, it seems like no one below them is really left in contention. I think it's fair to say, unless David really, really has a terrible game, but he doesn't tend to. So, yeah, I think we should probably do a little calculation about the scoring system and try and remind ourselves what each of these people would need to actually overhaul David. So Riaz, the lowest in that group, would need about 130 points minimum, absolute minimum, which is, I think, a small. It's like a middling survival, like a second place. But yeah, board top territory gets into the 200s, so it's definitely still beatable for all those guys with proper play. It's just a question of how hard do they need to work based on how David does, really, because David is far enough ahead that he can set the bar too high for them to catch up if he does well enough. If he has another game like the last game where he got to 17 because people just let him get there, like the silly non-David Miller fearers that they are.
Well, and I do want to say I do have a behind-the-scenes photo of David Miller after he finished his round 2 game around 1:30 in the morning, which I will show everyone. Just looking very proud of himself. Love that for him.
He should be proud.
You know,
Yeah.
should be proud. Riaz and Eddie. It's a game of missed opportunities here, right? Because I bet you with these scores they could have, which is fine if that's the way. But Riaz is a super competitor. I know Eddie is a different kettle of fish. So I'm just really perplexed. I'm going back to it. But
I think Miller is the greatest proof that going for it pays off, quite heavily. When you have, if you're trying to go from 10 to 12 when you're blowing up all your diplomatic capital, not worth it. But when you have a chance to go from 11 or 12 to 17 or 18, absolutely take your shot. And even if it doesn't work, you'll thank yourself later because you'll be in a better contention for round 3.
Well, and at least you will have shot your shot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
failed and regret not shooting.
Yeah.
I don't know why it was different because Riaz takes every chance he can to eliminate me. He should have started.
Yeah, but you had it coming in. That's the difference.
So, I mean, the question for David Miller here with such a commanding lead, and as I recall at Cascadia, Chris Brand publishes live score
Mhm.
information in the room. So if you want
They
to
all know
see
it. It's on
Yep.
Diplomacy
how it's
TV.
going, everyone knows how far ahead David is.
Mhm.
Is he going to be an immediate target? Patrick, would you target him?
Yes, but here's the thing. He came into round 3 of this tournament last year in exactly the same position. And I, as the Austria to his Turkey, assumed that other people would target them as fringe contenders for the tournament. And that did not happen. So we
See?
cannot
Never count
assume-
on anyone else.
We cannot assume that David is going to be under fire here, especially, depending on what country he gets. He knows how to talk his way out of these situations. He knows how to avoid being a target for meta reasons. He's done it so many times. That's why he wins so many tournaments. So even if your head in a vacuum thinks that, yeah, he's going to get targeted, in practice, he's fine. I think he just needs to play the same kinds of game he's been playing for this entire tournament, and the same
I couldn't agree,
that he has the rest of the
agree
year.
more.
So.
I couldn't agree more. I know you wanted to speak, Karthik, but I'm taking the floor. Which is, this is very interesting phenomenon that I've observed going into third round, which is, it's really a tragedy of the common situation in a way, because it becomes the easy target in the beginning, but it turns out people actually play in their own self-interest. And so just eliminating one person becomes a lesser goal than you gaining your own centers. And so I don't think that he's automatically eliminated.
Right. And I think it goes back to the point that Siobhan and I were talking about on the Steelborough broadcast, is that when you are in this commanding of a lead, right, you don't need to actually have that great of a score to win the tournament. You can offer your neighbor, hey, let me give you a best country. Let me have like an 8-center survival, and I'll win the tournament. Basically, if David Miller is not bordered by 2 of the top 5, I think David Miller has a pretty easy path to win this tournament by just offering whoever is not among those people a board top and just saying, hey, I'll pump you up to 15, 16, whatever. I'm not going to let you get a solo, but I'll let you get a best country, a good score that you can be proud of. Just let me win the tournament.
The only thing I want to see is David and Riaz, or one of the two, next to David Miller. Then,
correct.
Then it's a different story.
It needs to be 2 of the top 5, like next to him, in order for him to be on.
It's my second Cascadia win. I remember my delta was not this high coming into round 3, but Riaz and I were fighting it out hard. And my whole pitch on my board, 100%, was I just need like 6 centers and nobody to be above this much more than me. Or something like that.
Yeah.
And it came down to the wire, and I am the queen of Cascadia. We do not have a king of Cascadia. That crown is mine.
Yep.
They owe me an actual crown at this point.
Did Chris ever get back to us about what the best order of boards might be for round 3 for maximum suspense?
Yes, I have that, and I'm not going to talk to you all about it.
Yeah, let's get into the boards, though.
So whose break is it?
I believe it is Patrick's.
Okay, Patrick, we will see you back for board 2. Or whatever
Bye,
board
Patrick.
happens to be that order.
You did pretty good this time, Patrick. Pretty good. Comments were mostly good.
Oh, Ed, the shade.
Like,
All right, okay.
Bye. As we all know, France did die to the EG there, so.
All right, so I'm going to jump us into, I'm going to go reverse order in round 3. We're going to start with board 3. So while I look up the name of the board, Karthik and Ed, talk about the players.
While Siobhan figures out the name of the board, let's look at what we got here. So we have Riaz Varani, right? That removes one of the potential 4 players who'd be likely to target David if they were like, next to him as like, an enemy, right? So along with Riaz, if he's trying to fight for this massive score, he needs to find a friend in France or Germany. Going to be hard to count on either of them reliably to be a partner that enables you to get that massive score that you require. In the South, we have Nick Heibel, who you know from online play quite well. We have Emmett from the Denver hobby. We have Gordon, who we saw play last to some good effect last round as France. And we have L in Turkey. I think that this is going to be, if I had to guess, maybe a 10 center top for whoever ends up topping this round, but not much more than that.
I
Yeah,
actually couldn't
so-
agree more with him. That's a really good analysis.
No, I love all of that. And before we jump right into it, this board is named Sontaran, another Doctor Who reference, and love it. I didn't even have to look that one up. I have had for a couple.
Yeah.
All right, but on that note, Karthik, you are on top of my photo order, so talk us through 01.
Happy to lead the way. So in the West, we see fairly standard openings with France opening to Picardy. This seems to be Justin's pitch to Riaz to work together. You'll see how this ends up working for Riaz in the long run. In the South, we see also mostly standard, except from Russia, where we see a DMZ of Galicia and Warsaw to Ukraine, but no Moscow to St. Petersburg. Once again, another good sign for Riaz. We also see Austria instead go Vienna to Trieste, taking advantage of the DMZ of Galicia to do so. And then we see Smyrna go to Constantinople, ensuring that Ankara has no ability to make it out to the Aegean. So very, very interesting set of moves, and I can't wait to see the fall.
All right, you can't wait to see it. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, so apparently, according to John Jameson, the seaboards were cursed just to be a bitter feud of recriminations and hate. So let's see if this one ends the same way. In the north, we see Yorkshire get convoy to Belgium, which is good sign for Riaz once more. We see Denmark make it into Sweden as Gordon slides down into the Baltic. This could have been really, really fun had Moscow gone to Livonia earlier. So Livonia could be in Prussia right now, creating a major threat for Germany to deal with. We see Italy convoy to Tunis, and suggesting that this will probably be an anti-Turkish Italian, while Sevastopol makes it into Romania. If I had to guess, looking at the current state of the board, I expect an AIR in the south and potentially an
EFR.
I'd say EF most likely, but given the fact that Russia is antagonizing Germany, it may just be England on top.
No. I'm going to go with Russia is not antagonizing Germany.
You don't think
Bosnia to Baltic, if you know that you're going to get bounced out of Sweden, moving to Baltic is the right move as the Russian.
Of course, agreed. But I think that there's an antagonism between John Jameson and Gordon. You can say which one antagonized who, but I think that they're going to fight, which is to England's advantage.
I don't know, Gordon.
I think we're getting a fight. Like everyone's going to pile on John right now. This series of moves means that John's getting attacked by everyone.
Yes, correct.
I don't know that that's right. But whether it's right or not, we're not behind the scenes. But...
I'm just looking at the board.
Yeah.
All right, Winter. Armies. John puts down 2 armies as the German. We get Fleet Eddy, Army London from Riaz, Fleet Brest, Army Paris from Justin in France, Army Naples, double army from the Austrian, Fleet Smyrna, and Fleet Sev. We had a reaction to the double armies.
Yeah, so normally when I see double armies, I'm like, England can just dive bomb Germany and take full advantage of it. However, I think Riaz can work well with John Jameson here. And I think that if you follow into the English Channel and you try to fight France, it could be a potentially profitable way for Riaz to get rid of what could be a late game problem. And I want to go back to the Baltic thing. I wasn't saying that the Baltic was a bad move. What I'm saying is it means that Germany and Russia are likely to be at loggerheads, whether it's Germans' fault or Russians' fault. You want to argue whose fault it is.
Oh, they're clearly button heads at this point. And I will just share one more comment where John Jameson says, "This is when the cursed board kicked in."
Well, anyways, what I'm looking at is Fleet Brest. I'm not liking
thank
that
you.
on Riaz.
All right. Well, Ed,
I mean, the French build
doesn't
matter that much. It can be anti-English even if you build Fleet Marseille, but
it's pretty. It's Ed's turn. It's Ed's turn.
This time it's anti-English.
This time it's anti-English, right?
Yeah.
It could have been a disguised attack on Italy, sure, but it could have been this just as easily. Riaz can defend this, but look, other than that, it's fine because Riaz is in Sweden, Helgoland, and North. He's going to get 2 most likely, is my guess. Which is just where he needs to be. Maybe talk Justin into doing something else. But John and Riaz working well. I don't know if John will work with Riaz now, but anyways, Riaz can spin the plates for a little bit more. Meanwhile, in the East, here in our abbreviated commentary, Italy gets into Eastern Med. Otherwise, nothing else happens. Literally, nothing else happens.
All right. What else happens in fall?
In the
And
fall,
oh, Jesus. Sorry.
in the fall, Riaz keeps Sweden, takes Denmark, and takes Holland, loses Belgium. He was able to talk Justin off the ledge here and move back. That was really helpful for Riaz's hopes in this game. Gordon here convoys to Berlin. That is great. And there's not much John could have done about it, right? I guess could have, moved Munich there. But he wanted to go for Burgundy. Meanwhile, in the East, Italy, Emmett's playing it safe, convoying to Apulia here, and I guess the only way to play was safe, and supporting Greece into Aegean. So, and with Sev now in black, the Vise is fully there against Turkey. Some people might be asking, why doesn't Serbia go to Bulgaria? And the answer is because of the retreat, and that is why Austria did not do that.
Mm-hmm. All right. For the winter, Riyadh's another Northern Fleet build in Eddy, Army Liverpool, which we called out as unwise last game. We can talk about whether this is a similarly. Fleet Brest, disband of Fleet Skagerrak, and Army Galicia. There's the other one from the German. Build for Moscow Army from the Russian. Thoughts, surprises, snide remarks?
I like the Army Liverpool build because what it says is, for sure, you have to go against Italy, Justin.
Yeah.
For sure.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. No, I think in this case it's really smart. I make fun of it, I want to say about 95% of the time. This one, I think, is really smart. Well done, Riaz.
Mm-hmm. I think we used to make fun of it a lot back in the day because John Anderson did it for wise reasons, and then people copied him for silly reasons.
Oh, Tommy Anderson was the epitome of building. Wait,
no, John Anderson. No, never mind. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
There was someone else who did it.
Right. I don't know.
I'll look it up later.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Karthik.
Whew. Okay. So we see an interesting movement of fleets. I think this may be just like the insurance policy, given how everything else is moving. But it's basically saying, Justin, do not even bother coming at me. I'm not going to do anything bad to you, but I'm also not going to let you come at me. So we see Sweden support Denmark to Baltic Sea, basically giving England almost sole control over the future of the German provinces, saying, hey, I want steel for myself. I want this for myself. Nothing you can really do about it. And I think that's wise from Riaz to do. In the South, we see a lot of red arrows as people
Nothing.
We see people
Nothing
win a lot of
happens.
guesses that never are won. So Italy tries to convoy to Syria. L wisely sniffs it out and bounces that out. Because of that, the attempt to... So L has had this really nice word to say, right? Because Bulgaria supports Black Sea to Khan. You obviously can't dislodge your own unit, but by doing so, it means that, certain other attacks may be coming that way. Nothing going to be doing. We see Aegean try to go there. Nothing doing. And ideally, they want to, I think, get the Black Sea fleet out. So that way you have 3 fleets in the area and you can start making work on Aegean and Eastern with relative ease. And then nothing ends up happening, though, because of all the bounces there. So just really good stuff. However, what is really dangerous is the fleets are coming south from France, Lyon and Western. Yeah. Italy has no response to it whatsoever. Tunis is going to fall eventually.
Italy needed to read. I mean, you needed to read it better, buddy.
Yeah.
That's what France is.
Sorry, Emmett.
And we see the exact right set of orders here from Justin, minus, in my opinion, Leon not going to Tyrrhenian Sea. The convoy to Tuscany is cute, but I'd rather have the fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea than I would have the army in Tuscany personally.
And bouncing Piedmont.
Yeah, exactly. Just bounce in Piedmont and then go to Tyrrhenian Sea, because you're not building right now. So now you actually kind of have to hold your fleet. Oh no, you are building. You have Munich. My bad.
It's
And
for
then
other
that case,
reasons.
it's fine. Whatever. Support yourself into Kiel as the English do. Good stuff. This is actually looking like a really good game for Riaz, if he wants to challenge for the title. Hey, look, Justin, I still stand on the fact should have been in Tyrrhenian Sea. But the combat Tuscany is less bad than I thought it was.
I gotta share the shade from the people who are
Yes.
watching us live.
In the south, Bulgaria South Coast gets taken and popped. Really, really rough situation for you to be in as the Turks, especially when Black Sea falls into Constantinople per your own desires, meaning that you not just go down 1, you go down 2, and you're going to be losing some of the units that you wanted to keep for the purposes of going on the offensive against the AI. So just unfortunate there.
All right. Well, talk me through the winter,
Oh,
Karthik.
Justin keeps building fleet Brest.
Yeah. I like it. I think Justin is not under any real threat army-wise. So pump out all the fleets you can before England really has a chance to say, no, please stop. So, like, because right now, Justin can say, sorry, I need this fleet to go after Italy. So, yeah, totally fine.
I don't think Riaz minded because, I mean, honestly, now Burgundy's got to go to Marseille. I mean, it just makes Justin so wide open.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. I would have built Army Marseille here.
All right. Well, Ed, tell me more.
He moves to Marseille as he has to. Meanwhile, Emmett knows that the bell is tolling for him. Helps Austria into Venice. Not that he needed to do that. I guess he did because he didn't know what Tuscany was going to do. Justin picks up Tunis. Now he goes to Tyrrhenian. Query why Emmett's going to Syria. I guess he wants the Smyrna fleet out. Maybe there's they see the EF threat and they're all trying to work together is my best guess at what's happening here. But okay. And otherwise, good news mostly for Riaz. He can't move to Norwegian this turn because of the fleet in Brest. Can't get the convoy to Norway going because of the bounce, and he prioritized Bothnia. But otherwise, takes Berlin. It's looking good for Riaz, but the East is responding.
Yeah. Talk us through the fall.
Okay, now he goes to Norwegian Sea and Mid-Atlantic holds. This is what I love and hate about Justin. It's like, come on, man. But he does have 2 armies still on the island that he needs. This time, braces in Silesia. Not much.
Oh, that's not Justin. That's Riaz.
Oh, no, Justin in France, not moving Mid-Atlantic.
Sorry. Okay.
I'm not sure he needs to, but this time Justin is helping Turkey into Naples. Okay.
I kind of love it.
If they can reach peace, that would be great. And why does Turkey care, right? Gets Turkey a build now to go after Khan. I think that's a very savvy move by Justin. Very savvy. That's what we got going on, as best I can tell.
But yeah, I think I just want to say that I feel very vindicated with that army in Tuscany getting popped. Should have been in Tyrrhenian for some more fun with the Ionian. But yeah, let's go to the winter.
Yeah. I will let Ed finish this one out.
On the builds, another fleet in Brest. It's like, what are we doing, man?
Do you feel like it's too many fleets for Justin in France?
Okay, well, I'm of the view that France is a naval country in diplomacy. Although people have done really well building a lot of armies, just like you said earlier, Siobhan, that England should be building more armies. I'm not sure England needs 5 armies here, but and I'm not sure if France only needs 3. But I'm okay with it because so many of the center's France needs are adjacent to the sea.
Yes.
I actually love this for Justin, I will say. Riaz went too hard on the England needs more armies moment and didn't build enough fleets. I feel.
I just don't think they can stab each other, and I think that's the point Justin's trying to make.
Yeah, but then what do they do?
Well, I agree that growth is slowed down to a grinding position here. Riaz really needs Turkey to take Khan here. I'll tell you that.
Yep.
He needs to crack the Russian position, and it's going to be hard without getting some disbands of Russia. Needs Austria to attack Russia. This is what Riaz is looking for. And Nick is vulnerable to that logic sometimes.
Yep.
So, Karthik, we are back to you. What do we see?
Vienna goes to Bohemia. Galicia goes to the North Atlantic Ocean. I think Silesia was the order that you were looking for there, buddy. But then we have a self bounce in Piedmont, allowing Piedmont to just walk back into Venice. We have the Italians putting the Russians into Naples, while Turkey takes back Khan, as you were talking about, Ed. At the same time, Austria seems to move into Aegean and down into Serbia.
Poor Al can't catch a break.
What?
I said Al can't catch a break.
Al can't not catch a break. So it seems that Turkey is primed for elimination.
All right. Before we move on, Chris Kelly, I believe, maybe giving us Ariel.
Oh yes, Ariel would always do it as well.
Was the one who always built Army Liverpool in the most disadvantageous situations. And love you, Ariel.
I miss Ariel.
Yeah. But anyway, with that said, I will leave you two to fall. Karthik, you take the lead. I'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Interesting order set here. Both Norwegian and Barents hold. I would have expected Norwegian to tap Barents and Barents to tap Norway, but neither seem to do much of anything. We have the North Sea tapping English Channel just to keep them honest while covering London. Also, the Baltic Sea comes back. Seems that England prioritizes defense against the French stab more than further incursions onto Russian clay. And I think that this is a bit of a peace offering because England put the fleet in St. Petersburg rather than putting the army in there. I think this is England's way of saying, hey, Gordon, do what you need to do. I'm not coming any further. Trust me, I can't. And obviously, it's not that hard to shuffle the fleets and armies around, but it's there. In the south, we see now an attempt by Turkey to put France in Naples, which fails because Italy cuts the support and takes it for themselves. We see a bounce in Bulgaria while Sev covers Rum. So Russia should be going down 2 here, which puts them in a bit of a rough position in terms of trying to go after Turkey with authority. But at the same time, Turkish position is, no, because Russia gets Naples. So it's just a trade of Constantinople for Naples.
Okay.
But Turkey will get a rebuild because Rome gets pissed.
That's straight trade. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, I have some company. And I apologize if she adds commentary, but
it's fine. She's the next great player.
Can you go back I have one comment.
Yeah.
I'm a little perplexed why Riaz does not self-bounce in London so he can build a fleet in London.
Maybe he doesn't want to build a fleet in London. Maybe that's sort of the thing. It's hey, this could have been a negotiation with Justin being hey, just put an army there. I don't want to have to fear a fleet London build. And
I think it's too clever by half.
Or something like that.
I think it's too clever by half. First of all, they're not friends. Okay. Yeah. Justin does this sometimes. He puts a lot of times I've seen him play. He puts the boot on another player's throat. He's done it to me, and he won't move it, but he's not attacking you either. And it is hard to deal with a player like that. He's got leverage, but he hasn't attacked you. You can see Riaz is spooked here. But if, like you say, if Riaz is making a peace offering against Russia, well, then where else is he going to go but France?
That's true.
So
maybe just sometime
Alrighty.
a year, have people fuck around and find out, and then come back with a full offensive against him.
Are we allowed to use that kind of language on
he just did it
DBM?
in front of our
I said
kids.
fudge. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Get
Alright.
closed captioning on it. I said fudge.
Someone will bleep it out. I don't know.
Yeah.
But for the builds this season, Riaz builds Army Eddie. So we got 3 English armies on the homeland. Gordon disbands Fleet Barents, chooses to keep all the armies in Fleet Naples, and L builds Fleet Smyrna. Thoughts, surprises?
Convoy to Holland, do you think? Got to be. I think it's a convoy to Holland, set up Belgium, something like that. I don't think Riaz is going to move those armies east more, but I could be wrong because they're kind of vulnerable too. It's hard to know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's just push right on through, and we are back to Ed.
Convoys to Denmark instead. One wonders if he'll just convoy to Belgium in the fall. I don't know, because what else is that army in Denmark going to do? He does go to Barents, Sweden. I mean, I guess he's trying an elaborate setup. He takes French support into Bohemia. One might wonder why Justin's not the one trying for Bohemia or Tyrolia or something. Could have been cut. That could be the reason. Meanwhile, in the East, Elle was surviving, and she might be starting to be thriving a bit, taking Aegean here, putting pressure on Sev, which forces Russia to pull back. Anyways, all sort of curious. I think we're all waiting to see if Riaz is going to be happy with 10 or if he's going to want more.
Knowing Riaz as I do, I'm going to guess not happy with only 10.
I mean, this may just be a case of us watching David Miller's board and seeing what happens, and saying, "Oh, do I need to go for more, or am I good?"
And we have not seen David Miller's round 3 board yet.
Right,
so
exactly. If David Miller's going down to 0, maybe he's happy with this.
Karthik speaks the truth.
Okay.
For once in his life, he speaks the truth.
In the fall, Justin L relationship has worked out really well for both, actually. Here, Justin now into Greece, traditional French position. Riaz pops the last unit in Finland. It's really signaling he doesn't want to stab. Doesn't convoy to Belgium here. Self-bounces in Kiel. I mean, I think there's a real argument that Denmark needed to be in Kiel no matter what.
Yeah.
Playing super nice with
Just saying.
It does get the capitulation of English Channel to Brest.
Justin, I know you're here in the comments somewhere. Were you just feeling anxious? What would have happened if you let Riaz into Kiel? Let us know. And talk us through winter.
This is the most heavy army England I've seen in a long time.
See, last time we said England needs more armies, Justin just manifested that. It's too many armies now.
Yeah. But at least Justin built an army. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen. It really sort of, I think like they're obviously all signaling that EF is on, and will they make gains? I think Riaz would be concerned here about Naples. What's going to, I think Justin's got some big, a lot of green grass in front of him to mow. Riaz didn't have a lot of growth at all. Maybe Moscow or something, Warsaw.
All right, we'll jump right through it. Karthik.
Yep.
What do you see?
I see Riaz making a misorder. Baltic supports Denmark to Livonia. Oopsie
I
daisy.
think it has to be a misorder too, right?
Yep.
Has to
And
be.
it's a devastating one because he really needs.
Oh, instead of convoy?
Yep. So he
Oh,
really needs
shoot.
Moscow here, and it's unfortunate that he didn't write that order.
Oh,
And
that's devastating.
he probably doesn't get Moscow anyways, even if he did make it in, because it'd still be there would still be 3 units there to help with it. But like, it's
That's
unfortunate that
still...
like you still want the pressure, right? Because now
Mhm.
Denmark is not in position to help hold Munich, and it's not in Livonia either, right? Which means that Baltic is going to have to hold Berlin, because duh. But you can now force Munich guaranteed. And
Would Riaz care about that?
Rio should care about it to some degree, because I think you want to keep Justin happy, right? Like, you don't want Justin being like, oh, like, I'm starting to lose things. Let me retreat to Ruhr, and then let me go take Holland or something like that. That's not good. And then in the south, we see Bulgaria get taken. We see Black Sea retreat to Armenia. So it seems that like Russia and Austria and Turkey have all come to some sort of arrangement on what the end game looks like.
Mhm. All right, continue on.
Oh no!
Oh, just give me what you saw first.
Why? So yeah, he convoys to Livonia, knowing that Berlin is likely to be at risk. I mean, and then Munich also falls because
That misorder in the last year, which we got confirmation from Justin, was a true misorder, not just like I flubbed something trying to be clever.
yeah, I know. I mean, there's no reason for Rios to flub that. Yeah, this is rough. And yeah, I'm assuming that the retreats in Berlin and Munich are trying to each person be nice to the other, and then both of them getting pulled off the board. Oh, Justin tells us that's exactly what happened. Cool beans.
Yeah.
Yeah, rough turn.
Oh,
That's
God.
actually really admirable on both, by the way. I mean,
Mhm.
I'm pretty impressed.
Yeah.
But Baltic should have held Kiel. Berlin.
Yeah.
So many things should have happened here, but we're gonna push through because we got more stuff to do. So Justin disbands Fleet Brest in France. We get an army build from Nick in Austria, double army from L in Khan and Ankara, and Army Moscow from Gordon in Russia. Ed, back to you.
Oh, in the interest of time on this first game of the third round, Riaz finally now is able to get those armies in shape. This is actually a really good order set from Riaz, getting those armies everywhere. And L getting into Armenia is good. Justin taking Naples, which was a foregone conclusion as soon as France was in Tuscany, is good. And moving to Adriatic. These are things are looking better for the EF after a bit of a setback there.
All right, and through the fall.
Well, Riaz and Justin get their Berlin and Munich back. So everything got delayed a year, but that's fine. And the EF is sort of back on. That's basically what I see. I love that Al is like, I'm just fighting Gordon. You get this whole other game where you're playing
Al chose
your other stuff, but I'm just fighting Gordon. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move. We got 2 fleets in the, in that area around the Black Sea. Yeah. It's like awesome. Like, I got 1 enemy. I'm very fixated on that enemy, and it could help Riaz, but what does she care?
Yeah. If it helps Riaz, great. If it hurts Riaz, great. Like, not my problem.
Yeah, and given the tournament structure, we've got 1 year left to play.
Elle's going to do better than Austria and Russia, her 2 enemies for 90.
I mean, I love this for Riaz and Justin Lauren France, not bad, but I think we want Riaz if he wants to win this, he needs a bigger delta, right?
Yeah, he needs to be
I don't
around,
think he
like, I
can
think
get.
200 to be a credible competitor.
Well, he'll need David to get eliminated and Eddie to do poorly.
Yeah.
And Jason
Yeah.
to probably get eliminated.
All right. Well, let's see what happens.
This is
Karthik.
sort of like watching the third place game at the World Cup for Riaz. Go ahead, Karthik.
Another failed convoy from Riaz. I'm not sure where North Sea was supposed to go. Not sure where North Sea was
Norway. Norway, I think.
Supposed to go to convoy in Norway. London goes to Holland instead, though. I think Holland is where you would probably want it to be.
Oh, I think that's
London to Holland, but the North Sea convoys to Norway.
Yes, exactly. And I think that London to Holland was the intended order that was supposed to actually.
I think we all have been in that moment where we have enough units and enough things that we're talking about with other people that we're like, oh, I'm going to write this initially, and then you just don't change one of the orders.
Oh, Justice is
I
saying
thought Justice may be a backstabber, so let's see if it gets corrected in the fall.
Yeah.
In the south, we see a triple attack on Seb, countered by a triple attack on Romania. Always fun to watch that happen. Here, we see Emmett get clever and try to bounce out Tuscany. And Justin's like, I think you're going to try and get too clever, Emmett. So let me just convoy straight into Rome. Actually, no, it's not getting clever. It could be forced if the support order is written correctly.
Yeah, Naples didn't support it.
Yeah, Naples didn't support it. So
that's all he needed to do was that. He
yeah,
didn't do,
so,
he got lucky.
Even
he
bigger.
got lucky, Justin.
Yes, I guess he was so confident that Rome would walk out. He's like, no support. Let me show you how well I know what orders Emmett's going to write. So fair enough. With the move from Munich into Tyrolia, I think Venice should be guaranteed. So whoever was doing a sandbox was just hilariously screwing up on this turn. And the move to
I guarantee it was Justin.
Yeah, right.
The shade. I love it.
Okay. So now,
by the way, just notice that there is an army in Holland.
Yes, so there is an army in Holland. That the order did actually make it through last turn. It was just a backstabber error that was corrected. Totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has errors with technology. It is what it is. But yeah, so Sevastopol gets cut by Romania, which means that Moscow is therefore takeable. Ukraine would rather focus on that and preserving Sevastopol than on cutting Warsaw to save Moscow. Fair enough. We see Bulgaria support themselves into Serbia while cutting Trieste. By virtue of cutting Trieste, even if Trieste had tried to help Venice hold, could not have worked. All in all, just a really, really good move set by both Justin and by Elle. And I believe this will mean that... Is this a shared top between Riaz and Justin?
I don't know, but I do know that Riaz saw the open real estate in front of him, Justin, and he didn't take Belgium there at the end.
Yeah, I know. So England has the top by 1. Okay.
Yeah. Well done by Justin, though. Genuinely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm assuming that at this point, Riaz looked at these scores on other boards and was like, 13 centers is not going to be enough for me to win the tournament. Let me just give Justin a good score.
I think Riaz knows at this point. But again, this is third round. Everyone's playing the rounds simultaneously.
Right.
We don't know
Everyone's looking at like kind of the big scoreboard in the sky saying, what do I need?
Yeah.
Okay, so two things we learned. One is I don't think it's a timed round. I think it just ends in 1909. And two,
yeah, it does.
It was good play by Justin, just to underscore Siobhan's comments, because how many times have we seen England get bossed around? Sorry, France get bossed around by England in these situations. That did not happen. Yes, he didn't have a stab on Riaz, but he saved himself. And that
no, I love this for Justin.
The placement of the fleet in the English Channel, given the positions that they had relative to each other, made a lot of sense. Because Riaz had enough builds and enough position to safely leave 2 armies back home, which meant that the English Channel fleet was a great hedge that created good stability in the alliance. It's not always true that France needs the English Channel, but there are many times when the alliance is benefited by France being there.
Yeah, and we've got a comment from John Jameson, who was at the tournament. This was one of the last games to finish.
Yeah.
So we got 2 more games to ride through. I believe, Karthik, it's your break.
Yes, it is.
All right, so we're going to add Patrick back to the stream. There he is. I can see him in the backstage. He's aware. Karthik, we will see you soon.
No, it's me. Oh, okay.
Oh, no, sorry. No, Karthik, you stay. We leave Ed.
Bye, Ed.
Are you
Bye,
complaining about
Ed.
banishing Karthik, Ed?
I might just bring all 3 of you on for the last
Pretty
game.
out of character.
I don't know
Yeah,
yet.
that'd be pretty
It's
good.
fine.
But yeah, with that said, I'm going to jump us right into the next board of round 3. Come on, technology. You can do this.
Hey, let's go, Siobhan.
Oh, jeez. Oh, it's not my fault. I'm hosting off of Brandon Fogel's server.
Yeah. So this
We
will be
have
fun.
Jason Massbaum, Liam Stokes, Mike Moore, Zoe Cameron, George, Andrew Zick, and Craig Mayer.
Yep. Jason and
Y'all
Craig
talk about
being,
that for a minute.
Yeah, Jason and Craig being Austrian and Turkey will be super fun because, as we were talking about earlier, right? Like, what do boards look like when you have multiple people in the top 5 next to David Miller? Well, here are 2 of those people being pulled off. One was already pulled off earlier. David Miller will be in a very, very good position then, given who will likely be on his board to make the offers that we were talking about here. Now, my question is does Jason commit to an AIR and the attempts to eliminate Craig and any chance for Craig to pass him? Does Craig manage to convince an RIT to happen? Or do they just work together and say, hey, like, let's go fast. Let's get the biggest scores possible. It's a time-limited game, and we'll flip in like 1907, and whatever happens. Or we'll race, but like, let's work together and make sure that we're getting as big of a score as possible, not having a slow game. I'm very, very curious to see.
Yeah, I think the West is a little hard to predict. I feel like Zoe can easily work with either of those 2 players. In the East, it's worth noting that Zoe and George were a part of that rat from round 2 that kind of rolled aboard on its own, along with, I think it was Craig in Austria. Not Craig, I think, along with Andrew in Austria, I think. Andrew or L. So they'll probably be coordinating whatever they do in this game. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a really quick jump on France or maybe a central triple. Jason, I'm sure, would be totally down for a central triple or any kind of alliance that gives him a sort of a clear path to work towards a big result with people who are out of contention. And Zoe's kind of on the really, really deep fringes. I don't think she'll be in a tournament winning mindset from that far back in terms of point value. And George is out of it. So ticks all the boxes.
Anything is possible to solo.
All right. Well, we will find out. And unless either of you declines for the last round, I think I'll keep all 3 of you on for the last round. But this is not that. So this board is called the Rhodians, which is another solid Star Wars reference. And the Rhodian did not shoot first. Han shot first. That's all I'm saying there.
Of course. Poor Greedo.
Poor Rhodian Greedo. Patrick, you're at the top. Take us through.
Poor Jason Massbaum. That's not a central triple opening. That's a Tyrolean attack from George Mork. So looks like it might be doing an IT. We haven't really seen an IT in this tournament so far. Not an even one anyway. So with Craig going to Armenia, perhaps there is some coordination there. Jason and Andrew, meanwhile, have pretty nondescript openings on their own, bouncing Galicia, standard stuff besides. Same in the West, really. Again, no move to Burgundy from Mike Moore. Makes sense. He's not a confrontational player, so doesn't need to barge into Burgundy immediately. And then in the fall, sure enough, George follows through on the attack on Trieste, takes Tunis. Good start for him. Craig actually decides, and that this is something I really always love to see. You know what? My Spring 1901 moves, yeah, they were kind of anti-Russian, or at least they have that reputation. But based on what I'm seeing right now, I can still turn that into an RT if I want to. Just patch things up with Andrew. And I see Austria. I think I see Italy attacking Austria, so I think I will do that. Let's go, Andrew. Come on, I'll move to Anktikon. We'll make up. We'll be best buddies. And it looks like that may well happen here. Although Warsaw does not go to Galicia, so Russia clearly waiting to see that Turkey's serious about whatever de-escalation they negotiated instead of just trusting it, which is good play. In the meantime, there's actually a contest over Belgium, which we haven't seen much of today, but Germany takes it with French support, and that is really, I think that's the story of the board, because that strongly implies, we are going to see some kind of FGE structure in the West, unless Liam could pull something out of a hat here. Maybe he can get Andrew on his side. England, a struggling England in the West is a great partner for an RT to have if that's going to be the direction this goes in.
Andrew's going to be the wild card in this, but I feel like Mike and Zoe can figure this out.
Yeah.
All right, so we got
not with triple armies. They can't.
Few builds from Zoe. Sorry, the larger screen for the board is over here for me, and the way my eyes like bugged out like I'm in a Nickelodeon cartoon. Army Kiel, Army Berlin, Army Munich. That's a choice, Zoe. I hope it works for you.
What are you doing? Okay, so Zoe builds 3 armies.
No, Fleet Kiel every time.
Yeah, but it's okay. I'm sure Zoe has a plan.
No, maybe there's a negotiation thing that is going on behind the scenes. So I'll talk us through the rest of it. We've got Fleet Brest, Fleet London, Army Paris, Army Venice, Fleet Naples, Fleet Smyrna, Army Budapest, and double armies from Andrew in Russia, in Warsaw, and Moscow. So most of them are not super surprising, aside from the triple army build.
Well, this looks more like an EG now. At least that's probably Zoe's plan, or maybe she's trying for some kind of Western triple idea here. Regardless, Andrew's builds, I think, are the most telling besides that, in that he did not build in St. Pete, so he's clearly not invested in any sort of FG. If that was happening, perhaps that'll lead to a strong ER here, especially with Germany taking the gamble of exposing themselves to England in exchange for a potential alliance. So let's find out how that works out.
Talk about how this might be just the Northern Alliance. England, Germany, Russia.
We shouldn't count it out. That's a good point.
Just saying.
These players?
I've tried to make it work many times.
I buy it.
Never actually does, but...
Let's
it can.
I think it's a me problem.
Well, Zoe's putting all my suggestions in air quotes, so I assume I'm just horribly wrong. Maybe she'll find a way to work. Maybe she'll find a way to make a sea land.
Zoe, did I call it? Did I call it?
Let's see the orders. So we see Munich go into Bohemia, Berlin to Silesia, Warsaw to Galicia, Moscow to Sev, and Sev to the Black Sea. This is an absolute dive bomb south by Russia and Germany. France supports themselves into Burgundy while moving up to Gascony. But I will point out the fleets go to Portugal to Spain's south coast and Brest to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. If we go and see Spain's south coast to west and Mal to Naf, we can say that England is dive bombing south as well. The only interesting thing, the only ones that are not going south, they're the English, going north to Norwegian, London to north, and York to London. God only knows what they have planned.
See, Liam, you should have trusted this.
Yeah, never trusted Liam. And then George goes to Ionian while Craig goes to Aegean. Fun stuff. Jason's in some trouble.
Hey, good job, Jason, being in trouble.
Siobhan's wildest dreams come true as Jason loses a center in fall 1902. You like that? That was a rhyme? Like, pretty good work right there, I think. Ionian supports Aegean to Greece, turning 1 loss into 2, leaving Jason only on 2 centers by the end of 1902. In the north, we see a bounce in Skagerrak. We see a bounce in Ankara, but this does mean the Sevastopol army does make it into Armenia, and there is little Craig can do about it. Maybe my prediction that came false should have been one that was heated. The Austria-Turkey top of the tournament right now on this board probably should have worked together because they're not long for this world right now. And as I was talking about earlier as well, we do see the French fleets come down to Western and North Africa, ensuring that Tunis will be taken by the French in 1903.
Yeah, I will say we talk a lot about things we see in early game and metas and whatnot, and I wish some of them would die. Not just for personal reasons when I'm on a board, but just like it's not the best and most interesting way for a diplomacy board to go.
I will say, as much as I always like an early Eastern push as Germany, with Zoe going down there with all their armies to be influential in the Balkans, it is always scary to have a Liam Stokes in England who is not really committed to anything sitting behind you. And that's what's happening here. I assume the Skagerrak thing, that was probably arranged. That seems like something Liam might do.
Yeah.
SPR being together to bounce that. But like, where is he going to go from here? He can do anything. Even France has gone into the Med now, but Liam has no friends, no enemies.
The big issue with what Liam is doing here is that, like, and like the brace there, he could just let Zoe into Skagerrak for all he cares, and then go north to hell, Norwegian to north, and then Zoe's in some big trouble.
He didn't do that though, so he's not decided.
Well, on the note, Jason Mastbaum disbands his fleet in Albania. I'm going to say, rip Jason Mastbaum. I don't know much more than this. But Army Sev, Army Inc. from the Russians and the Turks. Back to you, Patrick.
Okay, Spring 03. Does Liam decide to do something specific? Yes, he does. He convoys to Belgium with French help as Germany tried to take a shot at Burgundy. So clearly, Zoe and Mike both came to Liam separately and said, well, here's the thing. Liam, listen, we can't just sit on each other's borders all game and just not do anything and trust each other while we do various things in the East. Like, eventually something's got to resolve. So can you help me, please? Can you go to Channel, please? Or can you take the support to Belgium, please? And Liam said yes to both of them, but only followed through on one. That is exactly what happened here. I'm quite confident. So it's an EF now for the time being. We'll see if that sticks for a long time. France also gets into Tunis, and Italy doesn't seem to be contesting it, kind of knowing at this point that it's lost. But thankfully, George has found a growth path for himself elsewhere with the help of, actually, a Jason Mastbaum, who supports him into Vienna. So desperation makes strange bedfellows, I suppose, with Jason's original assailant now being helped by the very same man. Meanwhile, Zoe gets into Galicia, so she might not be done fooling around with Vienna at this point. And in Russia, Karthik mentioned last turn that Turkey couldn't really do anything about that army in Armenia. Well, he could build another army to make sure that Ankara doesn't fall, and that worked out quite well. So Russia's kind of stuck right now, and with Vienna being piffed, it's hard to see the obvious place for where his next dot is coming from. But hey, things can still change.
All right, well, speaking of...
All right. Well, it turns out that actually that whole thing about it being an EF was a fluke, and that retreat to Picardy was part of a big fat grand plan to fool France into thinking that he was on England's side. No, England was on Germany's side the whole time. English Channel, North Atlantic Ocean, Burgundy, Picardy, hostile support into Brest. It's all kicking off here, and none of it is good for Mike, except for the Tunis part. Getting Tunis is pretty cool. But both of his fleets are now stranded far away from even Iberia, let alone Mid-Atlantic Ocean or Brest. So they've really caught him with his pants down here. I hate to say it. Meanwhile, in the east, Italy gets another center, this time at Jason's expense, with Budapest, and with Zoe's support. So as it turns out, my call about Zoe and George having a good relationship from last round and continuing that was true, and you can thank me later. Anyway, George also takes Greece, so more bad news for Craig, actually, as his position is looking a little bit less sturdy. That part I said about Russia not really being able to take Turkish centers, yeah, he can't unless Italy starts helping out. That's the thing. So Italy is actually +3, but -2, which means George made completely the right decision to not really do anything about Tunis, because now he can just build 2 fleets if he wants to, and he's protecting Tyrrhenian Sea, and that's that. So really good job to George for dealing with that difficult situation in a way that isn't emotional. It isn't just taking the common sense approach. It's actually looking at the board and seeing what opportunities he has to get other dots, and it's working out really well for him. Good job, George.
I mean, sometimes looking at the position on the board and losing the negotiation you have, like when I was doing really well in face-to-face, I was playing a lot of Gunboat, where I would play the board more than I would play the people.
Yeah, that's kind of how I've been molded as well, because I play a ton of Gunboat, and at this point I feel like people are less important than the position after a certain point, because the best players know how to work with every type of person to a certain extent. So
Yes.
that does come into play for sure. But let's see the builds.
All right. Let's see them.
Presumably double fleet.
And so we got Army Marseille, a double fleet from Italy, and a disband Turkey Smyrna fleet. And I will let Karthik talk to it while
Yeah. And I have to give so much credit to Zoe here because of the way that she arranged this with Liam. This meant that the French fleets would be out of position to stop a free move into Mid-Atlantic Ocean. And it's just going to create so much chaos. It is just so hard to overcome. And we see that in full effect here, right? Like, with this position, Portugal is guaranteed. They don't need to go for it right now if they don't want to. And in fact, I wouldn't. What I would do in their position is I tap Gascony and then take what is almost certainly going to be a free retreat into Portugal from that. And in the other side of the board, we see Italy trying to push France to the west, going into Tyrrhenian Sea for themselves. We see the end of Jason Massbaum as Serbia is piffed and the Turks slide in. It's curious to me that neither Russia nor Italy took it for themselves, given the position, but fair play. In response, though, by virtue of making Constantinople move to Bulgaria and Bulgaria move to Serbia, there was no defender for Ankara, which not only allows Russia to take Ankara, as I said they were going to try to do a year and a half ago. Now they also get to slide Sebastopol into Armenia, which means the eventual capsizing of Turkey is not too far away.
Craig, what did Andrew manage to sell to you here? Maybe it's one thing if he thinks his position is just shot at this point, given the Italian interference with Greece last turn, but gosh, it's gotta suck to think that, oh, here, let's make up, I'll support you into the center, and then just losing your entire homeland off of that. It's rough. But yeah, great job from Andrew for engineering that situation, especially with Italy's armies completely tied up right now, the uncertainty about Zoe's intentions starting to creep in. So taking advantage of that situation amazingly to find that opportunity. And yeah, sorry, Jason. Good game.
But yeah, just absolute masterclass in negotiation diplomacy by the EGR here to get everyone to do what they needed them to do.
Yeah, so I'm going to leave you all to the fall turn while I deal with my little mini me.
Oh, boo, Zazo. You're Australian. You had the fun move and you turned it down. There was a chance to convoy. I mean, it was never going to work because the fleet would get dislodged, but like still, you had the chance to convoy to Portugal. What a shame. But no, I mean, takes Belgium back, disbands that army. Makes sense. Playing guessing games with 4 army France can be hard. Take your centers, come back in the future when France has to disband some, and then blow it up that way. Okay, sure.
So it looks like Craig has gone full Janissary mode here for Andrew after all. This was all arranged with Smyrna retreating off the board, Greece falling. So I guess, yeah, Craig kind of realized the futility of his position from here.
I assume that George had to have done something to irritate Craig's to such a degree where you're like, Andrew, just take my dots. Let me take a little bit off of George and ruin his game a little bit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Taking Greece in all of 03. As soon as George did that, Craig went from an ironclad defense against Russia to completely the House of Cards. So yeah, makes sense in hindsight.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's push it on. Hey, reveal. All right, so Andrew is building Northern Fleet and Army Warsaw in Russia. We've got Fleet Khan from the Turk, Craig. Italy is disbanding
Leon.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, Leon, thank you. France is disbanding Picardy and a triple fleet build from Liam again. Thoughts, comments?
because, well, I assume Andrew's just building that North Coast fleet for bounces, but it makes sense because English armies ultimately are anti-German most of the time, especially if you haven't broken completely through France.
He doesn't have a single army.
Yeah, but that's how Germany likes it. And Liam's key to continuing the progress against France is ensuring that the German armies are actually pressuring the French position.
I'm sorry, Liam. That is so stupid.
To open up Brest and to make sure that those French armies can't just hold out against you for too long.
It's
The way to avoid getting bogged down is to placate Zoe.
That's how you get locked in as an English power. I don't like it.
It's fine. It's fine because you see,
No,
Siobhan,
it's
the
not
way to
fine.
think about this is
It's not fine.
There's no England and Germany. There is just the Borg, and the Borg will assimilate France and everyone else and their power.
Yeah.
Well, good job on bringing this.
So England is being assimilated into the Borg.
Like, you know, given the theme of the tournament, I'd have to go that direction.
No, I get the reference you're making. I appreciate it, but Liam, I'm going to say a thing. You are smarter than this.
Are you sure?
I have seen Liam be smarter than
Well, let's go
this.
1905. Like, you know, we're doing a lot of armchair quarterback in here. Let's
All
see
right,
if it
I know. We need to go. I
don't think it's that bad, honestly.
Spring 1905. Okay, so you know how those armies from Germany were just kind of hanging around in Bohemia and Galicia for a bajillion years, and it was kind of screwing up Italy's position in the Balkans and killing all their momentum? Well, Zoe has decided that instead of killing all of Italy's momentum, she just wants to kill Italy in general on top of everything else. So Vienna falls, and Russia follows through to Galicia, which I assume will lead to an attack on Budapest. That would make the most sense here. Zoe's also into Burgundy, so just invading everybody in terms of overland neighbors. In terms of neighbors across the sea, like England, well, he's too far away. He's not going to bother me. It's fine. Liam's a friend. We all know that. In the meantime, Spain North Coast is dislodged, sadly, because Spain North Coast sucks, and it can't go to Lyon, so it has to go to Mao instead. But, you know, that's okay. They're going to get there eventually with France. And then elsewhere in the east, Italy takes Greece back as well as Serbia. So, Craig, seems like the walls are closing in on you, buddy. Made a good effort to survive there as a Janissary. But if the Wintergreen is what's destined to happen here, and it does seem to be, given how useful Italy could be right now if they went west and propped up France, then the Wintergreen has to be, and you have to go. Sucks to see it, but I get why Pixie chose to make this pivot. And then in the fall, the dismemberment of Craig is complete. Good game, Craig. Once again, so sorry to see it end like this. Russia gets Bulgaria and Khan. Italy gets Serbia and Greece, nice and even. But also, wait a minute, Russia takes Budapest. So, it's almost like he was in another alliance with the Northern powers this whole time that completely excludes Italy. You think?
Yeah, no, maybe. I'm part of this. When you said that, you know, maybe
not just a crackpot theory, but yeah.
When you said it was useful to prop up France, Patrick, I was like, I don't think Pixie cares one way or another what Italy is doing. Those dots are his, Turkish dots are his. They're all Pixie's dots.
Yeah, it does still make sense in a vacuum, but again, yeah, pre-existing relationship. So, yeah, David gets it. Like, the best Wintergreens as Russia are the ones where Russia has all the dots in the Balkans. Yeah.
Right.
In the meantime, in the West, despite this tomfoolery, other things are in fact happening that don't involve Russia and Italy, such as Brest falling to the English and Mike retreating off the board, which I assume is... No, it's not for a rebuild because he doesn't have a rebuild, does he? Yeah, he does have a rebuild. Why did he retreat off the board? That is quite interesting because he would have a rebuild, but Paris and Marseille are both covered up. So the fact that he didn't retreat to Picardy is super relevant. Well, that's a shame. That's gonna hamper him quite a bit. But regardless, England pushes on, gets a bit. No, they're even. England's even, but that's okay because Germany only has one fleet right now, so they can't really stab. Even if they build another one, it won't be very effective. So I'm sure Liam's feeling just fine right now about the position, and he can be patient.
All right.
Claire says she fully expects Zoe to go on in solo, which is certainly a prediction that you can make. Something tells me it may be slightly off the mark, but we'll see.
All right.
No orders?
Hmm?
Is it
No.
in there? No.
No,
So
no, no.
Is that it, Zoe? Is that the game?
I can't imagine it would be it. Like
I.
Zoe has more to play for here in terms of French dots. At the very least.
That's all I'm getting. If I get no orders,
Zoe says nope, so we're missing something.
yeah. Say.
Should we go into 3A while we get Brandon to work on the back end?
Yeah, we'll go back into the next game.
Yeah.
Wow, someone. So we will.
We'll pretend this is all planned out for suspense, even though the main contender's already dead.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
It's okay. David Miller's winning anyway, so.
I mean, come on, y'all.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. Claire informed me that Zoe does get 18, so.
Oh, shocking. But we do have to give someone a break. But I could keep all three of you on.
Yeah, let's just go all three of us.
I'm down for that.
Ed, you good? I see you in the background.
Oh, hold on. They're not 4 boards on the third round because this is
No,
only
just-
No, there are
round.
only 3 boards, but
Oh, okay. So it's the
didn't
David
seem
Miller,
to.
the
Yeah.
crowning of David Miller
Right.
situation.
There's, looking at the East, there's no one really who's a credible threat to win this tournament over him. And he's in Italy, which will make taking him out of the board a difficult proposition to say the least. I think Dave Miller can work with Gabe effectively. I think he can work with Kira effectively.
This is
Yeah.
a perfect board for Dave.
Yep.
And keep in mind, Kira and Ruby have both been eliminated on all their boards so far. So I'm sure they'll just want an okay game where they can stick around for a while and just have fun. And Eddie is the perfect person to promise that and deliver on that. So, sorry, not Eddie, but David is the perfect person to promise that and deliver on that because he doesn't need that much, right? He's been here before. If he can navigate the situation as Turkey against really good players, he can navigate it as Italy against more of a mix of players. So I really like David's position here. Although Eddie, he can still run that side of the board pretty well.
Never count out Eddie. That's all I want to say. But you know what? We've seen the players. We're going to go to the map. And I'm going to keep all 3 of you on. There it is. Ed, you're at the top of the stream.
Top, yeah.
All right. Old school Turkish opening. The very unusual bounce in Galicia from Budapest move. I haven't seen that in a couple of years. If that. Like the French opening, as I've already said, Eddie does the Northern English opening.
Oh, you love that. And I do too.
That's my favorite opening.
I love it.
It's just a little extra. Just a little extra on the advantage.
We're a little extra, Ed.
Yeah. If I was German here, I wouldn't have gone to Bergen. Just go to Ruhr, and everything else is pretty fine.
Yeah.
Don't get
The
freaked
way I
out.
like to explain this Austrian opening is, as Austria, you can only ever defend against attacks from 2 different people in Spring of 01 out of the 3 neighbors. And this is the opening that protects against both Russia and Italy in a very weird roundabout sort of way. But of course, it means Turkey has all the bouncing power in the world.
At the expense of Greece, potentially.
Yeah.
The problem.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Not guaranteed. I've seen ATs go very far from this position, but potentially.
Oh, well, Kira and Ruby know each other very well.
That too. So there's a bit more trust there. Makes this opening totally unsurprising.
And there it is.
Kira gets both.
Oh, Nelly.
All right.
Okay.
Y'all talk about
All
that
right.
for 30 seconds while I mute myself.
France takes there too. There's a bounce in Belgium, and Austria does get Greece, does get Serbia, and there's a bounce in Romania. You guys were all laughing like there was some really crazy move. Is it? I don't quite understand what you're laughing at.
Oh no, just after this, like the position where like normally Turkey can like end the Austrian game, makes into Serbia, makes into Greece, and is supported into Romania.
Now that's a relationship. This screams AIT to me with those moves and that history combined with David taking Tunis with the fleet. Like, it's clear that none of them seem interested in fighting each other. Russia's been chosen as a target, and now David is waiving his option to stop that from happening between Austria and Turkey, so he seems fine with it. I fully expect an army build here from Ruby based on that. And from there, who knows how the West will react.
I think it aces up for David Miller, right? I mean, he doesn't need to make any enemies. He can just, all he's got to do, he doesn't have to actually do anything other than hang on here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think like, even like 4 centers, like, you know, by the end of the game, probably decent enough for him to win the tournament.
Well, and coming into this round, David Miller just needed, I think, decent results.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I think he just needs like 4 centers, maybe 5 centers to be. He started to be ahead of Riaz. I think he just needs like 4 or 5 centers.
All right.
Look, the only threat is Riaz, right? That's because we've already seen no one in real.
Yeah, because we saw Massman and Craig die. The only other threat is Eddie Brisson in England.
Well.
Only if David gets put down to size, though, and I don't think that's happening. So we'll see.
Someday I would love to see Eddie just go for it, because if he did, Eddie Brisson could crush us all.
I mean, if he did, he would already won the tournament. Like, you know, it already been just put Eddie's name on the trophy already.
Yeah, but he's like, I don't need to win Worlds. I don't need to win North American DipCon. I don't need to whatever. Like, he just like waves it away.
And he's right. He doesn't need to win any of those things because he has our enduring respect regardless.
Yeah, my mentor.
Yep.
Anyway.
I mean, God knows I learned the game by reading what Eddie Brisson had written on the internet.
So. That's not an army build from Turkey. All right, maybe this is a little more
talk
nuanced
about
than we thought.
All three of you.
Yeah, I mean, this could be less of an AIT, more of an AT if Ruby is going after David here. Or this could be just Ruby saying, hey, I'm playing my own game here. AT, AIT, whatever. Like, I want my own safety and stability and security. So very, very curious to see what happens.
Yeah, and then not much can really
North is what
West.
one expects, yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is, Eddie moving Liverpool to Eddie in Spring 01 can be a strong negotiating tactic sometimes with France, because Eddie from that position can say, hey, I would like to have Belgium. I'm in a convoy there. And if you bounce me, then Eddie will be open for a build, and I'll build Fleet Eddie Army London. But if you bounce me, then like, what can I do? Eddie will be covered up. I got to build, the more defensive Fleet London. You don't want that. But 100%. That didn't really work on Gabe if that's the tactic Eddie chose to use, and now there's more tension because of it.
Yeah.
That might not be Eddie's prime concern, though, given the North Coast fleet.
Yeah.
Forget where we left off, but we're going to start back at the top of the photo queue. Ed.
No, it's Patrick.
It's Ed. I called it.
Siobhan
Ed loves to do it because Ed's going to go quicker than the others.
She just likes to listen to Ed yap. Ed, come on. You're a yapper, just like the rest of us.
Oh, no, Fall invites more yapping. That's why I put Spring on him.
All right. Okay, so listen. Here's what's happening. Simple stuff. Bounce an English channel. Eddie didn't support it because he has to support Norway. Makes sense. Baltic. Mackenzie goes to Baltic, so Germany seems to be taking England's side in that ER bit of tension. Germany also lines up on Burgundy, which can't be forced because of the 3 armies there, but it will tie down Gabe's units to some extent. And then in the east, David does not go west against France. He doesn't really do anything, holds both his armies, just lets AT continue to do their thing. Turkey's in Romania, and they won't have position on Sev in the fall because there was no army build, so nothing to put into Armenia.
All right. We're going to go season by season. Karthik.
Okay. So then in the south, we see the convoy to Greece succeed, with Greece walking to Albania. I don't know if that was a predictive move that got, or if this was an agreed upon thing. Who knows? In the north, we see Baltic walking into Sweden as Sweden walks into Norway. All planned clearly by the strong RG. Kudos to them for making that work. Germany grabs Belgium here and holds on to it. Smart play there. And because Germany tapped the North Sea, Mao was guaranteed to be able to support Brest and English Channel. So it seems like we have a sea line in the north and David going up to 5 in the south. So let's just say coronation for our one and only David Miller.
This is just what
I
David
mean,
needed.
uh,
all right. So back into the winter. Eddie, as the English, is disbanding, but had the forest, right?
mhm.
Sorry, I was focusing on the stuff.
You can see a
Germany
fleet from
has.
Italy. That's what I.
Yeah, let's take a look. Germany, Kiel, and Berlin fleet army.
I meant an
Smart.
army, actually.
Army?
I think we
Row.
should have built an army.
An Army Inc.
Yeah, I think Army Inc. is the right build here.
Yeah.
Kind of has to be Army Inc., honestly.
Either it's an IT or it's an AIT where Kira is quite happy to just reduce tension by taking the fleet off early, even if that means being at a center disadvantage.
Yeah. All right. Take it away while I set up stuff at the end of stream.
That
No,
is not
it's
an
just-
AIT.
Yeah. So in this case, Ionian slides into Adriatic, while Venice slides into Tyrolia. Germany slides into Bohemia. We see Germany and Italy working together effectively here. I'm sure David and Mackenzie are working together, like, hand in hand, glove in glove. And with the Italian support of Bulgaria into Serbia and the fleet siding down in, I think Austria, clearly not long for this world. This is going to be a GIT, which is sort of what you want to see as all three of those powers when they can get the chance to do so. In the north, we see Mao going to the Irish Sea, but in a failed convoy to Wales that is successfully blocked, and a 2-on-2 attack for the North Sea. So Eddie Brisson is doing a pretty good job of defending himself, but unfortunately, pretty soon, I think we'll see that 3-on-1, not even God could stop that from happening.
I'm pretty sure God could stop 3-on-1.
Pretty sure.
I mean, Ed, I have shown you how to do it before, so I guess that is true. I can do
Back
it.
to you, Ed. I want to
One
start
turn,
tossing it
reset.
season to season.
Oh, well, David Miller coronation parade continues. This time he is into Trieste and secures Albania. This is very good for David to get this partnership with Turkey. Hopefully it continues for him, but it's going to be hard to dig out for anyone else now. Meanwhile, the one player that could threaten him in the tournament right now, other than Riaz, is Eddie, and it's not looking good for Eddie. France takes Liverpool, Germany takes the North Sea, and Germany takes London. This is a quick end to Eddie Brisson.
Yeah, you get what Eddie was going for there, trying to resist the supported convoy to Wales because, France will assume I'm going to cover everything on the fall turn, so he's going to do that, and I'm going to think ahead. So it's not a blunder from Eddie, it's just a guess, and that guess went south, sadly.
Yeah. So we get a few more builds and disbands. Fleet Brest from Gabe in France. Eddie Brisson disbanding Yorkshire and Wales. Keeping NAO. That's what I missed.
Yep.
Army Berlin build from Mackenzie in Germany, and double army from Ruby in Turkey, and Army Rome from David Miller.
Yeah. When you're France and NFG, it's so nice to have an excuse to have that option to keep building Fleet Brest, and in this case, that's exactly what NAO provides. So Gabe can kind of go either direction here. And he chooses to go anti-German.
Yeah. You three talk about that for a second while I work on
So
doing other stuff.
Belgium is taken. Yep. Burgundy is taken. Munich still holding. As usual, holding in Munich is generally a bad thing. So we're just reinforcing that one more time. In this case, it will bite Mackenzie because now they may have to defend Ruhr on top of everything else. And that's just so annoying if a French army gets in there. In other news, England goes back to Norwegian Sea. So because Germany held all their fleets and didn't strike at Eddie while the iron was hot, Eddie while the iron was hot, they're going to lose the opportunity to guarantee that now. And France is in NAO. So if England does something strange here, like move to Eddie or move to Barents, then France could follow through, and then that creates even more pressure for Germany. So not a great situation overall. Although there is the possibility that maybe England and Germany have some kind of deal around Norway. Like that's a possibility. But then why doesn't Denmark go to Skagerrak? So yeah, I'm not really sure what Germany's plan was here, and I don't think Gabe was either, and that's why he chose to make his own plan. And then the East IT stuff. We don't really need to cover that in too much depth.
I mean, next up, Karthik.
Yep. So in the south, we see that Sevastopol gets taken by force. Nothing Sibi could have done about that. So we also then see the... Why is Albania going back to Greece? I don't know. Anyways, we see then that Burgundy makes his way into Ruhr, setting up Germany for some very, very unfortunate guesses. And while Germany and Russia were working together effectively earlier, some tactical mistakes here, I think, are going to ensure that Gabe has the upper hand in the north over Germany. Eddie makes his way back into Eddie as, like, all was planned from the beginning. And yeah, very, very interesting set of dynamics here. David continues to march on in the position that he needs to be in order to win the tournament.
Yeah. Wait.
There you go.
Do we not have anything for Spring 05?
Let me check.
It looks like it, yeah. So I guess let's go back real quick and try and discern.
They played 1905.
Yeah, because we have follow 5
Sorry.
moves, we can have the spring moves. So yeah, the main things that seem to happen here are Italy getting into Munich and Germany getting into Liverpool. But what else? And then, come on.
Let's go back to 05.
Well,
is there a way to get the Spring 05 moves by backtracking? No, they're just not there.
Yeah. So let's go
they're just not there.
Yeah, so let's go to follow 5, and I think we have a decent idea of what the spring position looks like to be able to infer what the following does. So yeah, Germany made it in Liverpool, and Italy made it in Munich, like you said, which then allows Italy to tap Kiel, which allows France to be able to pop Holland and slide into London. I guess there was some misorder, I guess Eddie moved into North Sea in the spring and now moves back to Eddie in the fall. The Turkish armies just get convoyed around and move around to fill. I'm assuming Sev moved into Ukraine in the spring, and now we see Ukraine moving to Galicia, Sev moving into Ukraine, Khan moving to Sev, just setting up this massive front line against Sibi to try and take out Moscow and Warsaw. Some great play there. And yeah, I think David and Rubia really found a strong alliance to run this force together on.
Any other final thoughts before we get to the final standings?
Final standings? What if there's a 1906?
Well,
are you spoiling the draw?
Yeah, but you can play it through. You can see if they continued on.
Oh, Fleet Rome. Maybe a change.
Ooh.
He's got to go against. He has no growth against Turkey. He's got to go against Italy.
Yep.
And tell us more.
It looked like there was just no aggression anywhere for the moment because David doesn't really need much more. So sort of a Mediterranean triple thing going on. But no, David has decided, I'm going to keep doing stuff in this game. So it goes to Western Med, to Tyrrhenian. Everyone's moving away from him, both Germany and Turkey. So that's great. France is lining up on Munich, but it's not totally vulnerable yet. And France seems more focused on Germany anyway, lining up on Kiel by going into Helgoland. I'm going to take an educated guess and say that English fleet is going to be there in north to help out, maybe get put into Denmark even. And in the meantime, of course, France has plenty of their own fleets coming for reinforcement as well. Liverpool's going to be taken here. So lots and lots of things to look forward to for Gabe at the moment. And this Italian problem, it's going to be annoying, but he's got the units to deal with it at the moment. And he's got his priorities in order too, which is important. Now to Clyde is the key thing that makes this moveset work.
No, I did the wrong thing earlier where I was like, I know when the game's going to end.
As we all know, Denver players
And
win
now
all their
you
tactical
don't
against the
know.
turn after moving to Clyde. That's why they do it.
All right, we'll find out.
Another hole in the sandbox.
No orders?
This looks like a much more reasonable end state, though. Like I can see why the game would draw here, whereas I couldn't really see it in the previous one. This one,
I feel like this is a game draw.
yeah, this I think the game will voluntarily drew here.
Yeah.
rather
Well,
than
I'm going to take this off screen for a second and let you three.
Yeah, David says they drew.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because I mean, like Ruby gets like, I don't think Ruby would want to eliminate Sabi here for an extra point or two. That wouldn't really make much sense, make much difference in the end.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see why that draw happened because no one else had any real path to growth. France is going to be pressured by Italy. David's like, hey, like let's just end the game here when I'm winning. Like, you know, no need to upset any, like, you know, any carts, like, you know, and I think this is the right draw for everyone in the game.
Yeah, so really this seals up the tournament for David because Riaz, he was close enough that like a really good result could get him ahead, but David could always set that bar higher. And sure enough, he has with, what was that, like 150, 160 points of padding there, something around there. So that's not going to happen unless Riaz gets an incredible result. And based on what we saw of Riaz's board so far, I don't think he's on track for a solo or anything like that. So we'll see the rest of it if we can, of course, but seems like the outcome of the tournament has just been shown on that last board.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me take this off. Where do I find the
final scores?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find.
Should be the standings button or whatever it is on. I haven't used.
There it is.
Wow, but yeah.
Aha!
Congratulations, David Miller.
Did we ever get the rest of Riaz's board working?
I think it's got to be. No,
it's correct. I mean, it's 3 boards.
I mean, the score looks correct. I'm just wondering if we could see the rest of the game from that one. But.
It's got to be David Miller.
You know, David Miller definitely won. The question is, like, are all the scores correct? And I think I don't think anything is going to change there.
Yeah, probably not.
I think the only thing that may be different is like that one.
Thank you, Justin Lohr. Close enough for government work.
Yes. Yes. So I decided to look up the official scores. David Miller's score is like 30 points higher. He finished with a 621 according to Dip TV. Riaz's score is what it should be. Justin's score is what it should be. And Zoe's score is what it should be. The one mistake needs to be on Andrew Zix because we couldn't finish his board.
I do have a 1, 2, 3 video to share.
Yes.
Oh. David, Riaz, and Justin.
Yeah, so and Andrew's actually in 4th place, but we couldn't finish the Russia top that he's hankering towards. And so Andrew Zek is in 4th place, Zoe Cameron's in 5th, Eddie Brisson is in 6th, and Jason Massbaum is in 7th. So congratulations to the top board of players. Sabi is in 8th, Craig is in 9th, and Doug Moore is in 10th. Doug Moore chose not to play.
I am not surprised at any of these names.
Yeah, so Doug Moore chose not to play the final board. Had he played, he could have been in potential contention to do some real damage there.
Yep.
And because he would have been further back than a lot of people, but I would never bet against Doug Moore, who knows either I need to get this or nothing matters to not get this.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see all of these names at the top of the round, and even Doug Moore only playing 2 rounds,
right?
Scoring in the top 10. Not a shock.
Unsurprising, yeah.
The
only Doug Moore could do it with 0 tops.
All right. Well, Ed, thoughts? You're here. We haven't heard much.
David Miller is the best player in North America right now. This is his 3rd tournament win. This is his 3rd tournament win in 12 months.
I'm kidding.
he's also now the king of Cascadia with it being a 2-time winner, Siobhan. So he's still.
Hey, no, we share the king and queen.
Yeah, but he's the king. You're the queen. They're equals. But
Yeah, you said there was no king earlier, so I got to correct the record now.
I was the
you got
queen
the title.
first.
Yeah, but he's the
The
king most
queen.
recently.
He's a super nice guy.
Yep.
But,
Oh, I love David. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
David's phenomenal.
But you know, and knows how to play the game. Knows people like really, really well. It's obviously a well-deserved win. There are things about this tournament
100%.
that are frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
I'm frustrated that Eddie didn't solo. I'm very frustrated that Riaz didn't try to solo, but I'm happy that he took
That's such an
second
Eddie
place.
thing.
I'm super happy for Justin. I think this is his first podium in a face-to-face event.
Yeah,
Yeah, I believe so.
I love
You
it.
know, because he really, I mean, my God, what did he have? 51 boards or some crazy amount of boards I saw in the last year.
Yeah.
He's a pittance compared to Darcy, but for normal humans, he's still well above average.
Yeah,
in his
I think Darcy
diplomacy
played like
playing.
400 boards last year or something like that. It seemed like a
Okay,
board.
no
play.
one can compare. We won't go into that tonight.
But
I want to give David some further flowers, Ed, because not only has he had a great run of tournaments, but I think something that David will be even more proud of, given that he's won Cascadia before, he's won Dixie before. None of this is new to him. What is something that's very new to him, though, is hosting a tournament that's purely his own, not like a pick hissers thing, but like he started his own tournament at Blaze.
No, BlazeCon
in
for
Baltimore.
him.
yeah, but he
and-
didn't win that one.
He ran it very, very
You
well.
can't win it if you run it.
But like the point I want to make is that this was a tournament he started up himself, ran it himself, and it was something that he probably expected to have, like, you know, maybe 14 players at or 21 players at. He had 5 boards in the first 2 rounds, I believe.
David had the same experience I had when I first rebooted whipping.
Yeah.
Where we both got 5 boards.
Mhm. Just
And people who
such an
just-
impressive, like, you know,
Yeah.
ability to host that. It was a great
David
time.
has the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
it's people love him so much, and
Right,
there's a
and-
reason they love him,
100%. And like, you know, when you
even when
host
it's not
a
on a board.
when you host a tournament for the first time, right? And then the first thought you have when you show up is like, oh no, the room is too small. That's a sign that you did a pretty damn good job. So yeah, just massive kudos to David, because this has truly been his
And yeah, I hosted the stream for BlazeCon, and major props to David, because he came to all of us, other tournament directors, asking for advice, and he did such a good job. I heard from everyone who was there that they loved it. And so major extra props for, I guess, winning the second time, and we'll share the tiara.
Until
Now
David
the
wins
question is,
in
can he
2027.
Can he get a third? Can he get a third win to match his DixieCon trophies? Because, you know,
Yeah.
if he has a
I
trophy
gotta win
home, it's gotta be
DixieCon
symmetrical.
once to share that one.
Yeah. I mean, after all, Siobhan, it's literally like, you know, as you tell us every single time, DixieCon is as old as you are. So you have to win a DixieCon title at some time.
I gotta get back out there.
Yeah.
It's a thing. All right. Well, we're at the end. We told Ed that we would not exceed 6 hours, and here we are.
It's okay.
Oh gosh.
I blame Karthik.
Oh, and here's the cat back.
Hello.
Well, that's worth it. That makes all the overruns worth it.
Yep.
Mhm.
But on that note,
No, you can't go. You cannot go.
We got David Miller joining us.
Oh.
On that note,
No,
David's
you cannot
in.
go.
I guess we
We
gotta
got David Miller joining us.
Okay, you got to mute yourself.
Oh.
Okay, hold
What?
on. You got-
Where'd he go?
No, I don't-
All right, someone else joined him.
You gotta mute. You gotta mute.
David!
You gotta mute. You guys have to mute.
David, I would love to talk to you, but we can't do it in the room like this.
There's too much background noise. We're not going to
Hold on.
To you, but we can't do it in
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, much better.
Fuck.
Get away from them or let them
Hold
mute.
on.
Sorry, give it a minute.
The hallway should be enough.
I think they.
Yeah.
David, will you agree with me? Congratulations
Hold on.
on your well-earned victory.
Is it working or not?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Congratulations on your victory. Blah blah blah. You're the best. Blah blah blah. Explain to everybody how evil you are. I need them to know. You need to be honest now and tell them. Explain to everybody how. I guess he can't hear us.
There are some internet issues here.
Contrary to unpopular opinion. So we have a little bit of a lag. I'm just going to keep talking. So I am not some type of insect with stingers or whatever Ed has been saying. I'm actually a very nice guy. And Ed, I think if you started being nice to the other players, it might improve your personal chances. Just kidding. I love you guys. It was a great tournament. I want to say thanks to Chris Brand and Riaz and Mike Moore and everybody. We had an awesome time watching the stream with you guys up here. Yeah, just a ton of fun. We can get, I think, Siobhan, if you come next year, we'll get like a pair of pants with 4 legs and we can just play together as one, king and queen combo. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
David, you don't understand that I'm going to come with a crown for you and a tiara for me. It's going to be a whole thing.
I love it.
We're going to
It'll be like Chris
the
Brand, like
royalty
world champion rogue. It'll be a good time.
Perfect.
David,
and Robert and Riaz's face.
Since it's your first tournament after BlazeCon, I'm really interested to know the fact that you've been through this process now as a tournament director, sort of seeing everything from a bird's eye view, managing the environment that's going on. Did that experience really help you in new ways as a player to win this tournament? Did it give you some kind of new skill or some kind of new perspective that helped you today?
I don't think it helped me win this particular tournament. I think my big takeaways from that were I now understand why it's fun for all these people to come and not play diplomacy, because I had a great time at a diplomacy tournament playing 0 diplomacy. Some, in fact, may say I had more fun watching Randy get second place without my intervention.
Yeah,
I think the takeaway for me was really getting to watch all the other players playing on boards and interacting with no stake in it, and really understanding how people come to a tournament with a variety of motivations. And that to me is the key to playing well, is to understand, hey, Ruby's on my board and was eliminated twice and wants to have fun. Okay, let's have fun together. Jason Mastbaum wants every single dot he can possibly get every time he goes on the board. You just have to understand that that's how he's going to play. Karthik, I don't even still understand how Karthik plays. He doesn't want the dots. They just land into his lap, right? You have to understand how players are playing. And being able to watch people play really kind of hammered that home. Is really interesting.
Yeah.
Ed, you look upset.
How do I play?
People like Ed, they just stab for dot after dot after
Ed
dot.
wants to know how he plays, but don't tell him.
Ed, I think it's safe to say we speak for everybody here when we say you are kind of a Timu David Miller.
So I got this. Ed plays like a mob boss. So a mob boss is sweet and kind to everyone who does what they want. But if you cross them, you meet the mob boss. I didn't want to break your knees, but now look what you made me do.
No,
I just have to break them.
You left me no choice.
It's not my fault.
Ed is the Boston Rob of diplomacy.
All right. Well, David, before we let you go,
yes, Ed is the Boston Rob of diplomacy.
Now that you and I share the singular distinction of double Cascadia winners, how do you feel? Are you still there?
I feel great. Cascadia is a phenomenal tournament. People here are much nicer than people at home because we're in Canada, so that's always fun. But yeah, Siobhan, all I have to say is you did win it twice, but did you win it twice in a row? So it's your turn to come back here and do the repeat.
Hey, I was the first to win it twice. You had to do it twice in a row. So I will have to come back. That's a true story.
That's true. That's
I'm
true.
about to go, but I'm going to say thank God for Canada Nice, or Riaz may have beaten you.
Yeah. Ed, I know that you've got the cold Texas weather right now, so we're going to let you go. We love you. Do you want to say goodbye to everyone on DBM?
No. All right. See you soon.
Good night.
He's like, no, I'm done. All right. Well, thank you, David, for joining us. I really enjoyed the fact that.
All right.
And
well,
I've been
we have
there
a
in
lag, so we're going to
Cascadia
say
past.
goodbye, but everyone wave.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey.
Bye.
All right. He's left us, but. So he's calling me out.
Yeah.
I gotta go back out
You
next
guys
year.
show up, Siobhan. You know what would really teach him a lesson? You should give me a Cascadia win over David Miller.
Fuck no.
Oh, Siobhan, we already burned our one. We only get one.
Am I allowed to say that?
Karthik got the hole earlier, and then you jumped straight into it. Now we got to bury you. Dang, that's a shame.
Oh my God, Siobhan.
We're gonna get taken.
I'm not giving it to you, Carl. Not just for any good reason. You gotta give me a good reason to do it.
Because it made David Miller unhappy.
This is what happens when we go past 6 hours.
Yeah. We have gone past. We
like,
tried to say we'd be sub 6 hours, and now it's like.
I just want to bring us all
6
back
hours
to
and 40
wrap it up.
minutes.
Major credit goes to David Miller. An incredible year of diplomacy it's been for him. Kudos to those that made not just the podium, but also to the top board and the top 10. And also for all who play diplomacy, because even beyond the results, it's so great that we have a hobby that brings us all together, allows us to drink together, meet each other, and just have a good time with all the things that are going along in the world. And for all of us at your DBN family, stay safe. And Siobhan.
Oh, we're not there yet because Patrick hasn't had a sign off.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So, I already knew this tournament was great. I was here last year, and as a relatively new person to the hobby at the time, it's one of the best places you can go to just get some good games, meet new people, and just feel really welcomed. And that's the tournament clearly hasn't lost any of that, because you see a bunch of people there long after any of the games have been long after the games are done, long after awards have been given out, and they're still there. They're still just having a great time together, playing board games, watching us yap our heads off about our terrible takes. And it's such a wholesome experience. And even if I wasn't there this year because I'm trying to save up for World DipCon, by the way, go to World DipCon Greece Memorial Day weekend. Do it if you can financially. Even though I wasn't able to go there this time, experiencing it with all of you guys was the next best thing. And congrats to David. Congrats to Chris and Riaz for another successful tournament.
Yeah, I mean, if there was another person I wanted to share the royalty of Cascadia with, David Miller, I'm not sad about it. No shade to Riaz, but we have fought too many times in Cascadia and whipping.
Yeah, I mean,
you'd have too much.
Like 4 or 5 second places at Cascadia by now. So,
there's the fight there.
You're both West Coasters. That'd be too much of a turf war. David's all the way over in the East. He's got his own tournaments, DixieCon, all that stuff.
Yeah, I couldn't get over to his first tournament, but anyway, so we have overextended ourselves, but I will say thank you so much, Patrick. Thank you so much, Karthik, Ed, who had to go. this was so much fun. I mean, last thoughts. Patrick, I'll start with you.
I think I've said the main things that we should be saying here, but I will just give a shout out to Michalis Kamaridis as well, who was going to be with us today instead of Ed.
Oh,
but
we missed him.
He came down with the case of COVID apparently, so he's not feeling great. But I haven't seen him in chat, but I hope he is able to watch this whenever he can, and when he does, that he enjoys it, because I was thinking about him for a fair bit of that, and I just think how much he loves to banter with Karthik all the time and disagree about everything. That would have been great. I mean, Ed and Karthik fighting is good too, but I feel like we see more of that, so it's a bit more common. But yeah, either way, it was a great stream, and thinking of him.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Patrick, had McCall been here, he probably would have been agreeing with me most of the time. McCall and I unfortunately have the same upbringing in the hobby. We learned how to play in the same places. We share the same thoughts on ITs and everything else under the sun. So yeah, just kudos to the guys on the podium: David Miller, Riaz Varani, and Justin Lohr once again. Kudos to all those who won best countries. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say for this tournament. See you guys at GBNI next week, and the week after that, I'll be on broadcast, hopefully telling you what's up and what's down.
Yeah. Well, one last time. 1, 2, 3 from Cascadia. And then we will say good night and good luck.